everyone, and welcome to Week 6 of the LCK as we are truly halfway through rounds 1 and 2. Digon here alongside Wolf and Ox as we get you ready for the week that is. It's been a great start to the season so far, but we're about to change things up here, Wolf.
We are. We're about, halfway through where we would be in the old format, right? We have 5 rounds now. We're moving to the first full week of round 2. Got a lot of big changes, an exciting new patch, and I'm really looking forward to seeing how it's going to shake out in pro play.
I do want to say, Digon, you introduced me as Orcs, but I'm actually Morks now, with the M on me, so just clear it up next time, please.
All right. Good to know, Mox. Let's take a look at the standings here as we've got Genji still undefeated, cream of the crop, best team in the world. Hanwha Life Esports still on their tails at 9-1. And keeping an eye on a couple of teams here. T1, Nongshim, D+, BNK Furex, and Bro. Just 2 games in between them and still waiting for the first series.
The murky part below Hanwha just keeps getting bigger. Yeah. Like before it was like, okay, we've got Nongshim and D+, and T1 was getting a little bit weird for them. But now that Bro are coming back up into things, DRX on a bit of a streak, BNK dropping a little bit, but now they're down in that zone. It feels like it's a larger tier list. Like that section of the tier list is kind of growing and expanding into about 6 teams.
Which obviously makes it really interesting when we do see which team makes to the Legend and Rise group, because there's a lot of contenders to try and get those final spots.
Well, funnily enough, all 3-4 of these teams here would be considered in the Legends group so far if we took the LCK Cup standings and current standings right now. Chovy, Zeus, Owner, and Gideon leading the way in our player of the match standings. Consistency by those guys. And not so consistent are some of our prediction makers, as what did with the sneaky DRX victory over the Bros earlier in the week gets himself King of the Week. And Ox, we gotta...
Oh no.
We got it.
He's working today. Did he show up? 6 out of 10 for Chronicler?
Yeah, I don't know. I hope he makes it to the desk.
He's not going to take it as well.
If you're a 7 out of 10 or a 70%, like that's considered to be satisfactory, but anything below 70% is considered unsatisfactory.
You can see it in his eyes.
Yeah,
you can see it in his eyes. He's like trying to be like, no, it's not a big deal. And you could just see the white fury in his eyes.
That's living rent-free in his head, man.
Man.
I know it's also living in rent-free in my head.
If I'm Valdez, I'd be careful up there. Look, Valdez is the leader in the group. Wow! Along with...
Well, Valdez, Ox, and Wadid really pulling through.
Yeah. You know what? Jason really just trying to make Chronicler mad by putting him second there. Like he's the second first place guy. Wolf, you're pretty far down there.
but I'm less far down than I was last week. I'm less far down.
I feel like the gems in Valdez's crown look a little shinier than Chronicler's. I don't know if that was intentional.
Yeah. I'm not sure if their names were the same font. Like, it might have been a subtle difference there where Chronicler's font was slightly worse.
We joke about this, but he is probably saying this to Valdez right now. Yeah. So, you know. It's okay. You'll make it back this week, Chronicler. Don't get upset.
So we had some shakeups in the prediction standings here on the talent team, but we also had roster shakeups throughout the LCK. It's been so many changes so early on in a LoL esports calendar that we wanted to cover them all here by these teams.
So I want to talk about, obviously we had the big one of Smash and Guma, but that's kind of stabilized. But the big one for me is Teddy Lazyfield, the first foreigner player to ever play in the LCK. And he's replacing Teddy, and teams are so reluctant, generally speaking, to replace a player who's part of the huge brand value. And I think for DRX, that was Teddy, right? He's the most popular, most iconic player, storied player on their roster. And they're actually willing to just say, nope, step aside. We're going to actually work on our team standard. We're going to take a big risk here and probably take a brand hit as well to put Lazyfield in. He ended up getting those wins. I think that risk so far is paying off.
I think for me, the big one is Fisher for Calyx, because out of all of those changes, for me, that's been the most successful. Fisher, well, we had some good games, was very inconsistent, and Calyx has been just on another level. I feel like he's really increased the level of Nongshim since joining, which has been a bit of a surprise because we've seen him in the LCK before, and he's never made waves like this.
Yeah, definitely not. And we'll keep an eye on the most recent ones. That would be Lazyfield in for Teddy, Kroko now in for Hambach, and Doiv in the jungle for Pioshik. So a lot of recent changes. Jury's still out on a couple of those. Jury's in now with the new patch. brand new patch, lots of changes. We're going to rifle through some of those changes and then cover the big ones that we think are going to be important in pro play in just a little bit. Let's start with some of the buffs.
I mean, just some basic stuff here. Cassante kind of getting outshone by Ambessa right now in terms of that safe top lane matchup. Tank that also is outshone by her engage potential, and some of the changes over the last few patches to Shen. So Lehens is probably happy about that. Don't know if it's really otherwise going to play a big role.
Yeah, some changes to the mages. Some of them are a little bit smaller. Morgana has a really weird place in the meta where even with a lot of engaged sports being popular, still not being picked. I don't think this is enough to change that because outside of Black Shield, she just doesn't offer that much right now. And Orianna, it's a slight change to her mana cost. I don't think it's going to drastically change her play. She's still going to be lower prior than some other picks we've seen.
Yeah, seen some Annie played in the LEC, so maybe a little bit more priority when that champion is overtuned. Very easy to capitalize on positioning mistakes. Ashe and Leona. Early thoughts, any feels on this?
Ashe, I think, was already in a pretty good place. I think this is going to make her a little bit more viable as a mainstay, especially with some of the rift changes we're going to talk about later, where you stay in lane longer. Getting that strong lane advantage actually can be pretty huge. Buffs to Leona, actually kind of crazy as well, just considering how difficult she is to kill, how sticky she is.
Yeah, I think ultimately the buffs, they're nice. Like the mana cost definitely useful, especially in longer fights. You get more rotations of abilities. The sunlight duration, more chances to proc it. But I feel like these are kind of like hard to really get that much value out of these buffs. They're nice, but I don't think they're drastically going to change your position in the meta.
Nefiri getting nerfed a little bit as well in terms of the 80 ratio for Eviscerate. The cooldown is increased early as well for her escape. So after a second rotation of nerfs, I do think she's going to be a little bit weaker, maybe not as high on the tier list, but I think still has a place, especially in certain mid-jungle duos. Yorick, I mean, I don't think it's going to be that right.
I don't think so either. The changes to the tier 3 boots, some of them have been nerfed, but the cost a lot cheaper. We often saw teams not really prioritizing them, so maybe some windows where that 500 gold upgrade is worth it, especially going into a big fight where you can't complete a full item. And Rod of Ages also nerfed, which for some champions we've seen it start to slip out the meta, like Ahri was already going the other build more, but this will definitely have an impact because so many champions were relying on this item, and it's 50 less HP, 5 less ability power, but importantly, they took that off the base stats, so you feel that nerf immediately.
Yeah, we'll probably see a little bit less swiftness, boots of swiftness as well, and Jhin gets a little nerf as well with that. As some big changes here in terms of unflinching. Obviously, the Biscuit one is super huge, with the big change there was used by so many tanks, and they could just sit under their turret and then press Biscuit and survive. And then Ignite is obviously going to be a pretty big buff in the late game.
Yeah, I think unflinching was a rune that often, it was more like a support coded rune, but it was just quite weak, and because it's scaled with levels, supports don't get that much level, so feels like this change means that supports might be more inclined to actually take it, might see it show up a bit more.
Yeah, so a lot of changes that have gone through here so far. Bounties as well, the amount of gold that's going to be injected in the lead. The kill bounty will go up based on the level, so the longer the game goes, the higher the gold will be per kill. And then the further behind you are, it doesn't suppress as much anymore, but generally they're changing the way that bounties work here.
Yeah, so with the objective bounties, less likely to get them when you're behind. And then also the big thing with champion bounties is specifically for kills. Kills are worth less earlier in the game and will scale up over the course of the game. So an early death, not going to be as impactful.
Yeah, we'll talk a little bit more about these and show you some visuals of what the changes are for our big objectives. Grubs, of course, Herald, and Otacon. We have some big changes there that will, of course, change a lot of things, but want to show you guys visually, so we will show you guys a video of that a little bit later on.
Yeah, that's right. We know that a lot of y'all, too much text isn't good for the brain, so let's show you the video. Boom. Videos on how things are going to look now. Oh, wait, sorry. We got to do Wolf first. We have to do Wolf's big change.
Yeah, I want to talk about, we'll show the video later, but we're going to do a few more words for a second, Degon, if that's okay with you.
Yeah, that's fine. I got excited.
So, first, I'll talk about Kalista. I think very heavily banned, almost a permaban on red side. Her AD getting decreased and the Ren damage being decreased means she's even less of a lane bully as she used to be, and is sitting at just below 50% win rate. She's 7-9 right now in the LCK, so I'm hoping this is going to open up some drafts here because Kalista's just not performing very well in the LCK, so I want to see more bans on the red side, a little bit more agency for the red side teams. I think Annie is a champ you mentioned earlier, Degon. You give her just a few buffs, she just is so easy to play. You know how much I love simplicity in the LCK, especially on the east side teams.
Yep.
Just press R button, stun multiple champions, win team fight, hide in the bush, set that up on Baron. I think this pick is niche, was played as support in the LEC, but in the LCK could be played mid as well.
7 and 9 was Callista, but an 87% pick ban rate, so it was constantly within those drafts. Ox, what are you looking at?
So for me, I think a big one is the Biscuits nerf. I think there's a lot of situations where champions would typically die, but the Biscuits save them, or like you don't go for a dive because they get so much HP back. This nerf is really reducing their power because they were heavily overtuned, and I'm hoping it introduces some more lethality. Teams are more looking to find angles to get kills because they don't have this safety net giving them so much health on a moment's notice, and also Ignite getting a buff. We've seen even support is the role that would run Ignite the most. They've started running heal instead in a lot of situations. Obviously, this is a buff more towards the late game, but I'm hoping it just incentivizes a bit more supports to take Ignite, especially as we're going to have a longer laning phase, and I'm hoping we get more teams looking for kills and being rewarded for it instead of being combated by Biscuits coming out on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, we've already had a lot of scrapping and brawling in a lot of the past several matches over the last several weeks, but we'll see what happens now with the change to Ignite. Here it is! It is beautiful Rift time. Look at it. It's so blue. There's fountains in the fountain now. It's not just angry, sad, red.
Degon was the type of student that when the substitute teacher was like, we're going to play a video today, he was like, oh yeah, baby.
That was me. No more text.
You know, some of these colors, I can see shades of your hair in the Rift right now, Degon.
That is.
All right, so let's talk about
great analysis
come
by
up
Daniel Oxharris
that we should discuss. 8 minutes is when the grubs do spawn now. Of course, 3 grubs gives you the Hunger of the Void, the Voidlings. Killing 2 grubs actually gives you Feats of Strength, so you no longer have to get 3. And there's only 1 set of grubs, so these 3 are, of course, stronger than the old ones to account for that, but they are still very powerful. We just don't have 2 separate grub fights.
The fact they spawn at 8 minutes, I think we often saw teams swapping at like 4 minutes to fight for them. Likely to have longer laning phases as a result. Herald, the main change is it's a bit quicker to kill, but does deal more damage. I think before it was just this very slow objective, but there was no real threat, so teams could sit on it for a while before looking for a fight. And some tweaks to how the Herald works when it's charging, so a lot more agency to direct it. We've seen many goofs in the LCK where people mess up the charge. Much harder to fumble that. And also, even if you do end up hitting some terrain that isn't the tower itself, you'll see this in the next clip, the Herald will charge itself. So I think it's going to be a much more consistent value. I think there's a lot of times you saw the Herald not getting maybe the value the teams wanted. The fight for it wasn't as worth. Now I think you're very consistently going to be able to get that pressure on towers.
I think changes like this are super good for low-level solo queue, where your teammate accidentally just drove poorly and actually ruined your entire objective, whereas in the pro play, I don't think the drive ability necessarily was something pro players struggled with. I mean, at the very beginning it was, but I think everyone's better at it now, but it does allow for some extra agency. But this is the big one. Thornbound Otacon. So there's changes to how the petals work, of course. You get 25% increased XP and adaptive force, and then you get this spiritual purification buff, which gives takedowns 15% of adapted force, and you're going to take basically 15% of their health at their current health, and they also get a spirit petal. It does a slow and an AoE, which you'll see this effect here. And also both other Otacons are removed, is another part if you didn't know.
Yeah, so the slow is pretty big. Because it's 15% current, you'll see when it procs here, it doesn't look like it does very much damage. It is also reduced by resistances because it's based on whichever stat you have. So if you're an AD champion, it'll deal physical damage, so it is going to get reduced. I don't think the damage is that crazy unless you're hitting a group who are on higher health, but the slow is very significant for chaining together kills, and the increase to the impact of the petals. We already saw those petals, those flowers having a big difference. If people got a Ruinous Otacon, it's going to be amped up even more. And I think the big thing for me with this Otacon is Voracious, you were kind of on a time limit to do something with it or you wouldn't get value. And Ruinous, even if you got it, you had to collect all the flowers. Sometimes a team would maybe steal it but not get the flowers afterwards. This one, you get the immediate value. You don't have to hang around for the flowers. You're not time gated to get value as well because it's a permanent buff.
That Smite Secure, incredibly important.
All right, well, we'll see how all those changes happen here in the new Spirit Blossom Rift, which leads us to... This is the one that Wolf hates the most. Degon's fact of the week.
I don't hate it. It just scares me because I'm always scared I'm going to fail.
All right, time to introduce our contestants. Half man, half animal. What is he? I don't know. It's Wolf Schroeder. Wolf Schroeder. Yeah. Woo. And then he's please clap. Thank you. All right. And then he has a great accent, but he's not the accent. He's the main piece. It's Daniel Ox Harrison.
I'm just happy to be here.
All right, gentlemen. It is Spirit Blossom Season 2 here in 2025. So We are going with a Spirit Blossom question. Which one of these champions do not have a Spirit Blossom skin? Is it Master Yi, Yorick, Thresh, Nami, Darius, or Teemo? It is only one of these that does not have
I feel like it's a
Spirit
trick
Blossom
question.
skin.
Okay, I think
Only one of them, so there's not multiple correct.
No,
I'm
there's
pretty
not
sure
multiple.
Teemo does, Nami does. Okay, I think I have my answer.
I think I'm gonna go with. I think I'm gonna go with Thresh.
I think I'm going to go with Darius.
Okay. I thought it was going to be a little too easy. It's Nami.
That
Nami
was my second guess. That's why I was like, is this a trick
Really?
question?
Nami
seems like
Yes.
he would have one more than like any of these other. I mean,
Darius
not more than
has a
any
Spirit
of them.
Blossom?
But
Darius
Really?
has a
That's
Spirit
so
Blossom
weird to
skin
me.
from I think it's 2020. I think it was one of the original ones. Teemo has a Prestige one as well. All right. Well, they didn't win, but you had the chance to win with our Uribank Gold King. This is the player that averaged the most gold earned from last week. The reigning Gold King is aiming, but this week a different AD carry who went 0-2. It's Diablo from BNK Fear X.
And that's the crazy thing. You expect the player who is the Gold King to have a winning record, or at least an even record on the week. But I think despite the fact that BNK Fear X didn't get series wins, Diablo has been their core member in those later team fights, really having a big impact. A lot of longer games as well, where he's been able to rack up a lot of gold.
yeah, and in that Hanwha Life game, they certainly messed around a little bit, and I do think that BNK, especially Diablo, capitalized on that. I think that's a big part of why he is the Gold King this week. But there's no denying this guy has insane talent, and even though his team hasn't been able to convert that into East Side level success, West Side level success, he's not in Legend Group territory yet. He's looking really good.
Well, if you want the opportunity to win the Polaroid here, signed by Diablo, you can head on over to the Uribank One app, do the predictions, and win yourself the opportunity for a signed Polaroid. Now let's take a look at the schedule for week number 6. It all starts with BNK Fear X versus the Bros, and then the Saturday showdown later on, D+ versus T1. What matches jump out at you guys?
Me, it's DNF KT. We're still waiting for DNF first series win. This just feels right,
Oh, what? Ox?
Weird that you would say that and then predict DNF. It feels like you're. Are they due? Is that what you would say?
They're pretty due right now. And of all teams, KT losing to a team with no win, it writes itself.
I mean, for me, DKT1 is really exciting. I think that it's surprising only you were the one who voted for D+. I think that one could go either way, but I'm trusting that T1 are back on the horse this week, and I think they might be able to continue that streak 2 more in a row.
All right. Well, it's time to get on into it. The Bros, the Foxes kick off week 6. We'll see you in just a little bit.
Starting with a whisper, I know I'll find it hard to lose, counting down hours, but I'll take way less time than that. I've been in the fire a million times, caught in between the truth and the lies. Can't hold me down for a minute longer. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger.
화이팅!
Hello and welcome to another day of the LCK. We are back here on a wonderful Wednesday afternoon. We have BNK Fear X up against OK Savings Bank Breon. It's me, Valdez, with Chronicler today, who has tied the rest of us in predictions. It is a very close race between us all as we all begin to care a little bit more about it every day. Some with some more crazier predictions than the others of us. What are you thinking about this match, Chronicler?
I don't know, which is cool because this is the most contentious one of the week. If you looked, there were obviously some people taking risks. I took a risk last week on KT.
Yeah.
Some might say that was dumb. That was Valdez.
I did say that.
Very, very recently as we were walking over. And you know, in hindsight, maybe that's valid. I felt better after the DNF series, but then the more I've seen of KT, the worse I felt about it. This first series, though, BNK versus Bro, really could go either way. The teams are close in the standings. And then you look at the score, and neither of these two teams, with the exception of 2022, which was a season when LSB was actually good back then, have really been that great for the rest of the period. So the fact that the Bros haven't won in that long, kind of crazy.
Yeah, they haven't won. They've only gotten about 3 games since their win, where they won 2-0. So it's pretty rough for Bro. I'm not really sure what is going on with this matchup in particular. Yes, Bro has been struggling for a while, and BNK was a bit better, but I feel like BNK also in a good spot. I think that Bro, with Croco coming in, with Closer playing as well as he is, that is part of the reason why some of us have gone ahead and predicted them. Not us on the desk, actually. Both you and I did go for BNK. As Croco, BNK is our former team. BFX, in this case, Closer and I will win to get revenge on Coach Joker. Nothing said about Ryu, just talking about Joker. Interesting.
That's kind of cute. Closer and Croco finally reunited. Croco looked, I want to say, like his 2022 self, not his 2023 self. That was, we all remember.
No, we all forget about that.
Yeah, the 2023 DRX was a dark time in this man's career, but he stepped it up last year. Still, he's a flippy player. That's just the nature of what he does. And him against Raptor, actually, I think a really exciting matchup here. That mid-jungle matchup in particular, I'd lean towards Raptor individually, but I'd also lean towards Closer on the other side, right? So we'll see what actually ends up happening there. Topside matchup, definitely clear favorite. I feel Morgan has just not really been able to maintain the level of play that, memes aside, we had kind of come to expect of him. You know, there were many years over the last couple of years where he was a very serviceable mid laner or a top laner. I feel like he's kind of dropped below that level. And then bot lane, I still can't believe it, but Diablo and Kellen are actually super consistent in the 2v2, which is kind of insane. I think it's post-laning phase.
It's weird.
Where
Yeah.
the Diablo antis, which I'm sitting right next to one, have a lot more ammo. Because post-laning phase, I think they are a little bit crazy. During lane, though, they've just been good.
And this is a really interesting matchup, the mid lane between these two teams, because Closer is kind of the king of the east side right now in terms of mid laners, even maybe ahead of BDD, which is kind of crazy to say. Whereas Vikla, he has very high solo kills, as you pointed out, but
I can't remember a single Vikla, I can't remember him getting solo killed.
he's just very, I wouldn't even call it inconsistent. He's just kind of flippy, you know? Like sometimes he gets the kill, sometimes he makes a critical mistake, and your team is like, what are we doing? We don't have a mid laner anymore. That did happen last week, unfortunately. So we will see how it goes in this one, because I think Closer should definitely be the favorite in that head-to-head matchup. But like you mentioned before, you know, maybe Raptors got a little bit on Croco for now. Although I feel like Raptors' hype was a bit higher at the beginning of the season, even in LCK Cup. Maybe a little bit less in LCK Cup, actually. But in the beginning of the season, at least.
Yeah.
Whereas
tapered off.
Kind of stabilized down.
Yeah, towards the end of round 1. I do agree with you there, Valdez. This man has been the big standout, and he really is, in all his facets, a BNK player. He plays hard, and he loses hard. I think one of the worst KDAs when it comes to AD carries that we still feel positively about. It's kind of the antithesis of Berserker, where we want to feel positive, and his KDA is pretty decent, but obviously he is deep in the quagmires of a team that still hasn't won a series. For Diablo, though, the laning phase, as mentioned, has been a consistent strong suit for this team, and that is where I do think the Bro bot lane has really done a good amount of struggling. I think that Hype has definitely slowly gotten better. I was not impressed by him at LCK Cup. I also wasn't impressed by him by early LCK compared to the standards that we've set for him over the course of his last year. And yeah, that roster truly, I'm kind of still shocked how cursed it was because Wei is gone. Casting wasn't playing. We did see a perfect not playing challengers. We see Casting playing challengers, right? So that generally signals stuff as well. And yeah, Humbug obviously is also not playing because there is Croco.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering where's Cine, and he's still in challengers. He's still there.
Yeah. This is actually an interesting matchup for me between these two teams, especially when it comes to drafting, because I think I've been the most vocal that I haven't enjoyed Edgar and Ryu's drafting very much, in particular these two coaches. So now it's going to be the time to decide who's going to do a better job today, in my mind. As we're starting off with the Yone ban, I think Closer has been great on that champ, so they're just not going to allow it. And Talia is also quite strong. No Rise for Vikla. A Rise ban on the blue side, or rather on the red side, when Rod of Ages was already nerfed, and I don't really see Vikla as a big Rise player. Not sure about that one.
Definitely interesting. Wondering whether Kalista makes it through. The nerfs were pretty substantial, but we've said that before about champions, and then players have just gone to completely ignore it. And it looks like the prio has dropped, because again, Kalista making it through before was basically something that didn't happen very often. I wouldn't mind in a theory. Gwen is another one where I'm like, maybe we should hold off a little bit on prio picking this. I know Neferi's win rate still isn't great, but we do know a lot of the top laners really like how much pressure it applies as we are flying through this draft. Seeing the Ahri come through already. Ahri Gwen means that Croco is going to go towards an AD pick. I'm looking at Viego most likely with what they've set up so far.
Min Xiao is banned, and
exactly
that would be the best one to go to. So the next one on the list is probably Viego. Unless you want to play like a Pantheon, you know. But it really depends on what they want to go for. Rumble does come through. No Jace. No sign of Jace. No bans, no picks. Could technically pick Jace here, but I don't think that's a good idea either. We'll see what Vikla does want to play. Annie?
Are the buffs real?
Yes, she did get buffed. They are real. Now, I think she's good. Oh, Wukong's another one that we forgot to mention. Definitely another good pick alongside of Ahri.
See that combination a lot. I like the Wukong a lot more than the Viego as well. I think Viego, when even players like Cuz and Owner are not winning on it, that's kind of when you know. As we are getting some more bans here for Diablo. Banning one of the Lovers duo makes sense. I guess in this case they are going to go for the Xayah. Don't have to really be as worried about the Rakan. I like the initial setup for BNKer though. There is a ton of early skirmishing potential. While I think the composition for Brion kind of does the same, I haven't been impressed by Morgan. I think him on a carry is something that worries me a little bit. I think he's looked a lot better on things like the Cyan, where you're basically guaranteed to have impact. So we'll see how that plays out, as well as the nerfs that came through for Gwen. And then Croco on a pick that doesn't get to have as much early agency. You really need 6, and even then I think Wukong is one of those champions that's starting at least 1, but ideally 2 items really starts to take over games, which in BNK might be a little late. Kalista ban this far on, I do think it makes sense, right? She got nerfed, but she is still a strong AD, and it means that you have a little bit more leeway in what you pick up here. Is it just... yeah, I was about to say, is it just Varus? Looks like it is.
Yeah, Varus comes out. Kalista, very good pick for Diablo 2. So, as you were mentioning, I think it's a great spot to ban it against him specifically. Ezreal is the response here into the Varus. So we'll see what he does want to play alongside of that. A lot of different things you can play with Ezreal. Leona did just get some buffs, so I think that's another good choice there as the immediate Braum lock-in. I think all of Brion's lock-ins were almost immediate. This one I'm not so sure about.
it feels to me like the Brion comp is one where you look at some of the individual parts and it looks nice, but then the comp as a whole, to me, feels a little off. I do think that you have a ton of value of Brom into Leona. That makes sense, right? You have a strong, what I assume will be an on-hit Varus to play with the Brom. Strong 2v2 lane there. But as a composition as a whole, I feel like it does really lack some serious firepower if you do struggle in the early skirmishes. And I'm looking at the enemy team. Besides Merc Treads, they're going to get a crazy amount of value, right? There's Leona, there's Annie. That is going to feel
Rumble.
great. There's Rumble as well. But the early skirmishing against that composition can get out of control very quickly. I think that's what BNK's their biggest strength has been. And I'm worried about Morgan on this Gwen. Not convinced.
Yeah. Definitely worried about the Morgan Gwen. It's
Oh my God.
Degon Day. Wait, what?
They know!
It's our bro day. It is Degon Day. There he is, yeah. Vampire Weekend.
Oh my God, I love Vampire Week. Are you a Vampire Weekend fan?
I mean, I've heard of them. I haven't listened to them much, but I do know about it.
Good enough. I'll take it. From
At least
my,
I have information about it in my brain.
Yeah, from my pop culture non-knower, Brandon Valdes, I'll take that.
From your local unk that knows nothing about pop culture, yes. That is me.
We are at the LCK. I still don't know how you did that. It's remarkable,
I don't know.
really.
I don't know. Snuck my way in. This draft, as you mentioned, you know, there are certain parts that look good. I think the Braum might struggle a little bit. Nice pick potential, but we'll see if they can actually do that from behind as we hop on the rift for game number 1. Alrighty, game number 1. And Annie is back. And her laning phase with these buffs should be pretty good. And just the fact that she's back in the meta, like Wolf was talking about on the space, it's like, it's really simple. You have an R button, you have a stun, you press it on someone. You hide on bush, if you're controlling vision, she's really good. She always had a good matchup in Ahri. So I feel like this is actually the perfect spot to do it. Should be a great 2v2 with Neferi as well. I think it's just a really good read, actually.
That combo kind of disgusting, right?
Yeah.
You just want as much upfront burst as you can get, so you can get the early reset. Electrocuting going to be very easy there for Vikla. Obviously, do need to then stack the passive again, so Closer has a window of opportunity there. But yeah, for me, the core issue with the Bro composition is if they do fall behind, I really struggle to see this composition work. Because then the only win condition that you really have is maybe Morgan inside, but again, I don't know if that's something that you can really reliably count upon. Or a deep dive, right, like a pick. So you need a charm, or you need a hype to hit an ultimate, you need Crocodile go in and find backline access. If they're doing well, if the early game is even, and they're able to just kind of coast their way and be at objectives first, I think the composition is amazing. But given how a lot of Bro games play out, I'm not so certain. As the laning phase thus far, looking not too bad for BNK. As they have Prio in both mid and bot. And in mid, it's very expected. In bot, not necessarily.
Yeah, not necessarily. I feel like the Braum isn't doing all too much. Like at level 1, he should have been able to maybe do something with the Varus, but they didn't do that. So
they did not.
So because they did not do that, they're going to fall behind into level 2 and hit it later. And
Ezreal's level
pushed in by Ezreal.
Is quite strong. So maybe they just didn't want to take the risk. And Diablo and Callum have been, again, can't believe I'm saying this, maybe our best 2v2 duo when it comes to the pure laning. Because I've seen them beat Ruler and Duro.
That did happen,
And we did see them beat the T1 bot lane. Wasn't it both iterations as well? Okay, T1 bot lane kind of beat themselves. But we gotta...
Does that really count?
Okay, but they did it to so many teams that I feel
like
Viper
and Delight?
I don't remember, actually.
Yeah, I don't actually remember.
But I do think,
matchup.
Yeah, Viper and Delight are also known for kind of not really losing ever, right? At worst, they go even.
Generally. Yeah, I mean, maybe it's a bit of a comfort/confidence pick for the bot lane. You know, Palu and Hype both 2-1 on the picks. So for a team that has a below 50% win rate, maybe it's like, oh, this is It's a strong lane. We're confident on it. Let's play it. This is a very nice timing for a gank. Morgan in a bit of trouble. And getting the turret aggro is Raptor. Going to go untargetable, and it's a very easy setup for first blood. No flash available on Morgan, who did go exhaust, but it did not help him survive there.
I know this comparison has been made already, but the more I think about it, Neferi is really just AD Elise. You got your little units that are just running around, but the dogs are even better. And you have your untargetability, can reset turret aggro very easily. But I gotta give credit to BNK. The confidence there to just be like, yeah, you have exhaust, we don't have any CC, we don't care. We have enough damage, can take you down. Even the level up, not enough, and that's Morgan falling substantially behind here. And I don't even really feel like it's his fault. Like, what can he do? Right? Obviously, he was chunked a little bit, but it wasn't like he was extremely low.
Not blind Gwen.
Well, yes.
I think that was the choice. Yeah.
Well,
but here in this situation in the game, no, there was nothing he could do.
Well, it's where I go back to just slam sign for game one. It's fine. Yeah, at least there you get the wave, you get dove, and you also don't really care. If you fall behind with sign, it doesn't really change your matchups. Whereas if Rumble gets ahead, Gwen actually doesn't get to play the game. Like, it's still fine now, but the kill did go over the clear. If he picks up a second kill, starts chaining plates, things are not looking good for Morgan. It's not end of the world just yet. But BNK, I think, want to try and play as aggressive as possible before the entire enemy team is going to be walking around with mercs. Because that is going to, well, not Hype. He is cleansed. But everyone else, I think, should be looking towards that.
See the way that Clear is playing this as well. He's very up in the lane. He's behind the enemy minions and just denying Morgan from really getting close at all. Able to freeze it right in front of his turret. There's some vision in the river, so Morgan knows he's safe, but he's just going to go for a quick back here. Now this first dragon is going to be given over to Bro, so they do get this objective. And, you know, there's no grubs yet on the new patch, so it's not like BNK are going to trade it out for anything, really, except a bit of damage. As Diablo, you're not going to stop him. He will keep pressing forward. He will keep looking for more and more damage, and that's exactly what he does to Palu.
That E forward, that really has been Diablo season in a nutshell. Did they overstep? Maybe.
I think they're okay. Definitely playing with fire, though. I like how I say that. They're definitely okay. He just goes over the wall. Kellen is going in, but he gets charmed by Closer. And now I think they've really overstayed their welcome here. Nice amount of poke damage does come out of Diablo. This is a fight over the Gromp. That's it. That's all this is. We got a stun coming down from Vikla. Closer goes into a Spirit Rush. The smite is good for Krako. And now Raptor over the wall. A very strange back and forth and a huge Timbers right on top of them in the bush. And that is a huge amount of damage. 2 kills already going to BNK. And Krako has to back. I was half expecting Diablo to flash just to try and go for one more play. And BNK, obviously they want to take that fight because you have Annie, you have a ton of burst, you have Neferi. In these early skirmishes, I think it's just a lot better. If there is a 6 on Krako, I think this is playable. As we see Closer, nice timing on the ult. If he doesn't ult immediately when Vikla stuns him, he just ends up dying. But there is a Tibbers. Why are we doing this? As Vikla, beautiful engage, hits the multi-man, gets both the stun as well as a good amount of burn. And the one thing that I think that Brion needed to make sure wouldn't happen is falling behind in these early... Just wait till 6. Like, at 6, you have Cyclone, you have Hype's ultimate, and all of a sudden, I think you can take that 4v4. Obviously, it's still going to be kind of a skill situation, right? If Vikla finds a stun like that, I feel like always you're not going to be in the best spots. But don't just let Ezreal get like an infinite amount of Qs off. Don't just group up for Annie to go in aggressively and find a multi-man stun. Yeah, I think at its core, it was just kind of a team decision. Oh, for sure. That was an issue, right? Now we do have the new grubs here. And Raptor should be able to get at least 2, you would imagine, especially with that top prio. He's going to get 1 without smiting here. And now Krako shows up. He's level 6 now. He's going to send in the Cyclone into Krako. Does he have the damage? Going untargetable here is Raptor, but now the Equalizer goes, but Krako just splashes over the wall as Raptor is running further and further away from his team. Meanwhile, Vikla and Closer didn't even rotate over. They just didn't even want to be part of that fight. Hey, Clear threw his ultimate. He was helping. Yeah. Vikla and Closer didn't.
Oh no, yeah, no,
Yeah.
well, Closer was getting slightly pushed. Maybe Vikla should have dropped the wave. Nice done for Crocodile. That's definitely a big kill. Accelerating your Wukong is always going to feel really good. Good punish on Raptor there, who, as strong as he is, if you are an 80 assassin trying to play a 1v1 into Wukong, you're not going to be doing very well. Nicely done. Finds the flash over the wall, ensures that the Neferi can't just get out.
He could have ran the other way,
He
you
could have
know?
ran towards his top lane.
It's almost like someone was telling him that Croco didn't have flash or something. Because
Maybe they thought he flashed in the earlier earlier skirmish.
Because if he doesn't have flash, then yeah, sure, get over the wall. Maybe he doesn't have his dash over the wall because he used it on you. But yeah, I mean, if he just went north in the river towards the Rumble, I think he just probably lives.
Maybe they, or even if he dies, maybe they kill Croco, because Croco would have to still follow him. Could be. Not sure what the comms were there. A big winner, though, of this whole sequence that we haven't talked about in a little bit is Clear. Because while that bot side skirmish was happening, Clear was ahead in the 1v1. And it's what we're talking about. He has just been very aggressive, was able to pick up a blade. Now is probably, just going to get the second grub, which means that that is going to be an objective feat.
Jungle Rumble.
Rumble.
Jungle. Yeah, and there you go. I mean, they had it with the 2 grubs, and they pick up a third. And
they already got. Yeah, never mind. This is the.
Yeah.
I thought the Crocodile got one. But yeah.
Yeah, it looked that way, but I checked our very handy scoreboard at the top. It did show BNK with 2 and Bro with 0.
I gotta say, the idea of any dropping a Tibbers with Malignants and Clear then ulting over top, that sounds pretty juicy as far as team fights go.
And you have great follow-up, like consider that Leona's going to be in the mix as well. So maybe she starts it, and then you get follow-up from Vikla and Clear, and also True Shot Barrage over the top. It is just a lot of, we're going to kill a bunch of guys all at once.
Does Croco know?
Well, he's about to find out.
He does now. He's fine, though. Should not be in any danger. Nice sidestep there. For Brion, one away to one item, and then see if BNK overextend. That is one of the big things that the Bro composition does do insanely well, is absorbing an initial blow, particularly when you have the Gwen, right, with the exhaust. You have a lot of kite back and mobility, and you have Grom. If you're getting chunked out half before, oh my god, before you even get to walk up to an objective, though, I don't know about going in here with how that bot lane play went.
Yeah, I mean, with TP coming in as well, Kellen's in a lot of trouble. They turn on to Vikla, who is going to survive, though. They take out the Wukong already, and Vikla is just immortal. Nobody can kill him. Finally, they take him out with the Ahri, as now both top laners are here, and Clear is getting huge amounts of burn on that back line. And it's only Hype who's left available here. Raptor full health, and is just hunting him down, as we got some bleeds in now. And doesn't look like it'll be enough to kill Hype, but it's still a big winning team fight for BNK.
Yeah, who cares? BNK definitely don't. They won that fight decisively. As we take another look, at first it looks like Callan is caught, but does have the Aftershock, has the Eclipse, so it doesn't take that much damage. And I don't know why they're going for this when their Varus already got chunked out, right? Like, they are a member down for most of this fight, and then trying to turn on the Annie, who is relatively beefy. Does have a decent amount of survivability with the shield. And just don't quite have the damage. And imagine if Hype was here from the beginning, they could maybe have won that. BNK wasn't necessarily that clean. But no, instead, that's a Dragon going over to BNK. That is now Raptor, who was the one player that was behind. Getting a nice lead thanks to those kills. And Claire picked up even more gold.
Yeah. Clear picked up more gold. I also want to point out here that Closer did go for the Rod of Ages build on this Ahri.
Yeah.
You know, you have a lot more sustain in the team fight. You're going to be a lot more tanky, but again, if you're falling behind and also you're going for the nerfed Rod of Ages build, it just means that your damage is going to struggle even more. So, not sure about this choice, but maybe didn't expect to fall behind this fast. I still think that Malignance on this patch is better, but perhaps Closer does not.
We'll see. I'm feeling better about the first pick Neferi so far, though, than I do about the early Gwen Valdez. And I know that part of that is just because Raptor has been playing well, but...
And Raptor did kill the Gwen on
kill
Neferi,
yes.
so that might
That did happen once.
that might impact.
But I feel like even without that, Morgan was falling behind. And I feel even without that, Morgan would not have been in the best of spot on this Gwen, because she did get nerfed. And Morgan has really struggled on these carry matchups. Game's not over for Bro yet, though. They did get a dragon. They do still have a good amount of kite back and team fighting power. But we are also, like, I think one bad team fight away from them not having any say in this game, right? Like, we're almost free kick goal behind at 14 minutes. One more fight that doesn't go their way, and they have to rely on B&K in a bad way.
Yeah, I mean, if this were like Gen Z or Humble Life Esports, I'd say this game is kind of already cooked.
It'd be over.
Right?
Oh, for sure.
Like if B&K were in, or Gen Z or Humble were in B&K's spot, like it's just donezo. Like,
Yeah.
they don't lose from there. But B&K,
I'm with you.
You know, another East Side team, Vikla, in a rough spot here. He tries to flash away, and I'm not sure that Tiver's going to help him here. Ari Wukong strong for a reason, and not respecting the darkened brushes there. Now, Diablo's kind of just bullying Hype. Not kind of. He's actually just straight up bullying Hype. It's not very fun for Hype.
So in Dutch we have an expression, and it is one that also has an English equivalent, but it's trying to mop the floor while you have your tap running. That's what Croco is doing right now. Because he's trying to mop up the mess, right? He's like, okay, I got...
and there's just more mess.
Yeah, and there's just more mess. Because while he is getting a successful gank up on top, his mid lane is getting blown up. And then also they're taking Herald, and his bot lane is getting pushed in.
I mean, there's nothing that Croco can do alone. You know, he can only just look for the picks and hope that everybody else stabilize. Yeah. And by turning off the tap, you need the other players to...
You want me to give you the
turn off their taps?
The Dutch?
Yes, I'd love to hear it, yeah.
It's dweilen met de kraan open.
Why do you have opa on your sentence? It's kind of weird that you added in Korean to your Dutch sentence. But I'll accept it.
No, it's open.
It sounded kind of Dutch, but I can't. I'll never know if you're actually telling the truth. We are going to just engage on a Morgan, as this time Kellen is the one who's hiding on Bush. And he gets a free kill onto the Gwen, who Morgan didn't even use exhaust. I mean, he knew he was dead.
Wouldn't have mattered.
I'm dead.
Yeah,
nothing I can do. I'm down 1.5k gold. 3-0 Rumble. And the blind Gwen with Rumble, Jace available. Not going to work out here.
Thickglass, like, not again. That is the one juicy target. Neferi is a lot harder. Rumble, we have seen him have crazy out trades in situations like this. Croco's like, again? Please?
Bigla's like, not again, no.
Yeah, not falling for it. Looks like Vikla sitting on a Giant's belt now. And his team does not like damage, so if he goes for a bit more of a utility-oriented build, imagine he's looking towards like a Rylai's for the big slow on his Tibbers. Level 2 on that ultimate now as well.
Yeah, definitely should be. I mean, if you're playing Annie, you drop down your Tibbers. It's very strong.
Yeah, it's nice. I don't know about contesting this, bro. I think you maybe just let them have it because it's just a second Cloud Drake.
Yeah.
And you are... Well, you have it, your one-item spike, so maybe you don't want to...
Well,
that's
Hype is going to cleanse, but he is actually going to do a ton of damage to Kellen. That is a big equalizer. It's going to cut off the path of everybody else. They can't get out, and it did a ton of damage. Amazing from Clear, and the rest of the team just can't get in. Morgan does a lot with his needles, actually, but he's alone. He's literally alone against everybody. As now the ult comes in from Raptor, flashes away, baits in Croco, who couldn't get away. Kellen? Kellen is... Okay, Kellen, maybe you took it a little bit too far. It's okay. He's going to survive. Chilling.
I actually think Bro had an angle there. It felt like Kellen went in way too deep, but he did not take any damage, and I think that Bro also thought that they could punish him, and then they couldn't. So let's take another. The big difference is that we have the Rumble already here. Because if they just turn on Kellen here, I think they're from that equalizer was so juicy. They're from Clear. Just won the fight before it was played, and then why are we trying to save Morgan? Right? Like, oh, Croco, I'm sorry, but you just have to let it go, and then gets caught off guard, I imagine, by the vision from the Neferi with the ultimate.
He's like, I'm safe in this bush. Oh, wait, it's Nefiri.
Yeah.
I guess I'm just dead. And at that point, he couldn't get away, so.
Oh, bloodletters as well, which sometimes were a little bit iffy, but like when you have a pretty fed Annie as well.
Yeah. And Kroko, I mean, again, he can't get out. Now, BNK are going very deep for this one. Diablo getting pretty low, but so is Morgan. And Diablo's going to live on the back of all of that. Hype does flash over the wall, but he only gets the 1 kill. As Closer shows up now, he's going to show up now and only get the 1 kill. Nearly takes out Vikla, but it's not going to happen. And Clear just flashes on him, and it's an ace for BNK.
Almost a hero play there from Hype, but they're just too far behind. If they had a couple more items, that could have been in another world a BNK throw, right? Like we're on the precipice of it as they go super deep onto Kroko, who stays alive for a good amount of time. Diablo is just face planting into multiple people, and then Hype flashes over the wall, goes for the play, but they just don't have the items. If Closer's a split second earlier, if Hype doesn't get just 1v1'd by Tibbers as he's just desperately trying to take down Vikla, or if Clear wasn't already 3-0, I think that fight could have looked a little bit worse. But BNK, they are that far ahead, which is probably why they felt confident to go over that fight in the first place.
Yeah. So, you know, before we said, oh, if it's Genji, oh, if it's Hanwha, I think at this point, if it's BNK, they probably just close out the game.
Yeah,
I'm curious,
feeling it.
Who do you go for if we had POG, right? Who do you think is currently leading in the POM standings between top and jungle?
So I was initially more of a Raptor believer, but Clear, he got 1 gank, right? Which that was all Raptor. He just stood there and took. But ever since, he's been at every fight where he needed to be. Hasn't made any mistakes. Like Vikla,
just dying.
It's fine. But, come on. Okay.
Yeah, he just gets smacked.
Extended stick to the rescue.
Yeah.
And
Very
the
useful.
sideline picks are nice, but it doesn't really change the game state.
They also got the Thornbound Otacon, by the way.
Yeah, it was nice. So now they get, as if they didn't have enough damage and and threat. I don't know, Vikla. Yes, your team is there, but if the team call is we are going to TP to top, don't think we should be that far up a lane. Maybe Kroko just sneaking past vision, but yeah, big mistake. But no, because Raptor also had the grub moment that was a mistake.
Yeah,
kind of weird. I think Clear has been wherever he needed to be. I think his Rumble has been really, that was the one pick where we started to see glimpses of lore-accurate 2022 DRX challengers Clear.
Yeah.
That every now and then he shows up. In this game, very much there.
Yeah, they're trying to get on top of him this time.
No, he's fine.
He has an arm guard, guys. He's not going to die. His whole team is in your jungle. You just saw them in your jungle. And now they're going to flash away. We do have the cleanse coming out here from Hype. But yeah, I think that BNK are really just trying to extend as much vision, as much control over the map as possible. And, Bro are like, well, maybe we can kill this Rumble. It's just not going to happen there.
Really, this is a clash of philosophies, because Bro either win slow or lose slow. They're not quite as slow as some of the Bros we've had in the past.
Yeah.
This is still it's a tactically minded, slow-paced team. Whereas BNK is
it's like brewing
win
a
fast, lose fast.
Yeah.
We are face planning into the enemy team, and if we're winning, it's free. And if we're losing, it's also free, but for them. And I appreciate that.
It's crazy that this team has switched up their roster so many times, and it just doesn't matter. They have the same identity. It's like they're the same team.
It's almost as if the coaching staff hasn't changed.
That is true.
But we also know from teams like Fnatic and KT and EDG that there are, or TES even, that there are parts that you just can't.
Hasn't it changed a little bit though, right? We had
No, it has.
the sandbox with Yamato Cannon and Gorilla.
It
Right,
has.
that was the same team.
Yeah, I mean more the recent there, right? The sandbox.
Well, we're just
Or-
bopping the Gwen.
Yeah, this game is done.
Clear nearly dying to the turret. He's okay.
Fine.
He's alive. He's alive.
No, but I always find that so interesting. How, despite everything, even if you do change the entire coaching stuff, just wouldn't. The identity sticks.
Yeah.
It's a real ship of Theseus. But then with, it's mostly teams that you think are going to be good and then disappoint, which I don't really know what that's about. Never goes away.
Yeah, might just be a team core value, you know?
Well, ADG won Worlds. Maybe KT can one day as well. Probably not.
Yeah, I don't, I don't know about that. Let's see.
Yeah.
And clear's fine. You know, Morgan steps up, uses his mist, and then dashes away, and he just gets equalized, and they go over the wall, and he just dies. It's level 12 Gwen. As now Kellen in kind of a rough spot. He's just going to go in because that's what he's doing all game. He's going to flash away. Little Braum Q over the top. Now he's got his team. It was a bait all along. They're going to find the clone of the Wukong. You know, they could hit anything at this point. I don't think it matters. Because BNK, they're just throwing darts at a dartboard without looking, and some of it is sticking. I think it's enough. As Krako, they've got the wallets, and Morgan is only level 13. Can he even kill Vikla? Yes, he will. He actually will kill Vikla, and that's about it. It is an ace to the side of BNK, and now it's just up to them what they want to do with this gigantic lead.
We're only 24 minutes in, so they can't even end off that push. As we take a look, Kellen, they're really far ahead. And this is also Leon, that's one of the few supports where with Eclipse and Aftrick you are actually insanely hard to kill. Doesn't end up going down. And then here, does Vikla hit the mark? No. But it's fine. It doesn't matter.
His Malignance does damage.
Yeah. He has the burn. I'm pretty sure he has realized at this point. Tibbers is just slapping people.
Yeah.
I like the attempt from Bro. You might as well try and get a Hail Mary fight. I don't know about that exhaust on Diablo, but it doesn't really matter, right? The game was lost long before this. Bro try, but they do get taken down. And that is now almost 10k gold lead.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. I mean, again, coming into the series, we were very split on Preds, and I think for a good reason. Like, Bro looked great last time out with Krako, they got the win. And BNK has not. And so they kind of equalize. Hype is dead. He's going to get rocked in the face by Rumble. And now they can go to Baron.
That's a free level lead. Yes. I know some of that is pedals, but that's a free level. This was the first pick. We blinded this.
Yes. Yes, they did. They did, not we. Just separation.
No, I get it. It's important.
Yeah. Well, they're going to try because they have to do something about this Baron. Otherwise, they just lose to it. Vikla, he's got Tibbers, but he's dead. And Kellen also burning down a bit, but he's got Locket, and I think that's enough to save him. As Clear just keeps getting more kills. How many kills is this guy going to get in this game? I think it's 11 so far.
Double digits!
And it's a Rebel Baron power play. More than 11,000 golden lead now is BNK.
It's just game one. We knew this one was over pretty early on. It's still kind of dreadful if you're a Bro fan to watch this happen. Clear just unceremoniously flashes over. This is a bit messy, but Kroko can't get into the pit. So there realistically isn't any chance of this backfiring too badly. And it's actually, you see the value of the end. It doesn't matter that he dies, right? He's in the midst of things. He eats cooldowns. Tibbers is still burning. Does what he needs to. Now, my main question is, what are we going to see game number 2, right? What is the adaptation for Bro going to be? I imagine they're going to go to the blue side. What are the prioritizations going to be? Because the top gap in this game was a
4
little...
levels currently.
Yeah. He is 11 kills, Feldas.
Oh, no. Not like this, Lord Morgan. Commander Krako couldn't put it together this time.
Diablo really is the type of player where even if he, like, the more ahead he is, the better he looks, because he plays the same way.
Yep. He will end the A-ramp unceremoniously. He does not give them a chance to come back. That Braum is doing a ton here, actually, but it just doesn't matter, as in they go on a closer, and this Nefiri's kind of going crazy, but the Penta angle is denied. And even Palu going to survive for just a bit before Raptor takes him out, gets the triple kill at least. And that'll be the end of this game, which was over about 14 minutes ago, guys. BNK going to take down the Nexus. Diablo still looking for more damage, and he will have it. There you go. GG, BNK, take game 1.
Not going to have any big overreactions. We were worried in draft, and it was warranted. The Annie kind of, I think, catching Bro off guard. And my main conclusion from this is, BNK, big thumbs up for reading patch notes. Bro might want to do a second look-see at them, because I feel like we ignored most of them, and it didn't quite end up panning out here. Because this game, and again, this is kind of how both these teams operate, BNK in particular. If they're winning really hard. But the extent by which still scares me a little bit for Bro going into this game number 2.
Yeah, it definitely does. Again, this was very even in the Preds. I think that Bro are better than this, but they really had a weak game 1, a weak draft, and BNK came out flying. They read the patch notes, as you mentioned. Their Annie looked fantastic, even though Vikla didn't even have a great game.
Croco did more damage than both his solo laners, Veldas.
Yeah.
That's not good.
It was that kind of game.
It's not good.
It was that kind of game. And Clear, over 1,000 DPM in this one. Pretty fun one for him. You know, got a gank early, dominated his lane, was there in every single team fight, and well, we'll see what the Faker fans have to say about that one. But Diablo obviously playing really well. As guys, we do have BNK with the first victory here. We'll take a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
바로 속에 공부를 너무 급하게 일단 바로 이걸 깔고 천천히 해. 나를 밀어낼게 천천히 해. 이걸 따라. 타워. 야 금연석 빠졌어. 자 천천히. 오고 오고 가져. 아리 너 나한테 왜 이렇게 많이 막아? 야 그냥 이겨라 이러면. 갔다.
in the battle between 1 Croco versus 100 divided by 5 Foxes. Oh no, divided by 20. There we go. Bad math. It was BNK Furex getting the first win. Digon here. Don't do math live on TV. Digon here alongside Wolf and Ox. And we hope that you enjoy this segment because it's kind of a good old callback. Everyone loves a callback.
Yeah, so in the pre-show, Ox and I did specifically pick some points of the patch that we thought would be relevant moving into this week of LCK. If we bring up the draft, I'll showcase that both Annie was played mid, which I said would happen in the LCK,
Yes.
and also the bans, there's no Callista in the first 3 bans, so they banned the Azir and the Ryze instead on red side, so they're already utilizing some of that power. Love to see this. Also, there were some rune choices and some summoner spells that were chosen by the winning team.
BNK Furex had Ignite, Bro didn't. BNK Furex won. And also, Bro had more biscuits, and biscuits with it's all coming together. It's all coming together, you know? We were so right in the pre-show.
I just think that right now, with some of our East Side teams, Annie specifically just makes the draft easier. And in Vicla's case, like, simplicity was what won them out this early game with the Annie pick. Even though later on he made us some decision-making errors, it didn't necessarily matter.
Yeah, and I think particularly playing it into the Ahri is such a good matchup. You know, she thrives on being able to be that mobile threat, and you have the point-and-click CC. This fight, I think, was the first one where we really saw the impact of the Annie, and I think Vicla's really patient with that ultimate and finds just such a great angle on the back end here. You can see they're looking to try and turn on the Kellen. He comes from the Fog of War and manages to get a huge ult. A little bit more time.
Yeah, he waits. There were several opportunities for him to go for the double, but he in fact waits here. Closer's pushed away, gets the stun. They're kind of grouped here in this choke point, right? And Closer is on the other side of the fight, has to Spirit Rest to try to rejoin his teammates, and this is when disaster strikes, as Vicla's able to stack all of the stun up and then drop Tibbers out and get a multi-man here that ends the fight. And unfortunately for Bro, as was pointed out by Chronicler on the cast, this was a fight where when you know Annie has ult and your Ahri is like on the flank and can't really rejoin, you probably can't stick around there. You should not be opting to this moment where you don't have your biggest tools online. Level 6 not hit for some of their big carries.
As well as the fact that Ahri didn't have mana throughout that fight. Like, it was all the way at the bottom, and then when she face checks Annie has full mana, has the stacks for stun. Just feels like that needed to be communicated through as we take a look at our second highlight here, which was so early on in this game in the river.
As a result of that previous play, Annie's ahead and actually has a completed Malignance, the only champion in the game right now with a completed item. And the way this fight goes, we saw this happen a lot of times throughout the game, where they would try and dive on the Annie would press her buttons, and even if she'd go down, she'd get the value. But with that early Malignance coming in, the AoE damage from those burns on the ground, the shred as well, got so much value here for the rest of the team.
Yeah, not to mention that Diablo, before the fighting broke out, you guys probably saw at the beginning of the clip, actually is able to force Hype out of the bottom lane and chunk him down to half health. So they already have positional advantage. They already have the item advantage. And to set up for this dragon, a ton of heavy lifting is done by Diablo in that bottom lane. It's just another forced fight here for Bro when they really just didn't need to force in this situation. They could have been happy to back away, look for better setup, let Hype come back, slow down the dragon. There were so many different options. They just pulled the trigger, and they're running a Braum comp, you know? Sure, you have the Wukong there, but the Annie is so safe defensively. There were ganks on the top side. Lord Morgan might even drop down a little Esquire level so far this season. He is not having the best performances individually in the lane. A lot of resources, of course, given to the top lane, and Clear popped off with the Rumble. But when you see Morgan bounce back, he's got champion pool issues right now, and I don't know if it's a confidence issue or what's going on with him right now, but it's not the same Morgan I watched in the Kespa Cup, LCK Cup, and throughout his career.
Yeah, I mean, normally I would say, how dare you slander Lord Morgan, but, you know,
Fire Morgan.
After the 6th death, and maybe the 7th death, maybe it's not going to be a T-Gon day. We'll see. Happy birthday to the fans that are out there, though, cheering for the Bros. That means all of you at home, 1, claps, 2, pay your taxes so those fans can see maybe a Bro win. Hopefully during this whole segment after the game ended, Coach Edgar has looked at the patch and seen Biscuit's bad. Has seen maybe Annie. Well, doesn't have to worry about Annie anymore. Maybe what is the glimmer of hope here for the Bros, Ox, after a pretty abysmal start to the game that basically never got a minute?
I think, you know, I think there was obviously good read with the Annie pick coming in there, but I think regardless of the new patch, regardless of the champions, these are like basic fundamentals that they're kind of struggling at. Ensuring you have the power when you take on these skirmishes, ensuring you're in an advantage. Playing around item spikes, I feel like this is something BNK Fearx did and Bro failed on. So I think really it's just slowing down the game and saying, is this a good fight for us? And assessing it before they jump into it.
Yeah, just a comp that's simple, you know? Like a Rel composition, Misfortune Rel, something like that. Another lane also where you just don't get dominated by Diablo, who's crushing hype so far. We didn't talk about it that much, but he dominated in the 2v2, dominated in the mid lane when they did swap over there to try to farm it out. Always maintain prio. So a draft, I think, where maybe Diablo has a little bit less power could be big here.
Yeah, especially because, you know, when I looked at the draft initially, the solo lanes had the advantage in the matchups of BNK Fearx, but Varus Braum into Ezreal Leona, you should be happy taking that matchup, and yet we saw it go the other way.
All right, well, the Bros need to battle themselves back. This is the most contentiously picked match of the week for the casters. Will it go to the way of BNK Fearx, or will the Bros send us Game 3? Let's find out as we send it on over to Valdez and Chronicler.
Thank you, Spacers, for that awesome breakdown. As yes, did have some issues there in that one for Bro, but here's hoping they can bounce back. You know, it's early on in the week. It's the first game. It's a new patch. Maybe they're just not adjusted yet. Now they get to move over to the blue side, and maybe they get a better look at this draft, because game 1 was pretty rough from what we were looking at.
It's fine. Even if they lose here to BNK today, they can take another look at the patch. They can bounce back. They're playing Humble Life. That's their other match this week. So I don't want the Bros to go 0-2. It might happen if they are unable to get a better draft in this game number 2. And as the Space was highlighting as well, just keep it simple. BNK comp was simple. It was very straightforward in what it did, and it worked out nicely. We're gonna have to see Closer step up. Obviously got counterpicked. I don't think that game was on him necessarily.
No.
But I do also think Bro is super reliant on him popping off, which has been kind of an ongoing theme with some of our teams.
He never got a chance in that game 1.
Yeah, we've seen this with KT. We've seen this with DK as well. It's no coincidence that once Calyx has come in, we've seen the non-Shim stocks rise up as, oh my god, we are...
Okay,
like
well,
B1ing Xayah? Like, is that... I'm
we
not
can
even
confirm
joking.
that the patch notes were in fact not read.
They're gonna B1 Xayah, no? Like, what?
I don't know. See, Diablo's
Like
a great
Ashe?
player. Diablo's a great player. I don't think that these blue side bans make sense, even though he's a great player. Skarner ban here, at this point in the meta, I don't think that's a good idea either. I'm not really sure what we're looking at with that one either. So maybe just throwing random stuff at the board and
Vi's
forcing, yeah.
Oh, but if you pick Vi, they just go Xayah. And then what do you pick into Xayah? Ezreal's gone. Varus is gone.
Kai'Sa.
I mean, yeah, but you're not going to be excited about that.
Yeah, but it's kind of like, you know,
Jinx?
the old handshake. Maybe like a Jhin?
I guess, yeah.
Well, Vi seems kind of
makes
obvious,
sense, yeah.
but
We get that. They did... Wait, they just slammed Talia Zinza. How did we get here?
well, they banned Callista, Lucian, and Skarner. That's how we got here, Crom.
What is happening?
Yeah, no, I don't know. I don't have the answers. Maybe
This is a real take it away, Valdez.
yeah, I was gonna say maybe if you said take it away, Valdez, I would have more inspiration. But at this point, I'm really at a loss for words as well. I don't know what the thought process is here. Also, there was a lot of discussion, you know, with that Azir ban that came out. It seemed like they were not ready to just slam the Vi either.
I think Victor's in a decent spot. Okay, that's the first thing that's given me some faith. And I think Victor has a good matchup into Talia. But I also think Croco needs someone to play off of. And it needs to be Closer, because it's not Hype or Morgan with how they've been performing thus far. And now he's on Victor. And Victor Vi, despite all the arcane bad chest, I don't think is that good. And yeah, obviously you're going to slam Xayah here. As Xayah into Victor, that is might be a bit rough. But Xayah into Sion and Vi, you're chilling.
Yeah.
Wait, now you have Nautilus, Rel, Alistair, can even go towards, like, they might have to ban Rakan. They're definitely going to now with the Poppy ban. That's a complete no-brainer.
Yeah, I mean, this might be the first ban that makes sense.
I'm vexed.
No vex in this
off.
one. No vex, please. Shen. So Shen did get buffed. I think it was like 3 patches now. They had it listed.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, okay, sure.
Shen is really good into Vi, so that I'm
Yeah.
kind of okay with.
But it has to be Rakan next.
You also can't pick it yourself. Oh, okay, come on. They're gonna ban Rakan. It's fine. They're gonna ban Rakan.
They're
It's
gonna
fine.
ban Rakan. It's
fine.
okay, Chronicler.
It's fine. And then they lock in Rel.
They're
or
talking to
Alistair.
Hype about what he's gonna play.
Maybe it's Kellen Alistair.
They're using this timing to talk to Hype about what he's
We
gonna
have
play.
seen the
'cause
Kellen
They know they're
Alistair.
banning Rakan.
Yeah, of course. Really have a redemption arc. Maybe they have something else. Maybe they like slam Maokai support. Okay. I was really getting worried about that, so I'm not gonna lie. So we can either slam Rel or we can slam Alistair. Alistair is a good matchup in the Rel. That makes sense. It's like Kai'Sa Nautilus for Bro here. Kai'Sa makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, you can't really sit back and...
That kind of works. You have Vi though, so might as well commit.
Yeah.
That's fine. I'm not too excited about
The
that.
MF is like the one that we didn't really mention for a good reason.
How can play into Alistair and TF and Talia? I just don't see it.
TF?
I think, sorry, Zinzao. I don't.
Like, are they picking TF top?
I mean,
I didn't see that. Did you see the future?
back? No,
Oh.
I'm just getting thrown off by what is transpiring in front of me here. I don't even think that the Bro draft is that bad, but it's a lack of cohesiveness. Imagine having Wukong in this draft as opposed to the previous one.
Yeah. Or Ari.
Now,
Mbessa, I feel like this is one of the picks, one of the points where you actually can play Mbessa.
yeah,
Right? You're playing into
I
Sion,
agree.
right?
well, you get the free early laning phase that you need because this champion, compared to when she first came out, I feel like she was the classic, like, good at any point in the game.
Yeah.
I now really think that she needs at least an item, ideally 2. And then starting at 3 items, you become a complete demon in side lane. But Sion's not going to punish you. And Mbessa is one of the few champions, I think, that actually has sustained to, in longer lanes also, and with the amount of armor pen that she gets, to really be a big threat to Sion. Even later on, you have a lot of point-and-click CC for the Talia. You have a lot of ways to peel for your Xayah. I'm kind of loving the B&K draft here. 2 games in a row. I feel like they seem a lot more locked in on the patch.
Closer POM. Closer win.
That's the dream.
Breon. Hashtag blow it up. Wants to see clears 3 different hand hearts. The thing that owner did.
Oh, that's cute.
Might happen. I mean, he's playing a champ that if this game goes along, he could be the carry. And he already was the carry of Game 1. He is currently leading in the POM points, which isn't a thing, but yeah, he's ahead of his team.
It is to us.
It is to us. Well, this is a very nice comp from the side of B&K. Let's see how it works here from the red side for game number 2.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Alrighty, game number 2.
생성까지 30초 남았습니다.
We talked a lot about this mid lane, how Closer should be favored. He wasn't allowed to do anything in game 1. Game 2, he's got a good 1v1 matchup, but I don't know. They're really going to have to draw this game out, I think. And even then, might not feel that great into what B&K is playing.
I still feel better about this draft for Bro than I did about the previous one. So that's something.
We're trending in the right direction.
We're trending. They should have a winning bot lane, a winning mid lane.
Yeah, but they were supposed to have a winning bot lane last game.
I wasn't done yet, Veldas. I was actually.
Okay, sure, go ahead.
I was not going to address that. I was trying to build a, a positive image for the bros out there that need something to believe in.
I mean, clearly, not enough fans paid the bro tax. So
That's really the
do
only
they
reason.
deserve to have the coat in Game 2? I'm not so sure.
Maybe not.
You got to pay your taxes, otherwise, like, you know, nobody's there to support you. Got to follow the law.
As early, yeah, Sign is gonna do a number on you. Ready, on. Oh, there we go. Look at this. This is great. Paulo and Hype winning early, as they should.
Yeah.
Love to see it.
Don't need to overcommit into Alistair. You can just break the wrist, walk away, do a bunch of damage, and run. Zaya is on a 6-game winning streak. Now, all of these 80 carries, very good players in their own right. Talia also on a 6-game winning streak. All of these players also very good in their own right. But it definitely shows a trend. I think that Talia has been at least top 2, maybe top 3 in terms of mid picks. Zaya definitely wasn't on our radar at first, but very quickly became on our radar after we saw it winning more and more.
Zaya does feel like one of those champions where we really dislike it more than we probably should because it keeps getting picked in situations where it makes no sense and then we're mauled a lot.
But nowadays, it feels like it makes sense in more places than it doesn't.
Yeah.
So now when they pick it, it's like, well, this is actually a pretty good spot, a Zaya spot, especially in this game. This one maybe more than any other game we've seen recently of Zaya.
Yeah, feeling good about playing into Defy as well.
Level 3. Gonna go in on this one, but oh, the hook comes in, and now Kellen, no headbutt, in a bit of trouble. Not gonna die or anything like that, but they're certainly getting chunked out big time. And Palu just unlocking his Hex Flash here.
Nice early trading. Big change up here from the bro bot lane as Raptor just used his skills.
Yeah.
Still, he's Sinzao, so he's... Oh, no.
Yep, flash comes in. No flash here for Palu. He's in a lot of trouble. He goes up against the wall, and he is dead. First blood goes over to BNK. Meanwhile, Kroko was spotted here in mid, fighting over the little scuttle crab, and Vic was just able to walk away.
Yeah, I got no cope for that one. That was not a... That was not an unknown. Yeah, it's not like Raptor was hiding in fog. We should have kind of known that that play wasn't going to work out very early on. Apollo just kind of in no man's land. Not too sure about what the communication was there, but now BNK are on a gold lead again, and Raptor has already started off. So let's take a look at this play. This is fine. Unfortunate for Croco that he loses the flip, but not the end of the world. Obviously, Sinzao wins the 1v1. But then here, they're literally on vision! You know they're there.
Yeah.
You also know that, like, my guess is that Palu thought that him and Croco were going to commit onto Raptor, but again, I don't think you want to do that. And then, instead, Croco and Closer went for the play on Vikla, which didn't end up working out, but not quite sure what happened there, but that's a big deal. That's a lot of early gold going over to what probably is the strongest jungler on the patch. Vi is obviously also contesting, but Vi has been banned a lot more, and it does feel like... I also truly do think that you can draft into Vi a lot better than into Sinzao. Sinzao is...
Very true.
One of his big counters is Kha'Zix, who right now is not a good champion at all. Remember that? That was last year's spring. It's a real...
Yeah.
It's real. It exists.
It exists, but
Kha'Zix right now is
doesn't
not...
happen.
I love my bug, but he's not... he's been splattered, unfortunately. At the moment... Yeah, I know. It's not very fun to play into Kha'Zix, but it's really fun to play Kha'Zix.
Yeah.
But he's not very good right now, and Sinzao kind of slots into any comp without having the issues of Vi, where, you know, if you're playing Vi and the enemy team is like Skarner, Poppy, Talia, Zaya, you're just sitting there like, well...
Yeah. And they have two pieces of that. Sinzao as well. And, I mean, Sinzao can go both ways. He is trying to gank Closer here. It is Raptor. And yeah, you know, a lot of our Vi comps are very good Vi comps when, like you said, we haven't seen much, but like when Owner played it, right? When KT gave that over, it was like, wow, that's not a good idea because there's not a lot of good things you can draft into this. Also, it's Owner, and he's incredible on the pick. Whereas in this situation, it felt like Bro got it, and then they were like, oh crap, You know, they got Talia and
what?
Xin Zhao. Now we have to rotate out of the Vicom, which just takes so much power out of what makes her strong. So, I mean, she's still going to be pressing R on people. Don't get me wrong. There is some follow-up with Nautilus and Scion, and a lot of damage on top of it. So now, Clear maybe in a bit of trouble, but Krako just elects not to go for it.
Good call. They have vision. They knew that there were a lot of reinforcements coming in, so even if you do kill Clear there, might get both killed on the exit. There was also no 6 for Krako, which would have been a big difference maker had he had it available.
Morgan's kind of getting run down this lane. He gets a big shield. And Clear without vision not going to stick around on this trade, but playing with fire is Morgan.
Yeah, again, the big reason why I think Mbessa has really struggled is because we keep pretending that her early laning phase is good, and it really isn't. But once she starts getting a good amount of AD, I wouldn't even be mad if I see Claire actually going for Cleaver. We've seen a lot of more, you know, the very aggressive builds, just going for Shojin in the swords, which will always be the first item, as we can see here as well, the pickaxe picked up. But you can get a ton of value against something like the Scion, because it's going to be heavily incentivized to buy a lot of armor, because you're playing it to triple AD on the enemy side. You can apply it so quickly, and you get so much sustain from your abilities that eventually, I think Scion just doesn't really get to walk up to the wave anymore. Particularly if you fall behind again, and thus far Morgan has been able to avoid that. The Grubs, though, I don't know. Bro did rotate over.
I mean, are they really going to fight over this, though? We've got Talia wall. They're going to try to fight for 1, it looks like, but 2 already taken here by BNK. And now BNK are the ones that want to go in on a fight. That is a Xin Zhao. Do they have the damage? No, they absolutely do not. And now Krako is isolated from the team. He goes down as the wall comes in. Kind of interesting from Victa, or Vikla rather. Choo-choo! And, yeah, I mean, at least they get the kill. So it is a 1-for-1 trade, and Bro will pick up the 1 grub.
That's still not really worth, though. You deny the grub buff.
Look at bot lane.
But that's going to be a plate, and a full wave just dunked into the turret there, and it's still a 1-for-1. Take another look. What happened here? It's Xin Zhao. This is why Raptor feels so confident to follow up. And actually, really nice done by Kellen. He's the one that knocks Krako further into the enemy team. Gives his life for it, but that's a trade that I think you're willing to take. And normally, I'm sure that BNK would have kept fighting there, look for the free, because BNK, you know, fight to the death,
yes.
Or what else do we do? But nice ult for Morgan to ensure that they deny the grub, but not a kill for Raptor. And Diablo, who have been struggling a little bit in that lane, let's say as he misses a cannon,
still struggling a little bit.
Still struggling.
He had been, and also he's still struggling now.
It's ongoing.
Yes.
But he did get a full wave and a plate. So now all of a sudden, that gold's even. And if I could pick which AD carry I would have, if you get to like 2 items onwards, we all know it's Xayah.
Yeah.
She is a little crazy once you start stacking. And this game feels a lot more like a Bro and Brew. So they might get the opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, really the onus is on Bro to get stuff done with their Vi. But as you mentioned very nicely in the draft, it's like, well, you know, are you ganking for the Scion into Mbessa? Not really, unless it's early, which he looked for but missed. Are you ganking onto the Talia? Maybe if Vikla's very pushed up. Maybe the bottom lane with Palu? But that's a Xayah down there, so are you really killing him? And the Alistar? I don't think so. So you're not getting value out of your Vi. And we're just going later, where Talia, Mbessa, and Xayah all scale. So the Bro and Brew is actually a BNK and Brew. It's like it's a new brand of brew. Bought some new coffee beans, you know. Which, by the way,
oh yeah, I was gonna ask you about that. The only
on that note,
to me, the big saving grace is Closer. I do think that eventually, unless BNK are really good at actually pulling the trigger and going for fights, Closer does kind of 1v9. It's a full melee comp, effectively. At least Xayah has some range, but it's not really what she's known for. It's more the kite back.
She's got some range. Not as much as Victor, but
it's well, yeah. But what I'm saying is, if you have 2 teams just kind of standing, looking each other in the face, I do think that the Victor can really take over. But I'm not too sure whether Bro will be able to actually play that out. And it's not like BNK don't have great ways to start fights. Clear can go in, so can Kellen, so can Raptor.
We're actually engaging here. The ult is down, looking for Palu, as now Xin Zhao coming on down. Raptor coming on in, looking for the root on a hype. It's not going to happen. Trying to get the angle here on Palu, and yeah, he just doesn't have his flash. He's just dead. Very nice look from Kellen and call from the bottom side of the team here for BNK to set up that kill.
Only downside is that the kill goes to the cow. It's not what you want. Would much better on Raptor or Diablo, but kill's a kill. Still get the crash, and they should be fine. Raptor also, yeah, sitting on just under Sky. These early skirmishes the Zinza are going to be very annoying to deal with. So back to the real topic at hand, because this is very straightforward. Hype looks for an ult to clear the wave and then look for a back. And Kellen finds a nice punish opportunity. Follows his aftershock, falls off. I think Diablo was like, we can get both. But then Hype flashes, so they just turn towards the Nautilus. So
maybe if they go directly for the Nautilus, Hype doesn't have to flash. Maybe Diablo was like, maybe I can get a bit more. Yeah. Maybe I can get a splash.
They still got the kill.
Yeah.
So, and the flash, so it's a big win. So Veldus, I know you've been doing a big upgrade. Maybe you want to tell the people
some
about
brewing.
It as well.
Yeah.
A lot of brewing.
Some coffee brewing. Yeah, I just picked up a real coffee grinder.
A coffee grinder.
Is that what you call it?
Yeah. Really nice.
I don't know, you repeated it, so I got self-conscious.
That's what it is. It is a real nice
grinds
grinder.
the beans.
It grinds the beans, and it does it well.
It has to do it well. I've learned that that's the most important thing. It makes the coffee taste the best. And before this, I was getting like, you know, store coffee or like, you know, brand coffee or capsule, and it was okay, but it wasn't good. You know, it was okay. It was enjoyable, but it wasn't, you know,
it was
mind-blowing. It was fine. But now I have a drip filter thing.
Oh yeah.
Is that what you call it?
Yeah, it's just it's a V60. It's a nice. It's just a cone.
Yes, it's a cone.
You put the coffee.
You put a paper in it.
Yep.
You put some water in it, and then you put the coffee grounds in it, and then you drink the coffee, and it's amazing. It just, I feel like a real dad now. I don't know if you do this in the Netherlands, but like it's pretty standard, you know. Wake up in the morning, you have your cup of joe.
Your cup of joe.
Your cup of joe, and you go to work, you put your tie on. I don't do that. But
what, you have a tie on right now!
I do, yes, but it's not at 9 o'clock in the morning like most people. Oh, here's my knee as well, just hanging out. Looking for a gank here on the clear, who is actually totally fine. There's not a lot of damage coming in here. Will Croco even press his ult button? The answer is absolutely no. It's clear kind of just laughs at both of them. And that was a gank, but it didn't do anything.
Not hitting the mark, much like Brendan's previous coffee adventures, but now he's I was about to say, and then you get a bagel, right? But I feel like in Korea, that's kind of a...
You get your cup of joe, your everything bagel.
It's a lot harder here.
Yeah, toasted with butter, cream cheese. 800 calories, no problem.
It's not that
just normal.
How much?
No. If you put butter and cream cheese and it's a bagel,
okay, but how much?
Really high in calories.
Yeah, okay, but look, say a bagel is what, like 300 calories maybe.
And everything bagel might be a little bit more.
A little bit more. You really gotta ladder on. Okay, I guess you do. I'm like, I actually.
It's America we're talking about.
Yeah, no, it's my bad. It's my bad. It's my bad.
When we say cream cheese, it's not like a thin layer
I remember.
Spread. You know, it's not a spread. You dump it on.
I know this might come as, but I have in fact been to New York.
You have, yeah.
One time, and I do remember the first time I got one, I was like, this is too much cream cheese. And then I ate it, and I realized it was not too much cream cheese.
Yeah, there's never really too much, you know. The more, the better. In terms of taste. In terms of everything else, probably not good for you. We're going to trade a Rift Herald here for a turret. I feel like this isn't bad for Bro, actually. You're not really doing anything with this. It is just kind of a handshake that leads us into a deeper part of this game. You know, we're not fighting over the objective. We're not forcing any fights. We're not getting any picks with our Vi, who is just farming at the moment. So I think at the end of the day, it's fine. But BNK aren't too sad about it either.
What's Ox doing, by the way? I'll tell you what he's not doing. Paying attention.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, he's not even there.
No wonder.
Not paying attention.
No
not
wonder.
in his seat.
Yeah, I kind of feel bad for Croco because I feel like it's not by lack of trying, but none of the ganks have worked. Right? He's like top twice, and then here bot once as well. But BNK, They're just playing a clean game. Now, Clear might be in some trouble here.
Yep. And we got a lot of people coming up here. The Vi ult comes in, and there's no flash available. And finally, they're able to get something going with this Vi. And they even get the kill over to Hype, who's now 2-0.
That's a big deal. Very nicely done. As they get the kill, as you mentioned, on the most important target. Cole's also cashed out.
Chronicler, have you ever had a scooped bagel?
No.
Yeah, neither have I. But apparently it's a thing where you like scoop out the bread part of the inside and then it's less bread.
As a Dutch person, I don't. Why would you do that? Why would you have less bread?
Yeah, I don't know.
I don't.
It leaves more room.
I understand it, but
Less
like,
carbs, but more cream cheese room.
Yeah,
So you like
it doesn't make any. No, but
less carbs, but really high calories from the extra fat from the cream cheese.
why? No, but like, why less bread? I don't.
Yeah, does
That's-
not compute.
No, that's why you eat
Or
it.
Dutch not compute.
No. But she's
Less
saying
gluten.
less gluten. What? My entire existence is based on gluten. You know how much bread we eat? And I eat like, back when I was in London, I ate like 6 slices of bread a day, if not more.
Okay.
More like 8.
You know, we like our sandwiches in America too, but even 6 slices is a bit too much.
Yeah, you have like 2 or 3 for breakfast, maybe 4 for breakfast if you're feeling hungry. And then you have lunch, and then you get home from school.
How big are the pieces of bread?
I don't know, like this.
That's pretty big.
Yeah, but it's whole wheat, you know, so it's good. It's like just like normal pieces of bread, something like this.
Yeah.
And then you
Looks
just
pretty standard.
slam your cheese or your chocolate sprinkles on there. And then
Not again with the chocolate sprinkles,
they're
please.
good. They're good. They're good. It's nice. it's good stuff. So then you know, you get home from school and then you're kind of hungry, but it's not dinner yet. So then you
And this time it's rainbow sprinkles.
2 more. Well, no, personally I'm a big fan of the peanut butter and chocolate sprinkle combo. That's a Dutch classic. Very good.
I mean, it sounds like a good dessert. I don't know why you would eat that for breakfast.
Well, look at me. I turned out all right.
You did.
Nice. it's good food. And then you have your glass of milk. You know, one of 4.
1 of 4. Nobody drinks that much milk and is okay. Something went wrong, Chronicler. You just don't know it yet.
I don't know what to tell you.
There is a problem. Yeah, I don't know why I was very surprised by like the bread for breakfast with the chocolate sprinkles, considering a lot of Americans just eat cereal.
Cereal's definitely
Breakfast
worse.
cereal that's
Yeah.
very sugary and like Pop-Tarts, toaster strudels.
I mean, that sounds like a great dessert.
Yeah.
I want to eat it for breakfast.
You get Eggo waffles. You put like a bunch of syrup on it. So many calories. Tastes great though.
As I'm saying, it's a great dessert. I want to. I'd just be hungry again.
Yeah, but
for
then
like
you
2
say
hours.
your chocolate sprinkles aren't a dessert.
Oh,
They're
no,
clearly a
that's
dessert.
that's different.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it's different.
What do
Because
you
it's
mean?
dark chocolate.
Okay, well, I guess. Oh, they're going in on a Closer who is very isolated, but he's got Kroko nearby. A bit of help comes in, and Closer is actually going to get away. He kites it out for so long, and now Vikla is in no man's land. Paulo pretty low, but he's the support. I think this is okay. He is going to go down, and Vikla actually might not die to the Scion. It's a very broken up fight, and Morgan does get pushed back. Looks like Bro not really able to capitalize on Vikla out of position. And so B&K are just fine.
That was a very funny fight. It did not go the way I expected to go on multiple occasions. And we can look at that again.
Do we have to?
It should be should be favorable for Bro, I wanted to say, because they trade support for jungle, which is a trade up. But they're not actually getting any positioning, as there we see. Clear now, Cleaver done, same for Raptor. Love to see that. Yeah, they just, I guess they don't need a jungler. Bro, I feel like we could have contested this. That's Soul Point. I know it's not, it's Mbessa and Zinzao.
Yeah.
It's
with
actually a good
It's a big
soul.
deal. Yeah.
So first they go in on Zinza, which I feel like shouldn't work, and Hyde kind of throws the ultimate into nothing when there's like multiple groups of enemy members. But then Vikla's kind of in an awkward spot, and it looks like Bro is trading for Otacon, which would be a big trade as Raptor.
I don't think they're getting Otacon here. We'll see. I mean, Raptor is in his ultimate, and Palu already pretty low, level 8. And they're on the run, and now Raptors just going in on Apollo. Maybe a little bit too brave. They are going to take out the support, but so does Raptor go down. But the damage comes in. It's layered, and Kroko is taken out.
No junglers!
No junglers. Let's just flip it. Let's just flip it. Yeah, Diablo, get in there. Flip it.
Yeah!
That's Challengers, baby. He knows he's a Challengers player. And now the engage comes in from Kellen, but the knock on a Diablo. He's going to go down. Diablo's out of the fight. Clear. Flashes in. Looking for another one. It's not going to happen. As it's up to Kellen to try to take out Hype, but it will not go down. Hype with 5 kills. And now a chance to take down the Otacon.
That was a fight, Veldas! Let's take a look. So, Raptor goes in. That was fine. He sins out. He can get away with it. There are reinforcements on the way. They don't have their AD carry.
But he went in again?
Yes. We'll get to that. So he goes in, actually stays alive for a good amount of time. Is fine. Then Bro have been tanking this the whole time. I don't even mind this re-engage, but they've been tanking the whole time, so they are made of paper. Okay? What I have an issue with is here. Right here. Just that was fine. You traded up. They can't take it. Just leave. But instead, Kellen and Diablo become a lot squishier. And look at this. Diablo just dies while Otacon is attacking him. Morgan finds the ult and then clear. If he kills Hype, maybe it's playable, but it's not. Otacon is throwing a couple of final punches, and I'm pretty sure that off the back of that, we have seen Breon take Otacon. How much does it mean for this game, given how these fights are playing out? I don't know. But it can't be bad for Bro. Hype's having a much better game this time around.
Yeah, he's quite fed. I mean, he's the most fed member by far. He's got almost 11,000 gold in this game. We didn't talk a lot about the MF scaling because, well, a little bit different from a hyper carry like Azaya or, you know, Azeri or something like that. But still, I mean, you give an 80 carry this much money, he's still going to be chunking people out. And you can say the same about Closer, who he's not the main star in terms of the kills, but he's also quite fed himself. He's ahead of Vikla, and it feels like Bro in this mid-game are actually pretty comfortable.
It's crazy. If only we knew Morgan was good at Sion, and it kind of makes sure that his rough laning phase doesn't really get to be too much of a problem, and then he gets to have impact in team fights. If only we knew that in game number 1. But we didn't, right?
Yeah, I think...
we definitely didn't.
Yeah.
No.
Edgar read through his notes again instead of the patch notes, and he was like, huh. Yeah, the first pick Gwen, maybe not it.
I've made a huge mistake, but it's okay. We can come back from it. This game is still very close, though, and for Breon, the big issue is that they do actually have tools to get through Sion, which there are drafts where Sion just becomes unkillable. I don't think this is quite that. And they also are still on Soul Point, which in this scenario is actually a big deal. Because Raptor and Claire are going to be really big issues. Diablo doesn't have a third item yet, though, whereas Hype obviously does. And unless Claire gets on top of Hype, actually getting to this MF is kind of rough. It's kind of tough. Hard for BNK to consistently do. I'm not sure, Veldas. I'm not feeling a strong way towards either team here.
The thing is, I think where you have fallen a little bit short, Chronicler. We'll talk about that a little bit later. We have a fight here as the Featherstorm does come out. Raptor has to flash away on the top side of this fight. Kroko actually getting that out of him. BNK certainly playing a lot more cautiously after that last fight. But yeah, what I was going to say is these fights aren't going to look very straightforward. You know, we're probably going to have Hype like ulting in the middle and Kellen's going to get a flank angle randomly. Or like Vikla's going to be in range to knock him up or something, and it's going to be very strange.
Yeah, that's probably right, Veldas. I'm with you on that one. Lord Doms, or sorry, rather Executioners. Lord Dom is done for Hype. Diablo going towards the Executioners himself, which I rather would have seen it the other way around.
Yeah.
Because you don't really need Executioners for Bro. And you definitely want Executioners against BNK. A bit quizzical about the decision.
Yeah.
Hype's such a good champion to apply it as well. So BNK do not need to play for this. They can just play for the pick and into Nash. I don't think that Vikla alone does that, though. And they might just give it up, and they can afford to, right? It's just a single dragon. And the game is still afoot, Veldas.
Yes. It's we've got a game on our hands, but also it is a foot. So kind of confused about the limb situation, but we have a game happening, and that's all we need to know. Just buying time until the next team fight. This is a nice play from Vikla. It looks silly, but you know, not full vision, and he saw them coming up the river, so he just ults away. Got the turret. Catching up for his team is Vikla. And he'll be level 16 soon, so he'll have that back very soon. That wall.
Yes. So what is going to be done by the time the next fight rolls around? Because I imagine neither team wants to touch Baron. Baron is very scary, Veldas.
Yes.
We don't want to do that. So we're just going to sit.
We're not about that life.
We're not about that life. Absolutely not. So instead, we are going to play for the next dragon. 16 is going to be done for closer, but I don't think he'll have Rabba when the next fight rolls around. Maybe Vikla just bought his Blighted Jewel, so I don't think he can actually finish either. Diablo needs to finish, that's the big one. Need him to get his Executioners. There we go. Clear has Edge of 9 now. Gonna be not quite as susceptible. I don't love Edge of 9 in this scenario though. And there's a MF on the enemy team, and both of them have really easy low cooldown buttons to proc that.
Yeah.
But you know, as long as it doesn't
fight it off, right? So
also that. But I advise,
like...
yeah, and also advise like holding you and smiting it off. Then that at this point in the game, I don't think you're going to be feeling too bad about that.
Yeah, but then you're not even really getting value out of the spell shield. Like, what's the point? Just build a tankier item or one that does more damage.
I would have much preferred Death Dance. Yeah.
Yeah.
Death Dance was a lot better.
Well, we're just going to find closer. He has to go into the Zhonya's, as meanwhile a gigantic fight is happening in mid. Ult goes in on a Vikla, who is a Talia. Just going to get away from this one. A very strange one breaking down as they're trying to go in, and Kellen finds the angle on a closer. Even going to try to take out Hype by himself, and he just gets ripped to shreds. And Vikla doesn't have the damage either. And Bro just going to roll over them in the mid lane fight, which was very strange, but a very good one for Bro.
Bro might just win? I'm so confused. Why did Vikla... Oh, I thought they had closer. Why did Vikla hold away? Diablo was out. I'm pretty sure.
These are all great questions, Chronicler. I just don't know if they have answers.
But I don't think we will get them answered. I think the game is just the...
I think it's done. I don't know. I don't think that Kellen can do anything without ult. He'll try to...
The next wave is coming in. I could probably... It can knock away. Yeah, knock away Hype.
Has to try to get this wave down.
Might be a might be a little
Oh, Morgan nearly dies.
No.
Paul's gonna die.
They have enough time.
I think they do.
Hype's
yeah, they do. Hype is full
right?
health. Should be enough, right? Should be enough, right? I think so. They need to stop Hype from hitting the Nexus, but they don't have the CC as the shove misses. And Bro barely scraped themselves across the line and take game number 2.
I'm sure the space is going to break down that final fight because it broke B down. Really, I'm not quite sure what happened.
He's a broken man.
Brion winning though. They took all the criticism that we had in game number 1 and applied it to the draft. So I'm happy about that. There are obviously some qualms that we have, but Morgan on Sion, closer in a winning matchup, Hype on a pick that he looks a lot more comfortable in. They actually won the bot lane this time around. Feeling a lot better about this one. Can't wait to see what is going to happen in game number 3 is... Yeah, Hype on that MF. Actually coming up huge.
We didn't really expect him to be able to pop off this much, but he got a couple of kills early. Then he got 3 in the next big team fight, and from there he was kind of unkillable. An MF from that far ahead with BT and an actual frontline with the Scion and Nautilus that they just could not get through ends up being the recipe for the win there for the side of Bro and for Hype. So Bro are back in it. They are going to have to play from the red side in game number 3, but the Bro taxes, they were felt in game number 2. So at least we can all be proud of that. It's 1-1. We have a series on our hands. We'll be right back.
미로만 하고 끝나겠다.
알리 노고이면 알리 잡고 시작해도 돼. 알리 잡아, 알리 잡아. 천천히 해.
다음 회복까지 써도 돼.
다음 맵까지 쓰자. 다음 맵 쓰자. 타워 있다, 하나 깨자.
네.
알리 한번
먼저 잡자,
알리
이거.
잡아, 알리 잡고 하자. 알리 잡고 하자.
타워 좀 끝나, 이거.
타워. 위에 거 칠게. 나 위에 거.
난 줄게. 야, 3초. 잘 끝내야 돼.
끝내.
나 진짜.
As we started by DNF, this is risky. Yeah. Well, Telstar is well and truly recouped though. What the Bros can actually do off the back of it is
적을
starting
처치했습니다.
off any fight just yet as Dudu might be the target. There's the crash from Morgan. Pop wants to go. Used mainly defensively, but Croco is dead. And now the Baron not smiteable on their side, and DN Freaks will be able to lock it down. They cannot lock down the team fight. Berserk are going to get arrowed as well as they all just try to run after him. Look at Hype. And now Penta for Hype off the back end of the barrel. DNF. Brill. Stepping on a trap there. Closer takes a third of his health in damage. Now they engage on a Ridge, who is level 16, but the follow-up is not quite there. And there goes a bunch of members of Bros sailing away through the sky. 3 of them get sent. And it's just 2-3 kills for DRX. And that should be the Elder Drake. Yeah, had to spell it out, but now Hype in a really rough spot as the Rel TP's in, and down he goes. Hype, the one guy who was really fed on the team, and now he's died twice in a row. Here comes the Croc as well, big deal. Coming out from Woodpond, but still, Molly's gonna go down. Standing gold on the map. Canyon getting low. He's got his ult though. That is going to push them away. Gumgum getting really low himself. The knockup comes in from Duro. Ult from Buzz. They want to take out Keen here. Now Redemption on the top side, but Keen is all alone. They're isolating him, but he kills them all
적을
instead.
처치했습니다.
And Gumgum
더블킬.
not able to finish the job. And they went just a bit too deep for this one. They saw the angles, they saw the lights, and BDD, he only gets the Rakan. It's a triple kill for Keen. Maybe Viper taking out his former teammate. All right, well, that's a successful play there on the top side. Oh god, he's actually trading quite nicely here as the needlework going to be avoided. He's here, making his way down though. And the Impale will be moved out of the way of, and now Zayas is going to turn it. This time no flash for Gideon, and this chase is just too good. They're still in trouble. How is Zayas going to outplay this? That's the question I have on my mind. The answer is, I guess we just shoot him a bunch of times. As down goes the Gwen, he's immortal. Ladies and gentlemen, the best top laner in the world, his name is Zayas.
In the battle of the throne for the East, we're tied 1-1. B&K FearX and the Bros still doing battle off the back of a Scion performance from Morgan, bouncing back and earning his title of Lord. Let's see if he keeps it here in game number 3, but a better game 2 here, Wolf.
Definitely looking a lot better. You know, you can't in Fearless do this every game in a series, but you can always have that Scion back pocket pick. We've seen a lot of players who are struggling with individual lane performances go back to this pick. Doran, another player, excuse me, who had this, and I just ate some spicy Doritos before.
That's how you know he's a real gamer. Okay.
What?
I had
You
to
okay?
explain myself.
Are you
I'm okay.
okay?
Yeah, I'm okay. But yeah, I wasn't like me trying to like. I only clarified because I didn't want to make it seem like I was dumping on Doran specifically. I wasn't like Doran specifically. So anyway, Morgan got to play the Scion this time. He won't have it in game 3, but he has a large mastery on the champion.
Oh, man, I hope you at home were also as nervous about losing Wolf as I was. I was like, Danny, you gonna help him? You're just sitting there watching him, man.
Let's see how it goes. You know, I've seen him tank these.
Val
That's like Morgan did.
These for a decade.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's take a look at how this game shook out. It was a slow early game, but then the Bros start up Otacon here, and Raptor tries to make the hero play.
Yeah, I think even though the Xin Zhao has a lot of freedom to play very aggressively in the start of the fights, I think there was a couple where Raptor was maybe in a little bit too early and died quite early on. I will say, though, for me, a big point was the fact we had this MF, and we had a much better performance from Hype. When it came to the later stages, it was really him on the MF who was able to shine.
Yeah, unfortunately, Diablo ends up taking a ton of damage here in the later fight from the Otacon because he's the one who wants to hold on to the aggro here to make sure it doesn't reset. And this is actually really well played and spaced out by Bro. Hype's at full health. Diablo, on the other hand, isn't really able to do a ton here. Kellen has this heroic play, though, with Vikla, where they actually try to collapse on and kill him. But he's actually pretty far ahead in this game and ends up getting a triple here in the end as they try to take him out. He positions Vikla here, takes him out as well, and Kellen's just a last cow standing.
I'm also pretty sure he only had Bloodthirst and IE there, and then he just crit like 3 times in a row with 25% crit chance. It's just lock in and crit. It's that easy.
Yeah, that was very Giga Chad of the numbers. You know, we'll let the game take care of that. But then from there, this fight here was what closed it on off, and it was a mess. Chronicler was asking us to break it down multiple times.
Well,
Wolf rewatched it like 3 times.
Watch this play from Vikla. Like, Closer is isolated on the other side of the fight. They still have this mid turret up, so there's no reason to hard force anything here, but finding this angle on Closer and forcing out his Zonias, it's great.
That's good.
But then on the other side of the fight, while
See ya.
Diablo avoids the ult, Vikla just decides to leave and then puts himself right into the Vi. And this is just, unfortunately, not the right call. I understand his thought process because he wants to rejoin his team because he's like, oh, if I wait for that Closer Zonias, I'm going to be out of the fight too long, and then this MF is going to win the other side of the fight. But Hype still ends up being able, it still gets collapsed on here, but still is able to kite his way back, flashes back, and is so fed from that last team fight on Otacon that he can clean up house. But I think if they play this a lot slower, they don't lose the game off of this immediately, but instead they hyper fixate on trying to send Vikla back in and force their way into what is not the right side of the fight.
I think what's unfortunate as well is that Kellen actually had some pretty fantastic plays on the Alistair. Like, both those clips, he got double knockups onto the back line, and with it being Fearless, they lose access to that pick. So, you know, going into game 3, I think there's a lot of things that have been sort of whittled down that these teams have a lot of value on. And it's going to be hard to navigate this game 3, but we need a bounce back coming out from B&K FearX.
I do love it when we're able to give flowers to players on a losing team with a great performance. However, a lot of those great performances by Kellen are on this Alistair. So like you said, Fearless going to knock that one off here, Wolf.
I'm worried about Closer in this 3rd game in terms of champion pool. Or sorry, not Closer, Morgan. I'm not worried about Closer.
I was going to be like
a strong point here. I hope that they can find an isolating matchup for Morgan.
Yeah.
It just chokes me up every time. It just chokes me up every time. Every time he's gonna go back to silent, I just get really emotional. I'm like trying not to mess it up. But yeah,
we get the 07s in the chat for Wolf.
I do think this guy has a lot of champions he can play here in this 3rd draft, but this season, I don't know what it is, but they're just shying away from it and putting him in matchups that are skill-based that he isn't finding success in.
I think
It really makes me feel bad.
I can't look at him. I
think as well with the later grubs, we are seeing those longer laning phase. You can't just like, okay, lane went a little rough. We're opting out at 4 minutes. We're swapping our bot lane to the top side for grubs. So I feel like whatever lane matchup you end up with, you're kind of, you know, in for that for longer. And I think bot lane has also been a really important one because we saw a massive difference in the impact of these AD carries game 1 and game 2. I think getting a favorable matchup in the bot lane 2v2 going to be really important in this game 3.
Yeah, remember, they had the Varus that got completely crushed by Diablo in game 1. That was a big change when the misfortune was there for Hype. So, especially with Morgan's unreliable champion pool right now, I think if you put Hype in a winning lane, that is a recipe for success. At least you have that side of the map covered.
Yeah, this battle here, though, again, round 2, they're not going to do battle again unless they're in the same group, Rise or Legend. And we thought earlier at the beginning of round 1, BNK Ferex could be the team that was up there with the Legends, right? T1 kind of waffling a little bit, Nongshim still figuring themselves out. Who is that 5th place team? Could be the Bros, could be BNK Ferex, but this battle here does just a long way here towards trying to figure this one out.
This is one of your most winnable matches that's going to send you to the Legend group if you're going to get in. This is the one you've got to take.
Yeah, you're not going to win against Genji, you're not going to win against HLE. You kind of write those ones off, and there's some teams like DNF who you kind of, it's at the moment look like an auto win, but these ones, teams close to you in the standing, not only really important, but it's the double impact where if you lose, you're also giving them a point. That gap opens up very quickly.
Yeah, BNK Ferex back on the blue side just to solidify our picks here. I went with Bro. Wolf, you went with?
That was a Bro.
Ox
was not.
Ox was not a Bro. We'll go ahead and have a conversation about this, plus get Wolf a little bit of water as we send it on over to 2 Bros on the call, Valdez and Chronicler.
Thank you, Spacers. I hope Wolf feels a bit better as the day comes along. You know, I know it's very sad and touching, but yeah. Traveled 48 hours to see #Bro win. And it might just happen.
48, is that like, what's it, like Southern America maybe?
Yeah.
I'm trying to, like, that's the furthest away you can.
That is the furthest.
Kind of get, right?
Yep.
Man.
It is.
That's commitment.
We traveled, wait, can you do that math real quick? 9,991 kilometers. I did it, guys. It was an easy one. They say never to do math on stream, but I did it.
Well, you are a very smart individual, Veldas. Me, I could never do math on stream. Because I also couldn't do math on
or at all.
School. Yeah, I'm not.
Yeah.
Not very good at numbers, unfortunately. That's fine. We have Ox. He knows all the numbers.
We make a good team because I was only good at the numbers.
There you go. That's why they call us. I got nothing. Well, the Bros, I guess. But I feel like, you know what? I feel like that nickname from Dagon, it's not genuine. He calls everyone the Bros. As long as they're casting.
We're all bro to him.
Yeah. Well, he's American.
Nobody's
unlike
unique.
you.
Yeah.
From New York.
I'm definitely not American.
And Korea. Yeah.
So Yone Callista Aurora going to be banned once again. They banned this on red side. They really don't want to see the Aurora.
I do like the assessment of closer is the problem. I agree. Vikla is also a little bit the problem after that last game. I'm just glad when the space does a breakdown and they're like saying the same thing that I was yelling internally when that play happens.
Yeah.
Where it's like just, the wall was fine. The wall was not the problem. But everything else was. Ash gets taken away. Even the Callista was already gone. Do they want to prio pick an AD carry? Is
Jace.
Jace is up. Don't mind that. What else do you want to blind here? I think Jace is fine. Gonna be Rise for Vikla instead.
Yeah.
It is good into a lot of Closer's champion pool. I do think Closer always looks the best on melee characters. We'll see what Closer has. There are, I think, a lot of hard counters to Rise that just
don't get played.
Don't get played, or Victor's already out. I don't know how Closer's Anivia is, but I imagine that's it's going to be like Orianna.
Orianna, maybe.
Nocturne Ori.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's fine. Although it is Closer's Orianna, which isn't really the first 10 champions. It's not within the first 10 champions I think about when I think of Closer. But, I mean, if he's confident, he does look a little bit bewildered at the moment. He's not really saying anything as Croco picks him Orianna.
It's not a good number to pop up there for the Orianna. 28%. Not too hot here for the mechanical lady.
Speaking of numbers, you know, both Talia and Xayah lost their winning streaks in that last game.
They did. that they did.
6 was the magic number.
There's going to be more. Chase, no-brainer, does also tell us where the Rise was going, but looks like Viklas happy playing that matchup.
It's kind of funny that they, they saw them hovering between Jace and Rise was selected, but Jace wasn't even looked at for Morgan. I guess it's not funny because we know that he doesn't play
We just
Jace.
know he doesn't play Jace, yeah. It's
So
like
they just
Lilia,
didn't first
maybe?
pick it.
Skarner. I can see it. I don't like the idea of Raptor not being on a carry. I think he's been the most consistent member of the team.
Can peel well at least. Yorick. So, I was watching the Bouse,
As you do.
He was just ranting about how OP Yorick is.
Yeah.
And I think, to a certain extent, he's very easy to play, and it's hard to mess him up. And yes, in certain matchups, sure. But here at the LCK, Yorick just hasn't found that much that much winning potential. It has won some games, but I'm not sure about it into Jace. I know that Morgan's a big favorite of this Yorick. He does like it a lot, but I don't know. I'm not convinced.
Might have just been a slam Malphite angle.
You're still asking for that. I don't know. It's
Well,
with Orianna, it feels pretty good.
Well, you have Orianna, Nocturne, and with the best game we've seen Morgan play is on Sion. Just saying. It's going to be Yorick instead.
Yeah.
Lulu, Elise, Ban. So maybe a Rakan prio pick here to have further follow-up. Poppy's gone. Or not gone yet, but I imagine Poppy will be gone. So if you're BNK, I think you just leave it open so you can pick it into the possible Rakan.
Yeah. But then maybe they don't want to just straight up pick it. Or you just ban Rakan instead. So no Rakan.
Poppy and Rel, probably. That's what I'm looking towards.
Or they pick that Kai'Sa for hype.
And counter pick. Renata still open as well. So maybe you go like AD carry Nico here? Kind of wondering.
I don't think Nico's a good AD carry chronicler.
What? Fair point.
You said AD carry Nico.
No, but I mean AD carry and Nico.
Well, yeah, there was a word missing the first time.
I thought it was implied. Clearly it wasn't.
I couldn't see the comma in the air in front of you, so unfortunately.
Well, I even signed it out. I thought you were my bro. I thought you were going to give me the benefit of the doubt, but clearly you don't.
Not this time.
Not this time.
I couldn't stand for that. So Jinx is just straight up picked here. Jinx, Tom Kench.
Okay, but Tom Kench actually goes yeah, okay, so they
Sure.
go.
Yeah, no.
Jinx, Kench into this. Their whole comp stands or falls by one combo. The Nico makes it a little better, but I do really get, again, I look at this for Bro, and okay, top should be winning, but it's Morgan in the carry versus carry matchup. Mid, I think, is fine. That's the one where I'm like, okay, that's probably okay. Both junglers just want to farm till 6, and then Croco's going to try and play. Raptor's going to try and counter jungle. And the Nico should help, but I still, like, is this not a rough 2v? You get the Jinx just bullies Kai'Sa so hard. I feel like Kai'Sa's laning phase is going to be a big problem here.
Yeah.
Again, Nico should alleviate it a little bit. But I'm not too confident about the Bro draft in this game number 3.
Yeah, I think the only thing that I was looking at was maybe the Renata Glass that you mentioned. Feels like it's very good in this comp as well, but maybe not as reactive, right? Whereas Tom Kench is like, you literally press one button and you save your AD carry.
Yeah.
Whereas Renata is great for the counter engage. So, yeah, I can kind of see how they crafted that idea around the Tom Kench and they picked the Jinx with it. We'll see if it does work out, though. Diablo's definitely a very aggressive AD carry. I'm not sure how his Jinx is going to look in this game. And let's see what the Realm Warps are like as well for Vikla in this one.
Yeah, after the performance on the Talia.
Yes, definitely something to look at here, Chronicler. We're ready. Let's hop to the rift for Game 3.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다. 미니언 생성까지
All right, game number 3, the decider between BNK and Bro. One of these teams will end up with a 5-6 record, which is not bad. I mean, that's getting pretty close to making it into Legend Group. I still feel like on paper we have our top 5 teams, and these 2 teams are not in it, but anything can happen. You know, maybe T1 slumps again, maybe DK continues to slump. What if that happens? What if DK are just in the Rise group? And Bro or B&K are in the Legend group?
Yeah, it's hard for me to really make a judgment. I still think DK should be pretty far ahead of both of these 2 teams. But the DK stonks right now are so low because they faced off against Gen.G, T1, Hanwha Life, Nongshim, and then Gen.G again.
Yeah.
And they lost those, but I'm also like... And they're good. They're probably going to lose to T1 again this Saturday. That's the Saturday showdown. Spoilers. But if they don't lose to KT, I don't think they'll go full mental boom, and they'll probably just do what the DK has been doing, which is beat the teams below them pretty consistently. Now, it would be very KT to see that as an invitation to do something really funny.
Yeah.
So we'll see if that happens. Wouldn't surprise me.
I think anything's possible in our next series of the day, which Chronicler is highlighting very well. DK up against KT. Those are 2 teams that you never know what to expect. It could be 3 games, it could be a 2-0 stomp. There's just no way to know. I don't think there's any amount of data that we can pull together to really accurately predict that one. So I'm curious, especially what Atlas thought about the prediction for that match. You know, I saw his prediction, but I want to hear him say what he thinks about it, you know?
I want to know about the waters.
Yeah. What are his waters saying? I mean, I know he'll say with KT it's always a 50-50, it's always a flip. But what about when DK gets in the mix? Because they're kind of looking like that now, where they stomped all the teams below them, but then they kind of got rolled by the rest of the teams that are above them.
Well, they actually had a very close first series against Gen.G.
Well, yeah, but it's the.
No, I know.
It's the combo.
You're talking to me.
It's the pattern.
Yes, I'm. If there is one guy that's made it his job to point out the pattern.
Yeah. See the lines.
See the lines. I know that team very well, and it pains me.
Yeah. But hopefully they can turn their season around. But, you know, they should be middle of the pack. But the issue is that they have lost to everybody that was above them. All of us predicted DK as well. Like, nobody even on the Korean side predicted KT, or rather Nongshim in that matchup. Vikla getting pretty low. The Oriana does pretty well early into this guy. So Vikla is just going to have to go for a back and a TP. And this bottom lane is going as you would expect it.
Is Jinx just using a range advantage? Do you think the 6 windows are nice? And it is one of the champions, or Kai says rather, where you actually do have the opportunity to go toe-to-toe with Jinx in late game. It's just very different. You need someone to CC, and there really isn't that much. Like, Croco can go in, but outside of the combo, for which there is a Kench, like, there's not that many ways to get Plasma. Because for Morgan it's hard, for Croco it's a tether that takes a couple of seconds to actually wind up. For Closer it's just his ult, and then, I mean, Palu's fine, but...
Yeah.
And Skarner with the Jace Gate and the Kench should be a tough one. We'll see. We'll see, Valdez.
Yeah, we will see. It is starting off as a Bro and Brew.
I don't think that'll change anytime soon.
Yeah, last game was it was nice. It was like a comfy train ride, you know.
Like,
you know, you don't have to
train.
Yeah, you don't have to get off anytime soon. You got like another 4 hours. You got your book out. Maybe you got your Switch out, playing some games, you know.
Nice.
You're just along for the ride.
You're playing Monster Train on the train.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I'm doing nowadays. I just pretend like I'm on the monster train.
Well, I won't do that. That sounds very stressful.
It's okay. I have my trusty dudes to protect me.
The dudes are there. That's their purpose, yeah. Yeah, I love that you can just give each other games now.
Yeah.
Digital games, it's nice. It's good.
It's very good for me who has less games than everyone else.
I also have a lot, and I love
talking
with people about video games, which is shocking.
And you like sharing.
Yeah, that as well.
Yeah.
So it works out nicely for
That's what makes you so special, Chronicler.
All right, no need to get personal about us. We are working. Let's, keep our strictly professional relationship intact, please.
Absolutely professional.
Well, the LCK is known for how professional we are.
Absolutely. We would never go off topic. Speaking of which, our teams have decided to go off topic from the lanes. They say lanes are not it anymore. We're doing the dragon.
Early dragon, kinda, especially Hex Tech. Packs a punch.
Zap.
A little bit of wasted time here for BNK. Should be able to get back to this wave. Type just continues not having the best of times.
Yeah, he's just farming on the turret, taking a bunch of harass from rockets, from zaps, from Tom Kench tongues, and he doesn't really get too much help. The Nico's not able to fight because the Jinx exists.
Yes.
And it's Tom Kench who actually does have some pushback amongst our melee supports. Speaking of which, they're going to get the heal out of Palu. And Kellen, he was definitely thinking about it. He was absolutely thinking about it. Doesn't pull the trigger, though. Probably for the best.
Rocco is a level up.
Yes.
Are we 3v3ing?
Just going to pull it into the brush and try to snipe it down. Or smite it down. That works, too.
Oh, my God. One more minion, and Raptor can just try and make a play there. But he's still 5. Very sad.
Yeah.
Poor little Scorpion.
So we almost had action.
No, we know we didn't.
I mean, if he was level 6, maybe they try to do something.
Maybe.
In their own jungle. That's one of the spots on the map where teams throw all the time. Okay, a little ult in here on a Vikla. He's not going for the kill. He's just trying to chunk him down as much as possible, especially because Vikla's TP is not up yet. Nice ward there, Vikla. Not going to get over the wall.
I think Bro as a team, they would love visual novels. You know, where you have to invest a lot of time to really get anything out of it. Where you just keep building up, and there's all these mysteries and questions that you don't get an answer to anytime soon.
Maybe.
Makes a lot of sense. I still don't know what's going to happen in this game.
Do we get any pings here from Bro is the question for me. I didn't see any pings. And once again, BNK and their jungler Raptor is going to prioritize the grubs. He's only going to get one, but he's got smite here. 900 damage. Should be able to just smite this down and just back away. There's not really much that a Yor can do to his Garner. So, yeah, he gets 2 once again.
Yes. Interesting.
Indubitably.
Interesting. So that is one of the feats, right? Or like 1/3 of the feats for BNK, because they got the 2 grubs. It's also interesting to note that teams have seemingly just been like, you know what, grub's not worth it anymore. I don't want to swap for that. Because we had, well, one swap, but it wasn't even really a...
Yeah.
It was a real fight.
Did we lose more action in the LCK?
Well, we know our teams will take any opportunity to not have action.
That's why. Yeah. I don't like that.
That's how it is.
Where's my early grub fight?
So how much of a knower is Vikla? I guess on Rice you still go Roa though. But maybe he knows about the Catalyst tech, where you just go Catalyst and then just go
That's really
items.
the question. Yeah.
Well, I don't think he'll be knower. I think he'll just build Roa.
Yeah, I mean, our LCK players aren't generally knowers. They're more of, like, clickers, you know? They're good at clicking their mice.
Very good.
And hitting their buttons.
Yeah, great clicks at any point.
Yes.
I do want to see the Nocturne Orianna combo work.
Well, you might see it here. They're collapsing. Kellen's not level 6.
Well,
it's just going to be a smite down. And now they're going to do it. There's the combo, but it doesn't actually connect. So they're still going to get the fear, though. And Kellen's in a lot of trouble. So that's first blood over the side of Bro. Here comes Morgan as well, coming on down. But the Blasco just gets him out. Vikla takes the disengage cone. Says, thank you very much. I'll get out of here.
I like that play. Well done, Bro.
Oh, he's going to be feared again.
He's fine.
He is fine. Catalyst, a pretty strong item. I mean, it's not like Croco has items anyway, so
no,
it's not doing anything.
Sitting on a longsword and a Ruby Crystal. Not very impressive, but he will have a juicy back. There's a Tiamat. Ooh, that is Strikebreaker.
Yep.
Close to done. Clear, though, going to be feeling pretty happy as he gets this shove in. Morgan needs to catch the wave, so can't really go after him. But with the TP to top, Clear wasn't even able to get a plate. So I think Bro pretty happy. The Drake did go over to BNK, though, which is a nice win for them.
Maybe a Chemtech angle once again.
Oh, God.
Perfect for our Bro and Brew.
Ox, are we paying attention?
No, we saw last time he's not at his post.
I don't know. Maybe he is now.
Nah, I don't think so.
So we got 1 kill. And all of that.
Yep. Bro are still behind because they're losing pretty heavily in the bottom lane, which you did a very nice job of predicting.
Yeah, you never know, especially with these teams, but it does... Maybe just take the L on the Nico and just pick something that can provide more mid to late game utility. But I know that the Nico has already risen as a support in priority.
Yeah, look. We got Dagon, he's eating our great meal that we had. And Clear's taking 1 billion damage here from the Yorick. Even flashes away.
Good call.
Doesn't want to die to the main.
It would have gotten donked on the head. Maybe Croco was in the area as well. We know he's not, but they didn't know that. I wonder if Dagon knows about Vampire Weekend or not. Or if he... Because it is a cool sweater, you know.
I'm sure
if they just... I don't know. They're not... Dagon, you know about Vampire Weekend? Yeah. Are you actually a fan, or are you just saying yes? Yes.
Yes.
Okay, well, that makes sense.
He's just saying yes.
That's fine.
That's fine.
It's a nice sweater. I like it.
He's like, no, it's not a nice sweater. All right. Here,
It's just a nice sweater. It's a great sweater.
Yeah.
I'm just a nodder.
Well, I'm not one of those people that thinks you need to know a band to watch their, or to like wear their T-shirt.
You know, I love pulling back the curtain a little bit in the LCK. We have a new... Nico.
All right, take it away, Dagon. Oh, he's not here anymore. Yeah, Kellen's just dead. He just goes in and ties to Hype, and Palu gets engaged on.
Oh, turnaround? Maybe?
There's 3 people there.
Vikla, come on. You were going to Realm Warp in. He didn't.
We wanted to see him be careful about that. He's still sitting on only the Catalyst, by the way. He finished his boots. Is Vikla a knower? Is he a based knower?
Interesting. Interesting. So, Croco has clearly been on a diet of catfish. As again, Kellen, unfortunately, himself not that tanky. This is in the farming Kench, of which we have seen. We might see him as well. I saw some.
Yeah, the Senna buffs.
Senna buffs.
They don't seem too big, but
yeah,
any little push for Senna, I think.
I swear,
it's gonna get our LCK players excited.
Every single time I see like Senna gets like 0.120% soul chance, like, oh, she's pick and ban again.
Yeah.
Every time. That's just kind of how it goes. This early game, perfectly even. Although, as we see, the Yorick is actually doing well into the Jace, which maybe we have sold Morgan a little bit short. Maybe he's about to turn expectations on their head right here in front of us, Valdez.
Maybe. I mean, he's always enjoyed his Yorick. We just never really thought that it was a big game changer in the LCK, you know? It's a strong pick in its own right. It just doesn't take over games here. And we've more so just seen it kind of split push and not too much. A lot of roots coming down on a Vikla. It takes a huge chunk from the Orianna. And Palu as well.
Yeah, that's an ult use, though. See how much they can get out of it. But Vikla can realm war back to lane. Ooh, I like this. Collapse on the Clear. I think he might just be dead.
Yeah, Clear trying to clear the wave, but he's taking a huge amount of damage. Morgan tanking everything up. The Jinx Rocket comes in trying to help. It's not going to help all too much. That's a 3rd kill now for Bro. As BNK are just going to take the Dragon instead.
They did get the bot side turret, though, and they get the Dragon as well. Now, it depends on what the soul is as...
Ocean.
Ooh, you know, I think it's not bad. I don't... Obviously, you'd much rather have Mountain. Like, getting Mountain into this Bro team is crazy good.
Yeah.
But it could have been Chemtech. So I think you take it.
Yeah.
Also, I'm just really worried about the fact that this is a Jinx hyper carry comp that...
Saw that flash, right?
Yeah. No, it was Realm Warp, no? Yeah.
No.
Oh, the closer
No,
flash?
it wasn't. Yeah,
I did not see
he
that.
flashed away. He saw Tom Kench and he's like, nope. I'm out.
Yeah, I didn't see that, but maybe I don't want to.
I mean, it was safe. The rise was there. It just looked kind of funky because it looked like he was flashing away from a level 7 Tom Kench. And technically he was, but the Tom Kench had support. But there wasn't even a dive that came in first, and he still flashed away, so it felt a bit overly safe.
So it's like, I can walk up to my turret, right?
Yeah, I don't know if you can. The flash comes out. He's got a little bit of help now.
Reinforcements.
But they're not really able to close the gap here. And the Maiden lives on. Just regenning. And having a great time. And so is Morgan. He's not ahead by any means, but he's definitely keeping this Jace in check. This time, Paolo's the one that has to flash away. And the flash tongue might be enough. And, well, he's going to get the Devour, and that should be the end of Paolo here. Yep. Able to get that final stack and put an end to the Nika.
Kellen's delivery service. Normally, you know, you get Catfish served, but now Kellen is doing the serving. We'll give Diablo a freebie kill as we take another look. Yeah, good call. The Realm Warp, I think, was enough to make him not want to be a part of that. But as you're saying, it looks really funny.
We're diving the turret. Going in onto a Nocturne. We get an Impale, and the turret's gone as well as Jinx is just free firing into the Nocturne. It's a free kill. Bro did not see that one coming.
That's now 2 free kills for the Jinx.
Who is 2,000 gold ahead.
I am perceiving difficulties, Veldas, because the gold lead for Bro is on Nocturne, which is a champion that notoriously is fine when it comes to mid game, but falls off really hard when you put too much gold in him in late game. As Kellen, I gotta imagine it's just Diablo yelling, give me the kill, give me the kill, give it to me, give it to me, give it to me. So it's like, okay, it's fine.
Gimme.
And he did get it.
These
and
80 carry players, man.
Every time. Raptor just finds Croco. Very straightforward. Takes him down, gets his Heartsteel stack, gives the kill over to Diablo. Perfect play. Croco going down. I'm pretty sure he was also sitting on a bounty as well because the gold was basically even and he was 2-0. Which is why, Diablo, we do have to get a quick backseat, so we can make our way towards that bot lane. As
yeah,
well, what can Hype do? We picked him Kaisa. We knew.
We did know.
We did kind of know. Could have just picked Nico and then counter-picked and not be in this scenario.
Yeah, I mean, you were always going to lose the lane. The issue is that there's nothing set up for the Kaisa to get kills. Instead, it's set up for the Jinx to get kills before we even really get our stride in the mid game. So, Hype sitting around waiting for someone to make a play, and there's no play happening, and instead BNK are making the plays.
That said, a lot of this does rely on Kellen being in the right place at the right time, which recently has been great. But one mistake from Kench and one combo from Croco and Closer, and I do think the BNK Cup kind of falls apart if Jinx dies. That is all the eggs are in the Diablo basket.
I mean, they have Rise too.
Yeah, but he's not a knower, and he's also not strong yet, so.
Yeah, but in the late game, if they go all in and put themselves in a rough spot just to kill Jinx and she does a bunch of damage and you've got this Rise with 3 items.
So I trust Diablo. On Jinx, because you know why he can't dash forward. Guild Force out of the game. Can't do it.
Yeah.
Although he might flash forward for resets and getting excited. I could see him do that.
Yeah. Got to be careful about that, Diablo. Keep an eye out for
It's
yourself.
fine. He has a Kench. No one can hurt him. Famously said words by 80 carries before they die.
Yeah.
Is this just... We're just going to get Soul Point?
I mean, Dragon's
not
up.
like this.
They're setting up for a play instead. The Shock Blast actually does a decent chunk here to Hype, and Diablo's just able to walk up. There's no threats at all. Croco has to flash away from a Jinx. They're just running away from Diablo because they know that they can't do anything to Diablo because Kellen's right there. Take it away, Chronicler.
Diablo's just scary, man. Imagine just being the sole win condition for, and again, he has a Kench, their whole team is there to back him up, but just the aura of being like, oh, I'm the sole win condition, I am running into your face. He didn't have Ghost, but I know he would have ghosted on top of Croco if he could.
Yep.
They cannot get Otacon. And I hope that Bro don't let them. They have the combo. This is a risky play from BNK. They're getting shredded.
Getting shredded. The combo's available. The ball is on the Nocturne. The buttons are pressed, and it's taken by the Skarner, who should be going down here. Croco is, well, he's not going to get the kill. Actually, it goes over to Hype. But BNK are able to get out. As now I say that, though, they are trying to collapse. As in they go. The flash over to the Tom Kens, but Diablo's so low. He gets the one kill, and the Excite running, sprinting away from Morgan, and he gets away. They do need to kind of create more distance here as a rocket comes down, and now the Jace is frontlining, and the Jinx is excited once again. What? This Jinx had no health. It should have just been a dead Jinx, but instead, Diablo gets away. The Q's not going to connect. One more Shock Blast, maybe, but it's blocked here nicely by Palu. So BNK, they kind of win the fight off of the back of an Otacon take as well.
To summarize, they get Dragon, they get Otacon, and they win the fight. You can't do all three. That's too many things. Because they should get punished. Okay, giving up Skarner, great. Diablo, just leave. Diablo, just leave. Just leave. He doesn't leave. Hype gets on top of him, and then Kellen crucially gets, I think he flashes in range of getting eaten. Kellen then eats him immediately. And then here, clear with the Jace insect, knocking him, saying, hands off my arcane buddy.
Yeah.
And then Diablo can just play front to back with the resets. Jace in this scenario obviously still strong. And yeah, Closure lives, but guess what? This is a disaster for Bro. This is really bad. They gave up the Otacon. Diablo is now approaching a third item. And Soul Point is on the cards for Bro.
Anyone feeling a little bit thorn-bound here?
Well,
BNK?
BNK definitely are.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's pretty exciting. Oh, the combo! They're gonna get him! But there is a Tom Kent, but he got so low and the follow-up is huge! They get the Kellen, they get Diablo, and finally the combo comes together here for Bro. And that is exactly the engage that they picked this comp for.
That was very cool. Didn't do a lot. They got the kills, they keep the gold even. But we need to see that one objective is up. I don't even know if they're going to get mid lane turret. Because Ryze is still up. So it's nice. Or if they get more kills though, if they can turn this into tempo for a possible wave.
I mean, we have TP coming in, but it's already a lot of damage. Let's see what they can do here. The Realm Morph is coming out from the side of BNK, so Vikla just gets them out. No fear. Gonna keep Raptor around.
So TP for Skarner Flash. I think you take that. As we take another look here, it's very straightforward. Diablo feels impervious. And then the big thing is that Kellen gets caught in the combo. So if Kellen doesn't get caught, it doesn't work. But because he does get caught, he can't eat the Jinx immediately, so enough damage comes down. Vikla also wasn't there, but obviously that's not, in this instance, not really his fault. Just take a look at Croco. Perfect timing.
He makes the call.
징크 나와도 궁이야, 나와도 궁이야. 나이스.
I think, was it... I'm not sure if it was Raptor or if it was Chase knocking back the Nico, but if Nico hits the Diablo there as well immediately, it might even end up being worse. Yeah, Closer's the one that actually needs to hit the timing. Obviously, Croco is just doing the point and click and the communicate, but that was good. Well, we need to see that around an objective for Bro. There is a big gold swing though, as we can see, but the gold play between these two teams, it's negligible. It's just going to come down to the fights.
Yeah, I mean, at least they get the combo back, you know.
Yeah. Doesn't cost
They can do it again.
Doesn't cost them. I just don't want to... Like, that was hype, but it didn't...
Actually, it was Closer and Croco who put that together. Hype didn't really do too much. I think he did ult in, but yeah, it wasn't really Hype. So we'll see how it goes with this dragon coming up, this ocean dragon. We'll see if BNK can actually lock down this objective. And they're going to do it again. We've seen this before, but this time it's a Devour that comes through. And yes, the fear is there, but it's not quite enough. And Croco, the peel comes through, and there's just nowhere for him to go. Even gets knocked up here. Meanwhile, a turret taken down by the Yorick, but it's still a kill onto Bro's jungler. So now they can just turn onto this dragon and take that down. Trying to threaten a Baron.
They should. I don't know if they actually try to play for a catch, right? But it looks like, yeah, they're
They
hesitating.
There's vision. Nah.
It's too late now.
Yeah.
You really, if they do have really good Baron damage with Yorick as well as the Kaisa, but also understand you don't really want to do that. But losing the soul is definitely rough. Do they know about Morgan? Does it matter?
I don't think it really matters. They're just going in on a Closer. Closer is all alone in his own jungle. Doesn't have his flash. It's about to come up. And even then, I don't know if he gets away. So it's just a kill. And Krako just came back. Apollo is here on the flank. That's the bottom Nocturne you can see on your minimap. Trying to come on in. They're looking for Morgan now. And yeah, I think eventually they will take him out. They're just farming kills here. Not going to get the Baron just yet, but after they get Morgan, they should be able to. As it's another kill over to Diablo's Jinx. And now they'll take the Baron.
I really want to object to how often I see Yorick in a position where he's not in the lane just pushing. As we take another look.
That's a good objection.
They try to do the combo, but this time, Kellen, perfect timing, completely safe. Play is red. And without the combo hitting onto Diablo, the fight falls apart. I also think Krako was a little bit too eager to pull the trigger there. Ideally, you'd also have Paulo on a flank angle there as well, so you have more than one source of threat.
Yeah.
And really, ideally, you'd have Morgan in the side lane, which I know we're a broken record. I get that there's a dragon that he has to be there for. He didn't have TP. But it is something we're going to keep going back to. Because if you're playing Yorick like this,
yeah,
I just don't see you really getting the value out of him.
You're not really going into what makes him very strong this way, we could say. As this one is a fakesy, a little fake Nocturne. And now with the Baron, they're just able to push mid and bot. And they're not really in any danger as long as Kellen sticks with Diablo. Raptor kind of playing in the middle, just taxiing in his rise. Palu on the flank, trying to set up that multi-pronged engage you were talking about. Meanwhile, BNK are going forward. There's the knock-up, but no follow-up from the side of Krako. Now he goes in, the combo comes in, but Diablo's already excited, and he gets a double, looking for a bit more. The kiting is insane out of this guy, and he's looking for a fourth. There's the win, and it's the penta out of Diablo. You cannot stop him tonight.
And that's going to be the game. A final Hail Mary for the Bros. But Diablo flashes the shockwave. Ends up winning the fight. Ocean Soul paying dividends. And BNK gonna beat out Bro for that 6th place spot in the LCK.
That was kind of insane out of Diablo in that last fight. I might just be a believer of this young guy. He's getting more and more consistent. And when you got hands like that, it's so difficult. You play this comp that has multiple threats, but obviously the Jinx that gets 2 kills early is the main one. And you send everything into him, and he does that to you. It's got to feel real bad for the Bros. And BNK is able to put it together. So props to them. Feels like everybody on the team had their moments. I think Clear was fantastic early on. And obviously Diablo towards the end is going to get some votes from Soup and Chichizik, no doubt.
Yeah, don't worry. I wasn't a Diablo voter. I think he played great, and he did get the penna. But for me, it was really the top side. I think Diablo is proving himself with every passing game.
Nice.
He's getting more confident as well. It's really cute to see.
Yeah.
Obviously, still might end up getting POM as well. So I got to put in a Pommen while I'm at it.
You got to figure out your Pommens. Feels a little bit bad for the Bros. You know, they had an angle. The comeback in game 2 was fantastic. You know, that was a close game as well. That was one that BNK could have won, but it didn't really pan out. But props to the Bros for making it interesting, bringing us to a game 3. And they just didn't quite have the answer for Diablo's Jinx. And yeah, BNK FearX fighting. They're going to be sitting at 5 and 6 now. Diablo's just, you know, he's like Jin, he's dropping bullets all over the floor. In this case, he's just dropping a bunch of water on the floor. And, yeah, I mean, Cleary got punished there, but felt like this game was a bit more about the bottom lane. Whereas Clear was fantastic.
Well, we'll see.
The last couple of games.
There's always the recency, like the final game mattering the most. And I think Diablo played a really clean game. This game centered around him. For me, over the course of the 3 games, I think Clear was the most consistent member. Even here, he had a hero moment, right? Like being able to save. Diablo here was kind of what started that whole chain. But if Diablo gets it, I think it makes sense. I think Raptor is always a good vote as well. He was the one that really got the first game going on the Neferi, and he had a good performance on the Skarner here as well. So we'll see. Actions getting it. This was a nice moment for the bros, and that's why I was kind of down on the moment. It's like, that was cool, but they didn't actually get anything. Didn't get mid lane turret, didn't get an objective, and it didn't get them some crucial cooldowns either to set up for a possible. And then here,
they just got caught out.
They did.
Look at this team fight.
Watch the flash from Diablo and the shockwave. Actually crazy. So it starts off with a great engage from Paulo. Gets on top of them.
He got shockwave though.
It's still fine.
It was still good. His spacing was great. You know, his kiting was also awesome. I mean, it wasn't perfect, but it basically was.
Now I feel even better about not voting for him.
Yeah, hey, take that soup and take.
Am I a boom boom damage voter?
I mean, Clear did over 1,000 DPM in game 1, and he almost matched the Jinx in this game, which is absolutely insane.
I am just a big enjoyer of the Kellen redemption arc.
Yeah.
I can't believe we are witnessing a Kellen redemption arc in 2025.
It's awesome.
But it's happening.
POM comes through. It is Diablo who is going to pick it up. And, yeah, it's kind of what we expected. I mean, Ezreal was great, too, in game 1, right?
It was.
Ezreal was good. Game 2 was not his fault by any means. Like, his Xayah was good. He just didn't really get a chance to play the game. And, I think both are fine votes, to be honest. I think Clear deserved it. Diablo also deserved it.
I wouldn't
be
too shocked to see a nice spread as well. I think maybe some based Raptor voters.
I think the bottom is going to be all Diablo. There's going to be like a couple of scattered votes. Maybe VN Cass goes for Kellen because they're based that way.
Jonas Strong is going to throw a vote to Raptor because he's the guy.
I like that, yeah.
I can see it. And BNK kind of continues the streak of not necessarily being the most consistent, but they're a fun team to watch. And for Bro, I am feeling a lot better than I thought I was going to about the Crocker substitution. You know, we were all pretty much on the Humbug train, but I feel like it's also not really worked out.
He had a really rough game right before Crocker was going to sub in too. So I feel like it was the perfect time to be like, all right, Humbug, take a little back seat, continue to develop, and let Croco have his moment.
It does feel like we're still seeing the same issues with Croco, right? That final engage, maybe not the best, but I can also understand how Bro feel like they need someone with a bit more experience. It also is in the shock column. Obviously, Morgan has been around for a while. Closer at this point is a staple in the LCK, but still different to have a jungler compared to a solo laner. Paulo obviously not known for his experience, still being a quite young player. Tough loss here for the Bro, but it was a free gamer. They were pretty close, and I don't think anything can get the Bros down.
Nothing's going to get the Bros down. You know, Giga Chad, they let them have it this time. And that's fine. You know, like, Bro are going to be a force to be reckoned with if they end up in the Rise group. If they go to Legends, obviously any team, either of these teams would be struggling in that group. But, you know, it's going to be fun to see where they do end up.
If they make it.
Yeah, we'll see which one of those Legend teams does fall out. But, guys, we will go to the POM interview now, so let's go to that right now.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Dear for the POM interview translation. We're here with Diablo on the side of BNK Fear X. Congratulations! Thank you! So you defeated OK Savings Bank Breon to defend the King of the East title. And this is your first POM. How do you feel? You know, last week, we lost 2-0 both times. And it was quite underwhelming But today I feel like we played really well as a team, so it feels great.
플레이를 해주셨군요. 그동안의 아쉬움을 오늘 털어내버리는 듯한 그런 플레이가 나왔습니다. 오늘 굉장히 화끈한 전투력이 인상적이었는데요.
And today, yes, you have shown such feisty performance.
모습이 많이 나왔는데
We were able to see BNK Fear X's bot duo's aggression, and was that due to Kellen's proactivity, or was it just you making most of the shot call? You know, without shot calling, I feel like we really have a very similar style, and I think we tend to be a very good bot duo with who have a very good aggression, and we're always on the same page. So how was playing with the buffed Annie and Leona? So since Annie was buffed, we tried using her in practice, and she seems very good. And as well as Leona, I feel like it's very situational. But after the buff, it actually has become a lot stronger for us to be used as a good pick. And after the loss in Game 2, what was the feedback like? No, as a team, we said that we shouldn't rush in. Don't get too ahead of yourselves, and I think we just tried to make sure that we stay calm, and it went pretty well. There are so many people cheering for you, as we can see on the screen. And in Game 3, you guys completed a Jinx and Tom Kench comp. So what was the strength of that composition? You know, they're pretty strong in lane, and as long as I survive, we would be able to win the team fight. And as long as Kellen keeps me alive, I think that was just the main game plan. And yeah, Game 3 was quite back and forth, but in the end, you got a pentakill. So how did that feel? You know, I didn't expect to get a pentakill so early, but since I was able to get a pentakill with a carry champion, it felt great. Would you like to say anything to your teammates who set that up for you? You know, during practice, they usually steal my penta just as a joke, but I'm just... You know, I was honestly just trying to survive and stay alive, but I think my teammates really tried to set that up and get me a pentakill. So that was quite refreshing and such a new side that I haven't seen from them yet. And you are the rookie everyone is so excited to watch. And with how bold and aggressive your performance is, many say that you resemble Deft. So how do you feel about that? You know, just about 3 months ago, I did watch a lot of montage videos from Deft, and I noticed how aggressive he is, how he would flash forward and get all the kills, and so I would say that I got a lot of inspiration from him. The Sandstorm has started again, and your next opponent is Genji, and your role model, Ruler, will be your lane opponent. So how will you play out the bot matchup? I mean, Ruler, he's still a great and amazing player. It won't be an easy match, but I will make sure that I prepare well and try my best to win. You know, I'm seeing that there are fans that have been cheering for you for the team since 2019. So any message over to the fans? You know, it was a rough start, but I want to make sure that we're prepared for the next match and make sure that we win. Thank you so much. And that's the end of the interview with Diablo, and back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you so much, dear, as it is the first time we get to hear from Diablo as the player of the match. A huge penta to close out that last game, and a great performance throughout. Let's take a look at those POM votes here, and they are spread pretty all over.
I knew this was going to be the battle between like fan media versus like those big brain Kellen voters, but after watching this fight, I had to vote Diablo. Because yeah, Kellen helps him out here a lot, obviously in this game, and devours him, keeps him alive, but then watch his flash. in this fight to get the reset. His positioning obviously fantastic here as he kites back, still gets comboed, flashes in for the kill to speed up, and then kites his way back. Like you said in the interview, he wasn't calling for a penta because he was just trying to survive.
It was honestly a good engage, I will say, from Bro, because they forced the eat with the Nico ultimate, so there is no gobble for the Nocturne Orianna. If you're going to engage, that's how you have to do it. Still wasn't quite enough to find it, and just that clutch execute to get the reset was huge.
Comments time.
I was just, you know, I was just getting heated in that last fight. Had to fan myself off there. Diablo's insane hands, just insane mechanics on this guy. He takes over games. Early in the year, I wasn't ready to trust because I'd seen some mistakes from him in challengers. Now he's got that measured aggression. Guy is just crazy good. I think he's got a bright future ahead of him.
So there's the Diablo voter here on the broadcast. We had another voter in the top lane, Chronicler, going with clearly the POM.
Actually, I thought it was quite murky. I thought it was a pretty big split vote.
Also, it was Diablo who ended up being the POM. So this comment it's you know, sometimes you can have a good or a bad comment. This comment is just incorrect. So you know, I'm not looking favorably on this one.
Gosh, Mao gets the KT prediction wrong, and now he's just all over the place.
He had a great Rumble game. Good Rumble game.
I don't know. All right, Ox, your turn.
Yeah, mine is for Kellen, and yeah, he protect, but he also attack because you know he had the aggressive Alistair engages, but also the Tom Kench where I was a little worried, you know, because if you're in the Alistair mindset, it's like I want to go in, I want to W, I want the knockups, but he was there helping his AD carry out. I think he had a pretty great performance over the course of the series. In that loss, he was the best performer as well, so I think I'm glad he got some votes, even though I think Diablo definitely deserving of the POM.
All right, let's take a look at Helios here. POM doesn't come easy. This is the level that you need. Kellen again getting the plaudits from.
Well, apparently he needs even more of a level.
He didn't get it. Yeah. It's days like this that truly deserve respect. I thought the biggest thing for me for Kellen, which is why I considered voting for him until that Penta, was the lost performance, like you said. And I think Pony is on the money with this.
You know, I had the exact same mindset, and then I was like, you know what? The Penta nearly influenced me. I was like on the line. I think a lot of people probably were, because it was just a great fight from Diablo, but he had that Ezreal game as well, which was fantastic.
Yeah, let us know at home who you voted for, since this was a pretty good split vote. Was it down on the bottom side of the map at the support role?
We had fan votes. We saw who they voted for as Diablo.
That's true.
That was the bottom. Yeah, you saw the little, like it was this logo.
Yeah.
That's how.
Come on, Digon, keep up.
He's
just a little after the Bro loss, you know.
Yeah,
you can see it again there. Yeah, that's who there was a home
instant
vote
replay for you there, Digon.
Yeah, okay.
In case you missed it.
Yeah, you're right.
Taking the Bro loss
both
hard,
platforms. Yeah,
yeah. I mean, okay. All right, I tried to involve everyone at home, not just Soup and Chijijik, but
if you're at home, why aren't you there?
Let's take a look at the standings. Let's take a look at the standings. Order. Let's take a look at the standings. BFX Furex. They are now the beasts of the East in the battle between the Bros and the Foxes. They are 5 and 6. Hold tiebreaker over the Bros as well. A nice point spread, and the Bros now starting to reel. Both teams playing tough opponents. BFX Furex going up against Gen G, and I believe the Bros have Hanwha Life Esports later on.
No one's hit that 6-win threshold yet. KT and DRX still kind of in the running, I would say, but it's going to take a big, surging performance. There's still a lot of weeks left here in round 2, but hoping to see a little bit more movement there on the bottom side of the standings.
Yeah, I think we can't really understate how important a match like this is when a team's that close to you in the standings. You know, the effect of not only getting that win for you, but denying that to them. I think, you know, we often get to the end of this, the end of the season, and one series win difference can decide making it into the playoffs or not. So in this situation, obviously, it's the Legend and Rise group, it's the MSI qualifiers, but I think a match like this is one you'll look back and go, okay, that did make a difference.
Yeah. All right. Well, we'll see what happens with the rest of the season for both those squads. But before we do, we got a second match of the day. It is D plus Kia versus KT. KT upset-minded. We'll see if they're able to do it after this short break. See you in a little bit.
진행된 LCK 로드쇼 11번째 북발 실패 T1 아는 그 고점으로 향하는 2라운드 첫 걸음 한 걸음 제대로 내딛습니다.
이런 상황을 극복하기 위한 최고의 만병통치약은 승리거든요. 정말 처절한 서로 한치의 양보 없는 강팀들끼리 대결이 중요하겠죠.
Doesn't kill me, makes me stronger.
As we talked about DNF, this is risky. Yeah. Well, Telfa is well and truly recouped though. What the Bros can actually do off the back of it is
적을
starting
처치했습니다.
off any fight just yet as Dudu might be the target. There's the crash from Morgan. Pop Blossom though, used mainly defensively, but Croco is dead. And now the Baron, not smiteable on their side, and DN Freaks will be able to lock it down. They cannot lock down the team fight. Berserk are going to get arrowed as well as they all just try to run after it. Look at Hype. And now Penta for Hype off the back end of the barrier. DNF. Brill. Stepping on a trap there. Closer takes a third of his health in damage. Now they engage on a Ridge, who is level 16, but the follow-up is not quite there. And there goes a bunch of members of Bros sailing away through the sky. 3 of them get sent. And it's just 2-3 kills for DRX. And that should be the Elder Drake. Yeah, had to spell it out, but now Hype in a really rough spot as the Rel TP's in, and down he goes. Hype, the one guy who was really fed on the team, and now he's died twice in a row. Here comes the Croc as well, big deal. Coming out from Brookmont, but still, Polly's gonna go down. Standing gold on the map. Canyon getting low. He's got his ult though. That is going to push them away. Gumtum getting extremely low himself. The knockup comes in from Duro. Ult from Buzz. They want to take out Keen here. Now Redemption on the top side, but Keen is all alone. They're isolating him, but he kills them all
적을
instead.
처치했습니다.
And Gumtum
더블킬.
not able to finish the job. And they went just a bit too deep for this one. They saw the angles, they saw the lights, and BDD, he only gets the Rakan. It's a triple kill for Keen. Maybe Viper taking out his former teammate. All right, well, that's a successful play there on the top side. Oh god, he's actually trading quite nicely here as the needlework going to be avoided. He's here, making his way down though. And the Impale will be moved out of the way of, and now Zayas is going to turn it. This time no flash for Gideon, and this chase is just too good. The Realm of Dark, they're still in trouble. How is Zayas going to outplay this? That's the question I have on my mind. The answer is, I guess we just shoot him a bunch of times. As down goes the Gwen, he's immortal. Ladies and gentlemen, the best top laner in the world, his name is Zayas.
sunshine and rainbows, girl.
Echoes from beyond the past, the seed is sowed, the spirit knows, may it guide me, for I again will wander far and shape the path to meet again on late horizons. The wind is calling your name, a whisper of the souls who never leave you. Collect your silver tears and pray they disappear tomorrow. Earth and ether to combine. The light it shows, the dark it knows. Our tethers, spirits haunt the restless mind, but seek to find. We'll meet again. Can't you hear them? The wind is calling your name, a whisper of the souls who never leave us. Collect your silver tears and pray that we are here tomorrow. Can't you hear the The wind is calling my name, a whisper of the souls who never leave me. doesn't kill me, makes me stronger.
KT 롤스터 화이팅! KT 롤스터 화이팅!
Hello and welcome back to the LCK. We're here for our second match of the night. We got D plus Kia up against KT Rolster. And for you knowers out there, DK on a big slump here, on a bit of a downturn. KT also struggling, but this is two teams where you just never know what to expect when they face off against each other, especially Chronicler.
No, because in first thought, you can look at the scores, right? DK is a +2, KT is a -7. The teams that DK has lost to in their current losing streak are all really good teams. I should feel confident to say DK should be heavily favored. But do I actually feel that way?
No, I don't.
No, I don't.
On paper, you probably should feel that way, but I think based on what we've seen so far, it's hard to really give them the benefit of the doubt. It is a 4-game losing streak, and KT are on a 3-game losing streak themselves, including that last loss to T1.
2 of those losses are Gen G, so I feel like that's okay.
Yeah.
You know, we're not going to give them any grief for that one, but it's the loss against Nongshim, and particularly the way in which it happened, that I think created a lot of stress for DK fans as the loss streaks coming in. Here, neither team going to be very happy with. KT have looked somewhat revitalized in recent weeks, but even that is just relative to where they were before, which was not in a good place. And for DK, it's been the world champions that I think have been the problem. Yeah, you know, Lucid and Shield, they've had good games, they've had lesser games. I think ending has consistently just been great, but neither Showmaker nor Barrel right now, depending on the game, are really having an impact. Showmaker is losing a lot of matchups, basically every single one against mids that are considered the best, but he also got upstaged by young up-and-comer Calyx in a pretty aggressive fashion. And BDD, the narrative is starting to turn, and not in a good way. Valdez says perfect.
Yeah.
He is back.
He is back.
He is back.
Now, this has been a little bit of, you know, roster roulette where it's like, okay, who are we playing today? Let's bring in the other guy who wasn't playing well that we replaced with casting. And now he's back now that casting is struggling. So did Perfect take enough time off to actually do something against you? We will find out. Number 1 mid laner champion pool, Showmaker versus BDD. Both players have utilized 13 champions. Which card will they play? I forget who said it on our space, but you can play a lot of champions, but you have to show mastery on champions to actually be able to do that. Apparently it was Wadid. Thank you, G-Sun. And, you know, they played a lot, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you're getting all this huge amount of value unless you're actually playing them to a very high level. So
you do have
still
to
waiting
win.
for that.
Yeah, you have to win. Big match here for either team. KT trying to desperately turn around their season. DK, it will be really concerning if they lose this, because if there's one thing that this team has consistently done, it's beat teams weaker than them. That's something that they've always excelled at ever since they had their fall from grace, you know, starting in 2022 when they were dethroned as the best team in the LCK. And have been able to climb back since. 2020, 2021 was all about that team. But then in 2022, we had the rise of a Genji Lachovian T1 in their later World Championship winning roster. And that man right there has got to get a return to form. He is, I think, the linchpin of this team. And the same can be said for BDD. And all I want is I don't want BDD to be one of those players that eventually the back gets broken and they just keep sliding further down. And we've seen that with a lot of players on KT, unfortunately. Rascal is another example that always comes to mind, because you don't want to see that. Showmaker, he is 11th in damage share. Part of that is because Shu has been playing well. Part of that is because he does give up a lot of resources to aiming, who obviously will then take a bigger part. So part of it is his role. But let's be real, we can all do the eye test, we can all see that what he's giving up is then not warranted, right? Like, DK are not winning, and Showmaker's falling too far behind and failing to have an impact. And BDD, I swear if his back breaks as well, maybe it is a Zinni angle, but I hope not, because I love BDD.
No, there's no way. I mean, he went through that Nongshim roster, right? And he came out on the other side, and
he did almost win the LCK in 2023.
He did almost win the LCK. So I have faith in BDD to, throughout the trials and tribulations, he will be fine to push through. I'm definitely curious to see how Perfect's going to play today, because if the KT staff feels like, well, we tried casting, that didn't work, we got to try Perfect again, but if that doesn't work as well, then you don't really have a top laner to fall back to. And again, it's just kind of like a revolving door in the top lane, which never feels good, not for the team which you're trying to scrim with and create, you know, camaraderie and coordination. It doesn't feel good for the players. And it generally doesn't feel good for your standings either.
It's time for the forbidden Youngjae tech, Valve.
No, I don't think it is.
No, I think Cuz has not been great, but I don't think he's the core issue with this team. It really is just a kind of everywhere issue.
Yeah.
Even BDD, as we get deeper into the season, starting to feel the weight. And yeah, for Perfect, there's a lot of talk about his work ethic that kind of cuts both ways. I think we're also seeing the expectations he puts on himself. There's been a lot of talk about how his performance in scrims is infinitely better than what it was. Maybe a time when challengers helped him to kind of chill out. Then I saw his face in the cams. I'm like, not so sure about that. But he does have Peter on his team.
Yeah.
And
the vibes.
That's gotta help. I don't know if it helps enough, but it's gotta help. As you can see, DK, they're often a team that is giggling, that's having a good time. Not right now. All business.
Yeah.
There's
a sign right before score, right behind score, that says, "As long as you guys are laughing, I'm good with that. I'm enjoying it." And if the person in that seat, if you lose, you're buying lunch, and then this is the other person. We've seen this before. They're friends. They connect signs, and they have their credit cards stuck to the fan signs.
New meta.
Yeah, so whoever loses today will be buying dinner for the other one. There was also a couple of signs in the audience that said Dam Duck. I think she might have mixed around the positioning. Should be Duck Dam, but it was Dam Duck instead. I thought that was really funny.
Oh, it was on Dom 1 as well.
Yeah.
That did happen.
It was. Dam Duck on Dam 1. Now D plus Kia. Starting on the blue side, still banning Kalista. I thought, into Diablo, I'm like, okay, I understand. That's fine. But into Duckdom, I think it's fine to just leave the Kalista open, to be honest.
I'm with you, Veldes. I don't think this was a necessary ban, but it does come through. Talia makes a lot more sense. Showmaker eyeing an Azir first pick. I'm just going to give it away, everyone. That shouldn't be a surprise. That should be a no-brainer. And it is certainly what's coming, as DK seemingly not taking the patch notes all too seriously. Yeah. Also, we did see only one game of the the newer Gwen, but it was also Morgan, so I want to hold off a little bit on our judgment.
Yeah, into Rumble, and he got ganked after being pushed in, so.
And it's also clear versus Morgan.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah, he didn't really get a chance to
Oh, no Zir ban.
Nafiri.
Well done.
I mean, Azir isn't the only thing they could pick up here.
They got it.
But they should, you
It's
know.
BDD.
Just based on the delay, I was getting a little bit worried. I'm like beginning to scramble through my notes. I'm like, oh, what else are they thinking about picking? But no, it's Azir. It was always Azir, and it's Azir today. It's Azir tomorrow. It was Azir yesterday.
We're in the LCK. It's always Azir. Maybe not Corki, but definitely Azir. Rumble, not going to be blind for perfect. I think we've seen him a lot on. Shiu then most likely going to go towards the Jace, but we'll see. Could also look towards more direct count. In the Rumble, we've seen Galio, we've seen Aurora. What's the pickup for Cuz going to be?
Rise from Keen.
You know, if Shiu pulls it out, I'll trust him. I think the kid's been playing great.
Azir Rise is... I think that was actually what they played, wasn't it? Gen G. Well, it's going to be Yone from BDD.
It's a good combo. The 1-2 there.
Maybe they look for Sejuani here on 3?
I know DK keeps prioritizing this. This champion has like a 30% win rate. I feel like the nerfs have done their job. The main reason probably is because trying to play into Rumble, Skarner, Yone is that's not a good time. There's one man I trust to do this. In the LCK and the Chiu, I think he's the best in Bessa. As instead, it's going to be the Pantheon to come through for Lucid. I like this a lot more, knowing the type of team that DK is. But it does make me wonder, is Cuz going to slam the Skarner? He does have or did have an Italy pass. I think in his current form, I don't know if he still does.
I think he lost his Italy pass.
Yeah.
He misplaced it and then he moved and he's like, oh crap, do I still have that?
No, you don't.
He's like thinking, oh man, do I have this? Well, apparently he found it.
Well, I don't know. You can just pick it. And you might see that and then go, oh, 82% win rate. Man, that champion is... But it's Peanut and Canyon that have been picking it, which might help.
And top laners.
And top lane. Yeah, Zeus is
like Pingin and Zeus.
Yeah, so do not be fooled.
What if it's Rumble Jungle?
Do you even want to play Nidalee into Ambessa? I don't even know. Like, obviously,
it's melee,
great, but
yeah, you get.
I guess.
I don't really see a good reason to do that.
Besides it being funny.
It is funny. It's like that thing where everybody says, "Oh, they have the chance to do the funniest thing." It's actually not that funny. I mean, it's a little bit funny.
How about your rating on the funny scale?
It's like a 4, maybe.
Out of?
10.
Well, it could be 5.
It's always out of 10.
I don't know. It could be 5. Then it wouldn't be that funny. But
that would be very funny. 4 out of 5?
Oh, yeah, no. I mean, relative.
4 out of 10 is a lot less funny.
It's not funny at all, some might say.
Yeah.
Just like this bit. I
thought it was funny.
I thought it was funny, too. I just had to be self-deprecating.
Yeah.
I don't know why I do that.
It's funny.
It is funny. As Poppy taken away, still, there is the potential to flex the Pantheon. I think Pantheon support has not been great, has not been performing very well, but it would be very DK to just say, we don't really care about that. Barrel just wants to play his champion. And then he picks something else for Lucid to try and counter this Nidalee, which we do realistically know is going jungle. Now, as far as picks go, maybe Xayah here? I was kind of looking towards Jhin, so I think that's a nice ban from DK. Good call to take that out. And Nico does up the stock of a if they go like Varus here, I think DK is going to respond with Ashe Renata.
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of my... And then there aren't a lot of good counter picks into the Renata.
Or you just pick Ballister.
So Ashe Renata. Picking of Varus Renata as well. You have decent ways to start a fight, and let's be real, it's DK. They're going to try and win the game the first 15 to 20 minutes. So might as well commit.
It is aiming, so...
It is aiming. That makes... Maybe just go this and... So the Rel...
Just pick Rel anyway?
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I could see him do it. Oh. Those are your two flavors, right?
Little Varus angle? No? Just kidding?
where you don't go... I don't think you go that and... Yeah, I was about to say, you don't go Misfortune and Granada. Doesn't sound great.
No.
So not going to do that. Instead, just going for the Rakan. Further follow-up. Teamfight. Yeah, of course, no frontline. It's DK. They've been playing a lot of no frontline comps. Dom is going to go towards the Varus. Varus works well with the poke setup they have. It's going to be hard to play out the later fights, though. So I do imagine he will go lethality, because I don't really think you want to get anywhere near the members on DK. You don't have that much setup as well. I wouldn't want to be either of these two comps if I fall behind Veldes. I am going to be very real with you. If you fall behind...
Just don't fall behind.
Just don't lose early.
Yeah. So we'll see how the lanes go, because that will have a big impact on who gets this first lead.
So bot lane should be Barrel and Aiming favored. Mid lane is definitely BDD favored, but not necessarily early on.
Yeah.
And then top should be Perfect favored. But I have not been impressed by Rumble's laning phases recently. Claire was a good counterexample, but on average, doesn't feel like it's been as impressive. And then obviously Pantheon, really strong ganks, should get outpaced by Nidalee, so kind of go either way. Interesting,
might be a bit flippy in this one, you know?
Yeah, what, these two teams?
A little bit off the rails. A little bit up and down. Side to side, loop-de-loop. Yeah. I think it will come down to a lot of crazy play in this one.
A lot of Digimon. I saw
it's BDD.
Sad Frog as well.
Isn't that not the correct Digimon though?
I don't.
Isn't that like?
I don't know. Maybe it's just any.
It's not Agumon
now.
Originally it was Agumon, but
yeah.
I don't know. I guess they switched it up. Showmaker takes the Azir away and bans it from BDD in the series, and he just picks Yone into it. We'll see how BDD's Yone looks tonight as we hop into the Rift here for game number 1.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
Alrighty, game number 1 in a series that we are expecting to be very back and forth. This could just be the start of the week 6 gamer. Would not be surprised.
We've been saying that. We've been saying that so much that now I'm like, no, it's a quick 2-0 for either team. That's just how it goes.
Is there any world where KT 2-0s quickly?
Well, they'd be 50-minute games, but yeah.
Well, like in actual clean 2-0, nothing to see here?
No. The meme 2-0, clean 2-0, nothing to see here. I don't think KT should ever get...
So they barely stumble across the line.
Twice, yeah.
And they throw multiple times, yet still they somehow find a way to win.
Yes.
Thanks to DK.
But even that, KT hasn't really been doing, right? I feel like a lot of the... We often joke about KT fans and where they're kind of at. But I feel like there's been an unusual amount of despair. Because they just... We've had lineups that were not that great, but had a lot of magic. Even last year, right? The lineup didn't really inspire that much confidence, but we had the homestand Telecom War win, a couple of other moments like that. They were the team that broke the streak. Remember, was it Senna Nautilus? Broke the Gen G streak.
Yeah.
Arrow picked and Deft picked that one up. I feel like we haven't really had those moments yet. As we do see, as expected, should be DK able to gain prio on this early wave, although I say that. Yeah, tempo barrier, not getting the most value for it, but I guess it gets to level 2.
Yeah, should let them hit level 2. And they're about to... A couple of... Oh, they get it there, actually. Aiming does. And now Barrel will. They push forward, push them out of the lane. See that Aiming has played 7 games of MF. And coming into the season, I wouldn't say that Aiming, you know, if you told me, oh, Aiming's going to be a big MF player, I wouldn't believe it.
And he's good.
He's actually good at it.
Actually good at it.
He is. And he's usually, we were like, okay, he's got to play something with mobility. He's very much a guy who is not scared to flip a game on a dash forward on certain champions at certain times. But, yeah. So I was just letting know that Agumon evolves into Greymon. I should have known that. In fact, I used to know that. And now I guess I just forgot. That's what happens, you know, the years, they go by. You forget things.
It's fine. Eventually, your kid will watch Digimon, and you will know again.
Yes. I can't wait for that moment.
The real hype moment is when they pick up their first board or video game. That's
yeah.
Where you gotta look forward towards. I imagine. I don't know. You should be telling me, Vel.
Chronicler, the very knowledgeable dad.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think I have dad energy.
Not yet.
Well, even if I do, I think I might have more mom energy than dad energy, Vel. We're gonna be real with you.
That's true. I mean, you know, don't have to play the standard role.
That's fine.
Do whatever works.
Thanks, Dad Valdez.
No problem.
Very
That's what I'm here for supporting you through all of your trials.
I mean,
and tribulations.
I'm doing great. Thanks. I appreciate it.
Xiu is having a little bit of a hard time, but he's not falling behind. He is behind on health, and he doesn't have a pot, but, you know, Dorn Shield and just tough it out and try not to fall too far behind.
Oh, it's a Hex Drinker first buy. You're playing into Nidalee and Rumble. It's going to be at you crazy amounts of value. Is Lucid actually doing an interesting clear here, just power clearing towards level 6. So, see, Cuz is already back to pick up Faded Ashes. Whereas Lucid, I imagine to deny, because Cuz was looking for a Raptor Steal. Actually, nice pathing here from Lucid. Cuz wastes a little bit of time. Shoot. I think it's fine. Gonna have to TP back, and then probably doesn't have enough for the Hex Drinker, so it'd be like a Longsword and a Mantle.
What kind of mantle?
A no magic mod. Oh no. Not mantling? I don't often say early Hex Drinker feels like the play, but I feel like here it really is.
Yeah, you just get so much value. Even just into the Rumble. But I suppose he wants a little bit more trading power. Just upfront damage. I don't know if that's going to work for him. He is going to catch a big wave. And again, I'm just excited to see how Perfect's going to play this game. He's really the guy I've got my eye on. Is he going to meet expectations? Did his time off help his nerves? Will he play better than casting? Maybe he'll be an extra step that leads KT to actually be able to win this series.
Yeah, casting was perfectly fine. I think for most of the games, he was there. I think it was a big liability, but I also don't think that he really... With Peter coming in, I'm like, okay, he should be playing for the rest of the season, right? It was a very marked improvement. Don't think that was quite the case for casting. As he went back.
Got him.
Still caps. Yeah, really very low-key early game here. They're just witnessing.
A DK and Brew.
They have been a bit slower, I think. I don't know if it's a lack of confidence as Lucid, nicely done, uses the movement speed on E to just run away.
Yeah. Just run. She was able to get the refillable. That's definitely going to help him a lot in this lane. Equalizer does come down. It's a very good one. She has to kind of go forward. Takes a huge amount of damage. Overheating is perfect. And so it's just an aggressive trade is what it turns out to be.
Equalizer should be back up when the grubs do spawn. As mentioned, my biggest issue with DK right now is Showmaker is not at the early laning phase. I think he's been fine there, but it's really mid-game where he, it's some games he drops too many waves to overgroup. Some waves he just isn't CSing well, and some games he is giving too much over to aiming, right? It's kind of a mix. Because it used to be Lucid that gave over everything to aiming, but then Lucid's been playing well, and they're like, you know what? You can have gold. But Showmaker also needs gold. So we'll see what flavor of Showmaker we get this time around. Because Yone is solid into his ear, but it's not like the matchup is unplayable for either end, right?
Yeah.
Yone just gets the skill for free and then becomes more about who has the highest impact in team fights. Is Castle or a Perfect rather already setting? I don't. That was a long time ago that he played for KT.
Yeah. Just teleported like 3 years ago.
Yeah, I was watching, I think it was because I was watching, I don't know if it was Hotline League or the LTA podcast, but they were talking about Castle. So I think it must have just stuck. But Perfect, currently up about 250 gold, so looking good there, which we knew was going to happen. I think this is like 10 to 20 CS kind of within acceptable. If it becomes more, I think it becomes a really big problem, as we do see Lucid, does he have an alternative play? Is looking towards bot.
Dive Alistair? Oh, Ducktom doesn't finish his back.
He also doesn't have cleanse. I mean, just zoning him off the wave isn't bad, but oh, they don't know. BDD's on his way, though. I think they'll read the play.
Yeah, BDD's here. The dive comes in, and Beryl just
dead.
Yeah, oh,
I guess he's fine.
There you go. He's totally fine.
I really thought he was going to take another turret shot.
Yeah, I thought I saw a turret shot coming out, but it just came out and hit the ranged minion instead. Weird. And Cuz just got free grubs and a blue buff. He's really having a great time on this Nidalee. He hasn't really been challenged with doing much in this game outside of farming.
That's what we said. They are expected to actually generate a substantial lead. I'd say that it's weird, but the play from Lucid did still kind of work out because Ducktom at the back and actually ends up missing about a wave. Also allows Aim to pick up a plate, so it was fine. But if you can choose between that and picking up a blue buff and free grubs, it's a pretty easy choice, and that's what we said. Nidalee is expected to really overtake when it comes to farm. Panther can't really keep up with her. Lucid needs to make his impact known on the map. Does have his ultimate available now. We'll see if he can actually find real plays with enemy champions dying. Kind of the goal.
We don't have much of that in this game, Chronicler. It's not really happening.
It's a thinking man's game.
It's a thinking man's game. K thinking.
I know we try to brand everything as K something, but I feel like that's stretching it, Valdez.
Well, it's because it's KT, like K thinking.
Yeah.
But thinking doesn't actually highlight the T, you know, because it's TH. English sucks.
Yeah. Really, your language is at fault here.
Yeah. How do you say thinking in Dutch?
Denken.
Denken?
Yeah.
Definitely a real language.
Yeah. That's a normal word.
Yeah, it's very dank, I agree. That's the most exciting thing that's happened in this game.
So it's the same in German.
Is it really?
Denken, yeah.
Denken?
Yeah, have you not watched Frieren? There's a character in there.
What?
If you Frieren, the show.
No.
Okay.
Is that an anime?
Yeah, it's really good.
Oh, well.
You should watch it. You're not going to, I know. But a lot of the names are... So if you speak German, you can... All the names are spoilers. It's very funny.
No ult used here by Lucid yet. Equalizer does absolutely nothing, and now the ult is going to come down. Perfect in a lot of trouble. Yes, he flashes, but you're not getting away from the Pantheon. It's an easy execute. First blood for Lucid in the top lane. KT, they get the Constellation Drake. It is an early Ocean Drake, which we always do say is pretty nice. But I'll take the kill, and giving Xiu and Lucid a very nice boost here in this early game.
Drake goes over, but as mentioned, Perfect gonna have to expand his TP as well. Yeah, back to this lane. That's an early Sundered Sky now to come through. As we take another look here, Perfect, I think, had somewhat of an idea, but actually based on the equalizer, I don't think, because he can also just equalize the wave and just be fine. But if your team is taking Dragon and you have that much vision, and the enemy Pantheon is not contesting, they're coming for you. So he does end up going down, and that's the lead that was there, kind of evaporating now. So we have more Dutch questions. I mean, we have a lot of time.
Any other languages are dankin. Which languages are dank and which are just, you know, think?
Definitely none of the Roman.
I prefer the dank languages. Showmaker goes in with his shield, takes a huge amount of damage from BDD. Peter is diving the turret, and now he has to flash away. He is going to get the ult out of Beryl, and he has Hex Flash, but
yeah, he's just activating Hex Flash. It's fine.
He just... Yeah. Korean is not Thangok. Oh, we got a fight going on here as an ult comes in and they just isolate Beryl. He's going to go down. Peter may be in a bit of trouble, but no real follow-up from DK.
Yeah, Lucid missing his Q there. I don't know if it would have made a difference, though, with Peter still being relatively healthy, and I think his ult was still up. Beryl just unceremoniously dies. It's just been happening a lot.
He went in and then he died.
Yeah.
He is Rakan, which... If you go in and you don't have a realistic way to make it out, you're quite squishy.
I would say a lot of champions have an issue if they go in and they don't have a plan to get out. That's tough. This game is really something, Valdez.
Well, we're trying to gank Showmaker. Showmaker trying to do his best Faker impression.
That's 4 people.
He is going to flash pretty nicely, but now we got the follow-up coming in from DK. Look at Duck Dom. He is just in no man's land, getting isolated. Cuz as well, not able to do anything. BDD with the zoning, and the Spear's not able to do enough. So Duck Dom does live. Meanwhile, aiming the Gold King. Well, not so far in this season, but he's trying to hit it. Trying to be the Gold King. As now we have the follow-up engage. Over the wall goes Barrel. Thanks to Peter headbutting him, but that is Rakan. So this time, Barrel actually does have a way out.
KT, there is a big problem. There's an MF who's pushing your mid lane.
Just ignore it, and it doesn't become a problem anymore.
Yeah.
Peter just gonna... I don't know. Especially with the TP coming in, there was just no escape, so I guess he just selected.
Oh, she was looking.
Oh, there it is. The ult is... Both of them are going to miss, actually, because one flash and a dream, and he gets out.
I have a trouble really parsing what happened there. I'm not... The sequence kind of threw me off.
Take it away,
so I hope we get a replay, because some parts of that I understand, like Shiu TPing, nice flash from Cuz. DK is very clearly playing really heavily towards trying to put Duck Down behind. Not even towards bot, because aiming just stayed mid and farmed. But I'm not quite sure what happened. As Shiu, that is a Yo.
Oh, but that ult misses.
Yeah,
he could have hits. He probably kills him.
Yeah. Oh, Shiu was flash, so he should never get hit. But he just walks it off. Kind of a cool move, I'm not gonna lie. Now BDD also shows the power of the crit champion finishing Blade and then just being able to 1v1 everything. Now the Herald started. I guess we don't get a replay just yet. Maybe later. We'll see. Shiu doesn't have TP, so he can't join. BDD's on his way. DK are going to be a member down.
That is taking a lot of damage from this new Rift Herald. He is Nidalee, and he's trying to heal up, but is not doing a great job of it.
Still down a member.
Yeah.
So they want to play it slow so that maybe Shiu can get the wave in and make his way over. Or maybe they just want to be annoying and poke. Yeah, it looks like that they're going to do it instead. So just play for the turret.
Yeah.
And DK, they've been doing a lot of the watching and not doing anything. So I actually like this a lot more. Because there's no TP. So this bot lane turret is going to go down.
Yeah. Free bot lane turret. Well, in trade of the Rift Heralds. But it's a bit of a handshake that I think DK will definitely take, especially from ahead. This is Rakan. Can they lock him down for long enough? The angle here on a barrel, not bad, but no Yone ult.
He almost walks back into the space. Would have been the most barrel thing ever.
He's busy micromanaging Shiu in the bot lane.
Of course, yes.
Yeah.
We can't forget about the impact barrels had on Shiu's development.
Absolutely.
Dragon's gonna get taken, so 1-to-1 in Drake's. KT get the counter dragon, or the counter top turret rather. Aiming's farming.
He really wants this mid turret.
You'll get it. As
Chemtech's hole again.
Where's our close-up? Where is it?
Yeah, he's not at work.
What is he doing? How is this happening again?
Nobody knows.
Not gonna lie though, it's kind of a cracked Chemtech game. There's Nidalee, there's Yone.
Yeah.
There is Ambessa, there's Pantheon, there's Rakan.
Rakan?
He has heals.
Yeah. I guess.
Yeah.
Shiu on the flank. The engage comes in from Barrel, and now here comes the Pantheon, and they just isolate the backline so well. DK layer everything, but Barrel immediately goes down. 2 kills go to the Rumble, but look at aiming. He's just full health, popping him down one by one. BDD is still going. He wants more blood. He's going to take down Showmaker. And he's got a Nidalee behind him. A double knockup comes in. BDD playing this out as well as he possibly could. But has he overstepped his bounds? It looks like he will be just fine. BDD able to shore up the fight for his team.
Woo! Ending up with a even trading kills. I was kind of wondering if Aiming was going to shove in mid, but it looks like he doesn't. This starts off amazing for DK. So Lucid sets it up, undocked down, then Shield follows up with the ult. But I want you to look at that equalizer. Plus the knockup from Peter means that immediately Rakan, just by the AoE, as well as Lucid, just get completely toasted. And then Shio and Aiming are fine, but so is BDD. BDD doing a ton of damage. And I want to really give credit to Aiming's respect here. Obviously he takes the split, but he had Flash and he had Barrier. And I know there are versions of Aiming that would have used both of those.
Yeah.
And then BDD would have flashed, and then he would have been out of Flash, and it would have been bad. Should not do that. As, yeah, I was a little worried for Barrel there.
Yeah, he's going to be fine. Most damage in the game does go over to BDD. The Showmaker right behind him, actually. It was a nice Emperor's Divide in the middle of that fight. Most gold Aiming also being outdone, as now Barrel tries to go for the quickness just to live, but he gets ulted down! And BDD is on his game tonight.
As much as BDD is on, Barrel's off. Atlas isn't here, so I don't have to worry about the repercussions. But
yeah, no, it's fine.
Not the best look. Wants to hold onto his Flash to maybe look for a follow-up play. Is a valuable summoner, particularly because Doctum is not running Cleanse, meaning that he is a much more juicy target than he would otherwise be. But giving this Yone more gold in the side lane is a big issue. I don't know if anyone in DK can really match him.
나 이거 오면 볼게.
If he comes here, I'll go for it.
6 levels up. Walks in a straight line. Just get hit by the Q3.
I like how he has his mouse in position knowing that Barrel was about to dash away, like knew exactly the timing to go for it. Very good read from BDD. It helps that Barrel, of course, is going in a straight line, but you know, trying to get back over to his team and not die. He was unsuccessful, not the first time.
BDD, main carry, looking to be the main carry for KT. For DK, Aiming, huge gold lead, approaching the second item. If he can get the second item before we are going to get the hit on this Chemtech, it would be big. Both teams can also afford to give it up. As it's very funny, Doctum is already sitting on 2 items, even though he's behind, because items are cheaper, and Aiming also invested the money into getting plated steel caps.
Barrel. He doesn't have a Celestial opposition. He has to flash away this time, and he still nearly dies.
I guess it's good to flash, because otherwise he's dead for the Drake, but now he still does not have his flash. I also want to give credit to KT. I'm happy to see them very proactively looking for these angles on Barrel, right? Barrel wants to just set up some control, try and play towards that dragon that they know is on the way. And I just want to make sure, again, none of us predicted KT, right?
I didn't.
I'm pretty sure none of us did. Interesting.
Yeah, I don't think even Ox went for KT.
Interesting. Well, I did predict KT against T1 and then learned from that, and I'll never do it again.
Well, that's the thing, is expectations were at an all-time low after their loss to T1.
Still
so now,
are.
Of course, they come in and
still are,
look good.
I'd say.
I don't know.
Well, BD does have Yone.
They're in this game. You know, Perfect is holding his own. He's not...
Oh, does Shiva finish his second item? Does have the base to come through. There it is, Ghostblade. Oh, he is strong right now. 2 items for Aiming, for Lucid. I don't... Oh, yeah, okay. Well, you know, I was going to say, I hope we're not going to just flip it on Otacon, but what if we did?
Well, it's even stronger now, the buff, so it's just even more of a flip angle. Our teams are like, no, we must do it. Everybody gather up and lose resistances.
Yeah!
Meanwhile, KT just waiting on the very outside of it. Just waiting for the steal. They're trying to pull it back, but it's too late. It goes to Pantheon, though. So DK, they get the Thornbound Otacon. And KT have nothing to show for it except a dead cow. And now Siu goes on the back line. He gets the follow-up from the Barrel. Barrel immediately goes down, but Lucid is on the hunt. Should be going down himself. Holds up the shield, though. BDD still looking for the angle on the left side. They do get the Pantheon, but I think TK are in a fine spot, and they got the Otacon. Feeling pretty good about this fight.
Otacon, most important, that fact it's secured by Lucid, even though Peter tried to get rid of him. It's a big win. They'll be giving up the Dragon to just a second Drake. Not going to be the end of the world. That Otacon, that is going to stick around getting continuous value of that. And I can't believe that worked. I feel like it shouldn't have, because I want you to look at Lucid. Watch this 1Q from Dom. That was what, like 20% of his health bar?
Yeah.
Forget about the auto comp damage.
More.
Peter tries to... Peter dying here is fine. But the fact that Shio just gets this free ult, and the fact he gets it on Dom as well, nicely done. Barrel, I don't know.
They have to go pretty deep for that kill, though.
They do. Well, and the kill is fine if they would have also gotten BDD. Showmaker gets the flash. I think that's fine, right? Like the fact that he doesn't hit is because perfect flashes. The more I see, the less I know. That's really my takeaway. I'm like looking at these fights, and
the less I know, the better.
Barrel just keeps going in and going down, and there's a few things I know. I know that BDD's doing great. I know that Shio's doing great. I know that aiming's doing great. Those are the truths that I will hold on to dearly. Everything else is in flux right now. I know there isn't a rise, but it still is.
Yeah, I mean, the skull difference graph, it has been on DK's side for a while, but it's not really going anywhere.
It's 1.7 at most. That's not a lot of gold.
Yeah. So it's consistent, but...
Well, it's also both of these two comps, like, neither of these comps, when the game is this close, I think has an innate advantage. So it's really hard to shut down BDD, right? BDD in the sideline is a big problem. But then you look at the setup that's there for DK, and I think their snap engage is better, and they have a Pantheon. So they can actually shut down a Yone inside if he overextends. And then the team fighting for either team is good, but the front line for DK isn't real. Well, it's Pantheon's E, so that's like 3
He's
seconds.
got a shield.
And then on the other side, it's Peter if he has ult. So both teams are made of paper, which means that all these fights just feel very messy, very close. Gold lead's negligible. Might go the distance this time around, Velbes. Wouldn't surprise me.
This game or this series?
Why not both?
I would enjoy both. I mean, we're in this for the long haul.
We knew this was a 6-game day.
We looked at this day, we're like, oh, it's a 6-game.
Yeah.
We're coming in, we top it off with, well, we start with like a really nice east side matchup. It's very close.
It was good.
And it was good. It went 3 games. Threads were on both sides. And it was actually our closest match in terms of that. And then we come to this one, and yes, DK are favored, but still it's KT, so even if we predict DK, it doesn't mean that we have full trust in them. And so we expected it to go 3 games. And right now it's very close. So that looks like a 3-gamer. Doesn't mean it has to be. But we'll see how it does end up. I think a lot of this does rely on BDD once again, just finding great angles. Because as you mentioned, you know, the engage isn't super reliable unless he hits like a big ult or it's Peter. Peter's been okay, but again, he's not like blowing the roof off of the ceiling or anything, you know, with his play. It's a saying, Mao. It's a thing, okay?
Blowing the roof. That sounds like a Mr. 305, Mr. Worldwide Pitbull.
Probably is, honestly. Oh, very close, actually. And BDD does respond with his own ult. Hit level 16 just now.
I like the respect. I think that's a good call. If you do get hit by that, you just die. He didn't, as we know, but if he doesn't buffer, then he looks kind of silly.
Yeah.
So. Good call.
No flash either, so.
Yeah.
Better to just play it safe.
Yeah, his ult cooldown is not going to matter. It will be up by the time that we fight for the next dragon. Hopefully. Should be aiming, approaching his third item. Still a sizable gold lead on him. I love that Lucid is building the Hex Drinker. I still think Shio should, but it looks like he is just going to go straight.
Multiple Zhonyas.
Yep.
But that's about it. It's kind of how far the tankiness goes outside of Alistair.
It's one of those. It's the same when Zeus goes for his lethality builds, not on Renekton.
Not on Renekton.
This shouldn't work, and then it kind of does somehow. Shio hasn't died yet.
Yeah.
He's playing Glass Cannon and Bessa. Kind of crazy. As long as it's not Renekton. Powerless Claw is not in the game anymore. We can't do that. Well, it is an arena.
Yeah. Isn't that gone soon?
Why would you remind me of that? That's so mean.
Aren't you and Ox going to have a lot less fun?
Yeah, we are. Why'd you rub that in?
Yeah, after I did it once, I had to commit, you know. Here's the engage, by the way. They're going to find Lucid, but that's a Pantheon. He just holds up the shield, and he doesn't really care all that much. So, a lot of engage used, especially BDD's ult.
The plant. Lucid's basically full health again.
Yeah, another engage comes in, though, on a Showmaker. He has to go golden, but now he's in a ton of trouble. Puts up the divide, but he's already dead. And so is Beryl, because of course Beryl is dead. As now Perfect gets into the perfect spot with that Flame Spitter. And the rest of the team here from DK is just barely getting away. BDD wants it. With the Q3, he's not going to have it, but it's another win here to KT in the fight, and they get the Dragon.
And Perfect just straight up toasted them. Initial engage from KT, kind of botched, but I think it was a false sense of security. BDD's ult doesn't really hit the mark. And then Showmaker just gets caught now. There are 3 members available. A lot of resources were used. This is a big gamble, KT. I think you should be happy to just take the soul point and leave it at that. But who am I kidding? It's KT. They're not going to do that. I think they should be able to. The helpers are getting low. TPs are coming in.
They have a lot of damage.
Shiu is big. Edge of Night done.
There's only 3 of them here. TP's now coming in, but Lucid is not here, so no steal available. But Peter is just going to sacrifice for the rest of the team to get the objective. Perfect. He looks okay. Does get knocked up, and now BDD. Ooh, nice Zonius here from Showmaker to save him, but now he's on top of the equalizer, and he's burning down. He might just die. Oh, Showmaker goes down. Man, the KT fans are so excited.
Sure they are! Understandably, as we take another look at this play, it's Peter that sets up a beautiful play. Showmaker's just taken out of the fight. Even Shiu getting an ultimate onto Cuz. Even the sweep doesn't do anything. And it's this 1-2 between Perfect's damage combined with the pick potential from Peter there that just keeps setting up. And now, yeah, it's Perfect. It's still a 1.4k gold lead. Negligible in the grand scheme of things. Now, that should get bigger for KT. It should. It really does.
In
really
theory.
should get better and bigger because the bot lane turret outer is going to definitely fall. Ideally, inner falls as well. The struggles of Beryl also continue on this Rakan.
Yeah. He thought the Elise would be part of the reason why he was dying so much in that game, but then I see a game like this and I'm like,
Maybe it's just Beryl.
The Rakan is very slippery. And yes, he's playing support. He's going to be frontlining for this team especially. But yeah, he's getting caught a lot.
Shiu's on a deep flank angle. They do have decent vision control. On top of either BDD or Perfect. But look, double Sonya's done. We already saw Perfect do a really good job in the previous fight. And DK are just going to give it up. And the gold lead finally going to get bigger and bigger.
Peter over the wall. Comes on in, goes under the turret, does throw his ult up, and takes a bunch of damage anyway. Meanwhile, Shiu he elected not to flank, and instead he's just getting a mid-inner. And nobody's going to punish him. They can't get there on time.
Really one of the few top laners together with Zeus that's like, no, I can get the objective. I'm fine. Like, I'm not going to join. I'm not going to group. I'm just going to get a turret.
Imagine split pushing.
Well, Humble Life also is actually good macro. I wouldn't dare to say the same thing about DK. But yeah, on an individual level, I do like the angle there. It also, was this a good Baron? Yes. Was it a big fight win for KT? Yes. Did it break the game? I don't think so.
No, not yet.
So Veldas.
Especially because, yeah, Chemtech Soul is pretty good on some of these members of KT, sure. But it's not one like Hextech where it's like, oh, I think KT just win from here.
It also sets up for the inevitable Elder Flip, which is mandated when it comes to KT series.
Yeah, it's only game one. It's going to be one of these games or these series where it's like, it's only game one, where it's like 50 minutes in.
Yeah, that was KT the last time that Atlas yelled that in pure... I don't even know what emotions he was going through.
Exasperation.
It was a lot.
Well, the whole team's here. BDD, are you okay? Nice buffer, but he might not be okay still. He is going to go down into his GA. Now does res. The rest of KT does come over. And Lucid's in a bit of trouble, but it's only Peter in the front line. And KT, they don't want to go in. And so they're just going to let them get out.
Big wins for DK. That's some crucial cooldowns That is, most importantly, the GA. That's the big one. It means that BDD can't go in quite as aggressively as he did. That's also where a lot of the gold advantage is, right? That's mostly that item. But it's also not enough, and I love that. I love that. It's
not
nice,
definitive.
but it's not definitive. BDD will have his flash available. Peter will have his ult available. And as KT, they take control firmly, because I'm starting to think he refound that. I still has the license.
Ooh.
You know, we're looking at it right now. Hasn't died
cool.
yet. That was nice. Or was that Brendan Vella's liking a Blastcone play? On my LCK?
It was just good timing.
Yeah. Making excuses.
So I think Megacones are good because we actually do get action out of them. So that is one of the okay things about it.
All right, I like it. And both these teams, gold basically dead even at 34 minutes, but one of them sitting on Soul Point. KT really want to take this. Their team fighting has been a lot better, I think, this series so far.
Both of these teams are playing very respectfully. I say that as you, once again, is split pushing mid. Should be okay, though. And here's the equalizer. Once again, Showmaker going to be hit by the brunt of that. Lucid in a really bad spot, but he's just thrown over the wall instead, and that just secures them the soul. So yeah, they're not going for the kill. They just want the soul, and now Peter able to frontline. Shiu goes down immediately in that backline alone, and now the lineup comes in for BDD. That's going to get bounce housed, but now Perfect is just roasting them, and they have no way to get out of this one. Aiming does get taken out. Meanwhile, Showmaker is just killing everyone in the backline with Lucid.
Spear!
But the spear is too big and too much damage. Triple kill comes through for Perfect, and that'll be the end of this one after Lucid finally goes down. The Quadra for Perfect back after a full 31 days, and he is having a huge game.
And it is clean! And there is nothing to see! Drake gets taken. Equalizer, wonderful job at zoning out. Perfect. Look at this, keeps multiple members busy. And then Shiu, I think up until that point, have been playing respectful, gets just focused down, dies immediately, the turn isn't there. Aiming gets taken out of the fight, thanks to BDD, finding the backline. Perfect serving, aiming, well cooked on toast. On the other end of the fight, Showmaker and Lucid are trying, but then, even without that spear, maybe they could duck down. I don't think that alone is going to be enough. And outside of Lucid stealing an Elder, we might be looking at KT getting the upset win in this game #1.
It's still in...
It's still within
touching
3K.
distance. Like,
I know.
And it's just Chemtech Soul. Like, KT are definitely in a solid lead here, especially if they get this Baron, which I think they should be able to relatively freely.
Is Lucid going to ult in? That's our question.
No.
He might.
Please no.
Not going to happen.
Yeah. They don't have any vision there.
Oh, he doesn't have ult, so
yeah, that too.
I think he would have, but he didn't.
And now with the Baron, I think it's enough for KT. I think he's able to run down mid and do enough. Peter's spotted, but he doesn't actually take damage. Not from Showmaker, at least. Still working on his death cap.
I do. There is of course always the sense of dread that now that we have called this game over and have declared it a win for KT, that they do the inevitable and do the funniest thing imaginable. But yeah, I don't believe in curses. I'm very outspoken about this.
I think a big issue is that Aiming is the one who's actually got money, but from behind as MF, you're not really. You can't really like set up an angle for an ult. You just get collapsed on immediately.
Yeah.
There's way too much reach, like with Equalizer, with Yone Alta, and way too much mobility. It's just so hard to play MS in this game.
Verisol.
Yeah.
And the engages have just not been good for DK. It's been the big difference maker. Peter, yeah, he's died almost as much as Beryl, but he's had multiple game-winning moments, setting people up on Perfect's fire field. The Showmaker does get death cap. And it's not one. I do also... KT's in a great position. But if they don't get inhibs, we might just get Elder flip. And if they lose the flip, then I think DK can still win.
I love how cautious we are right now. It's like, KT should win this. But...
yeah, because...
don't know about that.
Up 2 levels. understandably, they are winning the map, but also Nidalee will just always outpace the Pantheon, as mentioned earlier. Barrel now, the kill's done. It's gonna be an elder flip, isn't it? KT's like, we're gonna base, we're just gonna set up. We only have a minute left on our Baron.
2 minutes ahead of the elder. KT are already setting up.
Their poke is actually solid though, right? With the spears and the harpoons and Dokdom.
Valdivarus.
But I swear, KT, if you allow them to approach and you don't turn and they just get a team fight win off the back of the Elder, you don't try to outflip a flipper, okay? Lucid was fourth in challengers.
Yeah.
Don't do it. So I ask.
Who spent the most time in challengers? I think it might be Lucid. Okay. Well, Showmaker pressed the wrong button. He doesn't have a ward or anything. He just decided, okay.
I think it will be available for Elder fight. Yeah, should be.
Should be, yeah.
So it's not the end of the world, but, you know, it's not good.
I don't think they saw it either. And maybe he placed that control ward, so maybe he just fat fingered two items at the same time. Could be. Give him the benefit of the doubt this time. So DK are definitely going to have to play very cautiously and not overstep their bounds. The division is so deep here for KT. They have really set up ahead of time.
What a comeback for Perfect, though.
Yeah.
I do think Rumble has always been his best champion, where he's looked consistently the best on, but still, his team fight impact undeniable in this one, showing us why that Rumble prio is as high as it is. As we are currently just doing some poking.
Yeah, a bit of back and forth. Siu going to find two. Has to back away. Actually, BDD is taking a lot of damage from Showmaker. He's got to be careful, but the heal is 481 from Cuz.
His Crit Bloom as well.
Yeah. And they're trying to find an angle, but DK have to engage and not get poked down, but it's easier said than done. Especially now that the Elder is spawning, and there's the poke coming in. The Equalizer once again going to zone them away. Lucid does not get hit by the Equalizer, though.
They don't get to play the game.
Yeah.
This is perfect, KT. Not letting them near.
And then now they're just trying to get, like, vision behind them, and TP Showmaker back into the fight.
I gotta be a little careful. Lucid can just ult. Oh, DK, this is the Hail Mary.
Yeah, gonna engage onto Alistair. Lucid nearly dies, but they're not so sure about that. He flashes away. Bit of damage going into the Elder already from BDD, and it might just be the flip. KT, they've kind of just turned on the Dragon here. They have a huge amount of damage. Here comes the ult, but it's early, and immediately they just turn onto him, and Lucid's dead. There's no smite, and Perfect once again holds the door in their face. They try to take the fight, but the Elder goes away at KT. And yes, Perfect will go down, but the rest of DK will fall as well. Although Siu does get the one kill on the backside.
I have a bot wave, though.
Yeah, they're just trying to push bot. I don't think that Siu can 1v3 against Elder Soul. Elder buff.
I'll tell you for a fact, I know he can't. And DK, you can see it on the faces. The loss streak against teams that realistically shouldn't be a bad thing to lose, but we know this team does kind of float by on vibes, and right now...
he's trying to clear the wave. He flashes away.
Oh.
He clears the wave.
Okay.
Mostly. They're going to get one.
Next wave is coming.
Oh, there's another range. There's another range minion right underneath. Cuz, yep. That should be the end. Siu, yeah, he just gets bonked on the head by Elder, and that'll do it. KT wins a 42-minute game against DK from the red side. Looking fantastic is KT.
Makes perfect sense to me, Valdez. KT! What a comeback from Perfect. I know, yeah, BDD's Yone, he was impeccable. Peter's Alistair was good. But I was not expecting this out of Perfect.
No?
I do think he played a lot better the last 2 weeks in Challengers. Did step it up. But even yesterday, they dropped the game, which I guess was without Perfect. But we've seen that team not be quite as clean as they were last year. For DK, though, this is getting very, very concerning. A game 1 loss here wouldn't be the end of it, but if they lose this series, end up falling to yet another team, will be a big moment. And again, the zoom in on Showmaker, I know his damage numbers looked good, but it still feels like that Azir pick away was only that. It was only a pick away. We didn't see any good plays around that. And Barrel, the less said about his Rakan, the better. And then perfect. Most damage in the game, most damage on his team. Extremely earned. Cuz still has his card. BDD no notes. KT! Of course! Of course they win game 1!
Are they back?
Oh, wait. Oh, calm down now, Velda.
Are they gonna just crush him here? I'm excited to see what happens next. Guys, 1-0 here to KT as BDD has, in fact, evolved into Greymon. We're going to take a break and have the space. We'll be right back.
이거 할 거야. 그럼 모르겠다.
끝났어. 이거 궁 없어.
확인하게.
들어온 거 줄게. 들어온 거 줄게. 중국이긴 한데 그냥 그
꿀은 모르겠어.
뭐 많이 물에
태길이 공풀 봐.
알았어.
기다리자. 그냥 얘네가 와야 돼. 오는 거에 타워만 치면 돼. 타워만 진짜 타워만 치면 돼. 얘네가 와야 돼.
아니 타봐야 돼. 낙할 거야. 타봐야 돼. 오케이. 이거 맞췄어? 오케이. 이거 타워 일단. 하나 더. 미니 하나 더.
아니야. 끝낼만해.
미니 하나 더.
내가 움직게.
걔 죽이다.
야, 장르야.
끝났다. 따자. 끝내자.
나이스. 잡았다.
나이스.
이 살짝 안 맞네.
잠깐 잘했죠.
As we started by DNF, this is risky. Yeah. Well, the Telspot is well and truly recouped though. What the Bros can actually do off the back of it is
적을
starting
처치했습니다.
off any fight just yet as Dudu might be the target. There's the crash from Morgan. Pop Blossom though, used mainly defensively, but Croco is dead. And now the Baron, not smiteable on their side, and T and Freaks will be able to lock it down. They cannot lock down the team fight. Berserk are going to get arrowed as well as they all just try to run after it. Look at Hype. And now Penta for Hype off the back end of the Baron. DNF. Brill. Stepping on a trap there. Closer takes a third of his health in damage. Now they engage on a Ridge, who is level 16, but the follow-up is not quite there. And there goes a bunch of members of Bros sailing away through the sky. 3 of them get sent. And it's just 2-3 kills for DRX. And that should be the Elder Drake. Yeah, had to spell it out, but now Hype in a really rough spot as the Rel TP's in, and down he goes. Hype, the one guy who was really fed on the team, and now he's died twice in a row. Here comes the Croc as well, big deal. Coming out and drops the Wuhan, but still, Polly's gonna go down. Standing gold on the map. Canyon getting low. He's got his ult though. That is going to push them away. Gumgum getting it really low himself. The knockup comes in from Duro. Ult from Cuz. They want to take out Keen here. Now Redemption on the top side, but Keen is all alone. They're isolating him, but he kills them all instead. And Gumgum not able to finish the job. And they went just a bit too deep for this one. They saw the angles, they saw the lights, and BDD, he only gets the Rakan. It's a triple kill for Keen. Viper taking out his former teammate. All right, well, that's a successful play there on the top side. Oh god, he's actually trading quite nicely here as the needlework going to be avoided. He's here, making his way down though. And the Impale will be moved out of the way of, and now Zayas is going to turn it. This time, no flash for Gideon, and this chase is just too good. The Rumble they're still in trouble. How is Zeus going to outplay this? That's the question I have on my mind. The answer is, I guess we just shoot him a bunch of times. As down goes the Gwen, he's immortal. Ladies and gentlemen, the best top laner in the world, his name is Zeus.
No one on the global broadcast or Korea side voted for an upset by KT, but that is what they're doing with Game 1 victory here over D plus Kia. Dagon here alongside Wolf and Ox. That was a slow burn, if you will, a rumble pun.
But I think no one on the global side or on the Korean side thought this was going to be a 2-0 either way either.
Yeah.
And so I think everyone's still feeling pretty safe with the D plus spread. It's just a bit of a journey the way we might get there, as we're not done yet. Perfect with a pretty rough start in this game, but bounced back in a big way when BDD just set him up for success time after time after time in this one. And D plus definitely threw a few softballs in terms of their setup. It was not Barrel's best game. A very messy start to the series, frankly.
I think so too. I mean, I feel like a lot of the team fights, so much value was gained from the Rumble. And sometimes you talk about like a fantastic Rumble impact, and don't get me wrong, Pivot had a great game, but I also think it was a little bit of D plus playing into it and providing him that value.
Absolutely. Let's take a look at it as our first highlight comes pretty late in this one. 28 minutes at the Drake.
Let's see, D plus has the better setup here on the Dragon. Perfect, coming down here, ran out of heat. And BDD set up so many of these fights, so many of these engages, and then Barrel's follow-up here, very lackluster, so ends up wasting his ultimate. You know, in turn to deny everyone from entering the point. It's not like he didn't even completely waste it, but he didn't get the CC value he was looking for. But now D plus are in this really rocky spot where they're trying to deny entry from so many different points that they're very split up. And when they try to collapse back in, they all do so on top of a massive equalizer here from Perfect. It's just one of these broken, scrappy fights that if you place your ultimate in the right place as Rumble, you can just straight up win those from that alone.
I mean, you saw even when the equalizer faded away, there were still people on it taking damage from it. The value was absolutely massive, and I think the Rakan pick, I feel like in a lot of games, you know, we obviously talk about Rakan struggling to Talia and Poppy, that's obvious, but even just comps that have a lot of AoE damage, things like the Yone and the Rumble can be really hard to play into, because if you get clipped by a Tornado, or if you get hit by the Rumble to any of his AoE, you can die so quickly. And I think as a result, Barrel was having to play really defensive, and even then, he was dying a lot.
Yeah, definitely was. But the Rumble value, not done yet. Again, at the Drake, Perfect getting 1, 2, 3 for a perfect square of kills, a quadra.
And once again, KT just have the better setup here. They force a split with the equalizer. Perfect starts it off, and now Showmaker and Lucid are on one side of the fight, aiming, and Barrel are on the other. Shio's trying to look for a collapsed flank here. And when you're the one that's grouped in a situation like this, as KT is, you get to actually choose to collapse as 4 onto a single target, right? You could collapse as 3 onto a single target, keep the fight split, as Perfect does here. And it's just a great overall team effort around the fact that D+ are so focused in on this dragon and are just completely split by the equalizer.
I think as well, a lot of Peter's choices on the Alistar, you know, initially knocking away the Pantheon and there zoning Beryl out, stopping him from getting impact with the ult, and just soaking so much damage as Alistar does, really showing the value of this pick and why, out of all these engaged supports, it is the one that's usually prioritized.
I think that there's a clear feeling to me that D+ they're on a losing streak, right? I think some of the confidence is gone. I think some of the clean play we saw from them back in LCK Cup, where they're the top of their group, just isn't showing up here. Oftentimes we're like, okay, Showmaker having burnout right now. Is that why he's not performing? I just feel like the team as a whole isn't playing as a 5-man unit the same way they were when they were dominating earlier this year. I'm not sure how that confidence is going to come back, but losing this game to KT Roaster probably isn't going to help.
No, definitely not. And it is that kind of uncomfortable conversation that you don't want to come to a conclusion that, hey, the kids are playing good. You look at the young guys on that team, they're playing good. We highlighted the Barrow ult there on the Rakan, not the type of impact that we're used to seeing him have. Showmaker not having impactful ults like we've seen him have in the past. Or on the opposite side, BDD, who also is in a slide showing, hey, on the Yone, I can set up for everyone else here. And we're so used to seeing Showmaker be able to do that. All right, so what can D+ do here, Ox, to try and bounce back after a tough game one?
You know, I think maybe a more durable pick for Beryl would make his job a lot easier because he often likes to play aggressive. I think also for Lucid, I think he wasn't the issue, but maybe a pick that, because I think the Pantheon sometimes can struggle to have the same impact in those later fights as some of our top meta picks. But I think what didn't help was the fact that jungle got banned out so heavily going into this game.
In terms of meta picks, I think this was by far Perfect's best in the Rumble. I think it's the pick that across his career he's found the most success with, outside of like the Udyr we saw when that was meta. So now that that's gone, I think that's a big boon here for D+. If they maybe want to target him in draft or play for strong side Shiu, who's one of their best performing players right now, that could be their way back into this series.
Yeah, definitely so. And, you know, you think about the Saturday Showdown, the big match that D+ have later on up against T1. You don't want to go in that into a loss. Also for KT, they're on this skid. They don't want to go into playing DNF also on a losing streak. So both these teams having almost like negative inspiration to try and prevent the bad thing from happening later on.
It's a super high pressure week for both of these teams. I think for KT in a very different way because they don't want to be the first team to lose to DNF, but D+ really do not want to continue this downward slide, and it's a tough week for them with how well KT is performing right now.
Yeah, it's a blue side here for D+ as they are trying to stop the slide and try and find a way back on in. And you already touched on it. I think Shiwu has to be one of the ways on through for them. And on the opposite side, ask the questions of Perfect. He was down in Academy earlier, or in Challengers earlier this week. You know, this KT roster trying to find some stability. I think Peter having such a great game, given the fact that Beryl struggled, is just a really cool look here, Ox, in terms of KT maybe finding some form moving forward.
Yeah, I think the point that Wolf made about the Rumble being a big pick, and also we've seen on Best, as much as it's a great pick for Shiwu, struggles to have the same impact on lane compared to other picks at the top of the meta. So I think securing a good top matchup, I think it's going to make a world of difference.
Upset-minded KT trying to right the wrongs from earlier's LCK Roadshow KT Homecoming. Will they be able to do it? Will D+ battle back? Let's find out.
Thank you, Spacers. Love the insights on the many different situations. The mental game here at the LCK is always a big part of it. You know, it's not just about clicking well, it's about how you play with your teammates and how you're all getting along, how you're feeling. And sometimes the confidence just isn't there. And I think we saw a little bit of that from DK. KT pulling it together. Great performance from Perfect and BDD. And they're probably going to find themselves on the red side again, although DK, they did choose the red side against Gen G at the homestand, but this time they'll go for the blue side.
They also did mention that that was specifically against Gen G, which makes sense, different draft prep, but it wasn't about the draft. I think the Space highlighted it very well as well. It was just the gameplay. The gameplay is not looking good enough right now for DK. And it's the world champions that need to step it up. I think aiming, got caught a couple of times there by ults. But again, as we highlighted, I think he still played the cleanest game out of everyone. Lucid, because his support kept exploding, was tasked with starting the fight, but as Pantheon, if you use all your tools to go in, as soon as your E is down, you're just going to get focused and die. And then Shiu, kind of the same. Tried to do as much as he could, but just couldn't really stand up to the very angry toaster on the enemy team. We'll see if DK can turn it around, because if they get 2-0'd by KT here, it's hard to imagine where the bottom is. This is a team that is very, very reliant on the vibes. It's something we can very clearly see in their game-to-game performance. And it would be a crazy drop-off. I don't think any of us expected them to actually maintain the form they had at LCK Cup, right? Like, we all knew that at some point that would be a bit of a drop-off, but losing to KT here now, even with Perfect coming back after a bit of a break, would still be a very painful loss. Do you think the draft that KT had was also perfect for KT, right? The Yone, the Rumble for Perfect, Kazan is Nidalee. Is the Perfect Gwen going to still be prioritized?
Where's the
Rumble already
Taliyah?
taken away. Might get picked up here?
I mean, Taliyah just not prioritized. I thought, you know, with some globals banned away, maybe they wanted some more power from
I
their
don't,
Taliyah.
because I know he's looking at Viego, because you can cancel the Lilia ult. I don't think he should, as this is the new standard. And my read is also that this dissuades the Lilia pick, or the Taliyah pick rather, right? Because trying to play it into Ryze, she can actually match, or he can actually match your roaming potential with his ultimate. He has a really good wave clear, and if you try to get in range of him and you eat a full combo, you're not going to win the trade, even if you do get the flick back. So for Showmaker, maybe an AD pick is the answer, but what is he going to play to pair with this Lilia?
Well, we're going to see Jace first.
We don't know. Could even still go to Showmaker. But I do think it's most likely just going to go to Shiyu.
Yeah. Tryndamere?
I don't hate
Camille?
I don't even hate the Tryndamere. I don't think that you should pick it up here, though.
Faker was playing mid Camille last night on a stream. I was watching that.
Look at that.
But it's not going to be that.
Eldest bring in the tech. Oh, don't let it be mid Corki.
Mid Corki.
Well,
See
this
the
could
nod? There it
could
is.
also be aiming Corki, which I think AD carry Corki is fine. Doesn't excite me, but it's okay. Mid Corki, I think, is dead, and we should let him be. It's the Wukong to come through.
Yeah.
Really good matchup into playing on a Jace on the enemy team. Not the best in the Lilia specifically. Obviously can get a top of her, but don't get quite as much value from the armor and the AD neutering parts of his kit. But the team fighting, looking good here, and then most likely just going to look for, what, Rel, Nautilus, Leona for Peter. A big chance that all of them get taken away.
Ezreal, first to be taken away.
Makes sense.
Yeah. I really do like the Wukong when you've got something with very reliable lockdown.
Maybe
So
Xayah
I like
ban?
that with the Ryze.
Or they could pick up Xayah themselves. KT could. Although I don't love Xayah. I think against both Gwen and Wukong, you know, if you're Xayah and you press R but they're on top of you, like you're just gonna die as soon as you get out. But
they
I
just
know
run you
that
down.
that's not the read that many of our LCK teams will have. And then we have the Rel, like Rel, Leona, Nautilus, still open for our engage supports. Rakan's gone, which is good, because that was not...
Yeah, I think we saw enough of that in game one.
Well, I'd be willing to give Peter a shot. Not Beryl, though. That's okay.
Poppy. It's a pretty good shot. I think Poppy just, in general, is strong. And into Wukong.
Taliyah is still open.
Yeah. Taliyah just ignored.
It's good into both Gwen and Wukong. Does obviously struggle into the Ryze, so maybe that's enough reason for Showmaker not to pick it up.
Braum.
As it is Braum banned away.
I mean, you got rockets, you got shock blasts flying at your team.
What are you going to pick here? I don't want it to be Xayah. It might be. For Dokdom here.
Maybe they just pick support. There we go.
I mean, Braum's gone, so makes sense to me.
Yeah.
Could see Beryl go for Rel.
Barrel.
Barrel. Like Rel Corky bot.
And what's Showmaker playing then? Xerath?
I don't know.
Victor?
Well, that will give us our answer. Damien Kaisa, once upon a time, his best pick. I don't love it with this setup, so it's going to be Nautilus most likely.
Yeah, you need some kind of hard engage. I feel like it's very slippery, and if you run Cleanse, you can do well into this comp, but might not have a fun laning phase.
Rel for the team fight power. Well,
yeah, Rel.
Rel and Lilia. I have to do a lot of heavy lifting here because this comp, it doesn't really come together for me. Whereas for KT, kind of love this. Good engage, solid matchups.
Yeah. Love the Jhin here.
Yeah, it's the DK bot lane, right? Can go matching skins if you want. Rob Barrel's face in it.
Yeah, they should, honestly.
I feel like it'd be fun.
Just for the mind games.
I thought you had a skin on this champion, Barrel. Where's the gameplay? Not in game 1. Hopefully in game 2, because we need another free gamer. Feldas, I don't.
Yeah, we really do.
It can't be over after 2.
That would just be really disappointing.
Well, the memes would be good, because the clean 2-0 nothing to see here would be kind of true.
Yeah.
But can't we do clean 2-1 nothing to see?
We can do that. We have done that before. And KT doesn't have that many wins. They've only won 3 times so far after 10 series. So looking for their 4th, it's not an easy ask for KT. Even against a DK that's struggling, but we like what we saw in game 1. All right, the roller coaster is going up. It says, please go up on that one. This one says, end your loss streak. Keep going. Came from Daejun. It's Daejun.
It's Daejun.
Yeah. To support DK. We'll see if that Daejun power will help him out here.
Gotta need something, because this draft, the mid Corky for Showmaker, it doesn't inspire confidence, Valdez, but I've been surprised by drafts before. Let's hope we can get the free gamer.
Let's see if we can do exactly that, or will KT just shut the door? Let's jump onto the rift.
소환사의 협곡에 오신 것을 환영합니다.
All right, game number 2. DK, I hope that whatever they went over in the coach's room actually helps them this time around. Because loss streaks are not easy to get over for any team. Even one that's had a lot of success in the past doesn't necessarily mean that they'll always have success. There's always ups and downs. And certainly does feel like DK is on a bit of a downswing. Perfect timing for KT to swoop in and pick up a 4th win.
Or
does
unexpected
DK come back to life?
Yeah, I was just a week early with my KT prediction. Maybe that was it. If they 2-0 here today, I will... Should have seen it coming.
Yeah. They were due, right? They were due. It's just you were 1 bet ahead.
Unfortunate.
So after you lost the last bet, you should have doubled down. You know, you should have been like, well, they're still due.
Like I do with my bro points?
Yeah.
Well, I don't, but if I would.
We are fighting over this. It doesn't look like KT wants to give it over. A lot of damage already in the Lucid.
Because it's level 2, yeah,
they gotta
just
back away.
Oh my god, that is not how you want that to start.
No. No, it's not. Nothing crazy here with the grasp on the Gwen.
I'm also just kind of baffled, because yes, you will have mid prio, but it's not like your level 1 is a lot stronger, I don't think. Like, Leona is not that strong, obviously, so that's a window of opportunity you do have, but Lilia level 1, still a pretty decent cooldown on the Q, so actually takes you a good amount of time. Now, Lilia is a really, really strong farming jungler once you get your first item. So anything that delays that, I think actually has pretty big repercussions. Lucid will be fine, you know, it's not the end of the world. But he is going to be a little bit behind as a Showmaker.
Oh, the flash on in. If BDD doesn't flash that, I think he just dies.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So good call from BDD. Nice look from Showmaker. I think the fact that Showmaker was playing like a madman the entire time up until that point kind of led BDD to believe that he would go for that play. And he gets the right read and survives because of it.
Ooh, cuz.
Where are you going?
Oh,
he's warding.
I'm wondering if he missed like a wolf. I think he didn't hit 2 until he actually cleared the Raptors. Not sure what happened there.
Well, he was 2 when they were fighting over the blue, right?
Well, yeah, but you can just get like the big wolf and
yeah.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is
so
until he got to Raptors, I think he was. I'm not. But I'm pretty sure he was level 2, which would mean he would have dropped some minion or some monster rather at some point. Lucid gonna adjust his pathing. Does a prio in top, so we'll be able to pick this up. As mentioned, with Lilia, your clear is still solid. You are obviously still an AP jungler. One big advantage they have is that they get to cycle through their camps pretty quickly, but the delay is still going to be a big deal. The lane is looking a lot better this time around, though. And Shiu, the last game, the Ambassador didn't quite get it done. Wasn't his fault, but it wasn't enough to find the win. His barrel is very far up, and Cuz is here.
Yeah, we'll see what he elects to do. He does crash down, and he has flash, so I think he's just fine, but does have to use his flash. Meanwhile, speaking of no flash, BDD, bit of trouble.
Flash?
He's very fast, and Lucid can't really get in range, so...
Yeah, unless he commits the flash, but because the bot side play, good call, I think, for DK there not to go too ham. Could have been a punish to come through, and they're fine now, even though Lucid is a little behind. If they flip that play and it doesn't work, they're in deep trouble. Nice trade from Shiu. Staying away from... Oh, I say...
Oh.
I think he's still fine. Still sitting on Cookie. Perfect's on 2 as well, but Showmaker is playing very angry. I think he also...
Assassin Corky.
Yeah, he wasn't happy with his Game 2 performance, or a Game 1 performance, rather.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't great. Like,
it was not.
He never had a proactive Azir move. His divides were very lackluster.
Got caught in a few of the fights.
Yeah, like he did good damage, but it was mostly just because the enemy team was running straight into them, you know.
He also has Leandris and he's Azir, right? So, like, the opportunity cost is very...
It's a long game. He got death cap. Like, it's just kind of...
Fake stats.
Fake stats. So he's back with a vengeance. She was missed like 3 shock blasts in a row. Imagine if those actually hits. Instead, he's still dominating lane. So
it's fine.
The nerfed Gwen, I don't think he's losing lane because of the nerfed Gwen, but the Jace continues to be a menace in the top lane.
Should be an easy Drake setup. Lilia, a lot of percentage damage. Faded Ash is done. Cryo in both mid and bot lane. And Cuz pathing towards the top side of the map. So early Drake means that DK can do this and still be set up for the eventual 8-minute spawn of the Grubs. I do kind of like the pace change from not having the Grubs at 6 anymore. I kind of enjoy it. You know, maybe we'll get tired of it.
Yeah.
And we're just on the first day of the season. You're like, now.
Well, the thing is, okay, so Perfect comebacks from his TP.
Where's the thing?
And here's the thing.
Okay.
Sure. It just reminds me of like old League of Legends. Very slow early games. As now we're going in. Nice crash down, but Showmaker not in the best of spots, and he also doesn't have his flash, so he's gonna go down. And that's first blood of Shiu, but Shiu is dunking on the enemy. He's trying to get it done, but the needles are coming through, and now Shiu's in a rough spot. He gets taken out, and it's 3v2. Peter is pretty low. Some burn damage coming through. KT's still going to go in on this one, but so will DK. Thinking they have the damage from the Lilia, but it's going to miss. The Eve is not going to hit, and now Lucid just on the chase, but instead he's denied everything. It's a double for Cuz, and KT again take the lead.
And DK flipped the game early on, and it starts with a tragedy. Showmaker gets caught. So much of the damage immediately out. If Lucid is 6, this fight is a complete blowout, but Showmaker, you can't walk up to Leona like that. Gets hit by the Zenith Blade, dies immediately, and then Shiu wants to try and go. If that Q from Lucid's hit, there are a lot of maybes here, but none of them matter. Sustain from Perfect in this fight ends up being a big difference maker, and right here, had they gone and actually got enough damage down on Perfect, might have been enough, but it's Gwen. Like, she's gonna heal so much in these early fights, and then even if that E hits, it doesn't matter. Enough mana. And they know how big of a win this is, and KT needs this desperately, but so does DK.
Nice! Well, we knew they had it in them. Not everyone believed, but seeing it now, it feels like...
And that's the comfort zone.
The hype train is back. Or KT Rolster.
After a great laning phase. Just got outplayed there, Peter. Ox already gave some credit. KD didn't look the most impressive as a... Oh god.
Aiming is going in, BDD is Rise. So a trade of ults, you could say. And BDD doesn't really care so much about that. Barrel does
a flash. Oh!
Oh, okay. Gonna flash the bowling ball.
That was a big win, but price is being paid. On the map, the grubs are being taken. And there might be a dive angle onto Shiu as well. Kazas is Cyclone available. Aiming, I guess, is going to get this. But you can see as well, the desperation is kind of getting to DK. Like Shiu flashing in there on that previous play, trying to burst people down in hammer form. Aiming, just ulting on top of BDD. Sure, he had Lucid in the area, but the KT fans seeing the early lead, looking at their champions, feeling pretty good right now. 3 kills for a Wukong. Eldas. Oh, the best scaling junglers in the game.
Yeah, I think he'll take that. That's a decent amount of mixed damage on DK, but still now, oh, he's gonna jump over him. Still gonna hit him with the lance, but flash it in, perfect! Does it again! And I don't know if Barrel's got the damage here. Maybe he barely does, but oh, one grasp, it's not gonna be enough. And Barrel at least trades a kill, but that's not a good feeling.
Can't miss those. Can't miss that W. He does. And Perfect just gets the counter kill. So, and Shiu doesn't even get the kill. Onto the Gwen. The only upside is that the wave will be crashed. That is a lot of resources being not given to Perfect. Oh, Cuz gets them, so he'll still be happy.
The real carry.
But the continued struggles for Barrel here. Because the idea behind that play is great, but
dashes it.
Yeah.
Yep.
And Barrel eventually is able to get the kill, but you're going to be very happy about that sequence of events if you're Perfect.
He didn't say anything the whole time. He's just furiously chewing gum.
He's locked in. He's locked in.
I mean, it's his re-debut back to the LCK.
Yeah.
Like, it's not actually a debut, but like he got benched for casting because he was playing poorly. So,
and he was.
Again, if there's anyone who had something to prove today, it was him. And maybe Showmaker. Right? Showmaker's a little bit of a different case.
Showmaker and Barrel still haven't proven anything. Perfect, though.
Well, in terms of people that had something to prove. Perfect's doing it.
Yeah. Very true.
Showmaker and Barrel are still waiting.
I'm sure they're getting the proof. Any day now, it'll be released.
Yes.
Hopefully in this game, so we don't go home early. I don't want a 5-gamer, Veldas. That's the worst of both worlds.
Yeah, the cringe 5-gamer.
Yeah.
When you expected it to be 6.
Yeah.
I know that feel. I know you're not very familiar. From back in our Challenger days, you and Atlas getting the based 9-game days.
Yeah, so based.
And me and Wolf and I never did.
No, we definitely were never delirious.
That just made for a better cast.
Yeah.
It was worth it in the end.
Yundo was with us on those 9 games. He does not remember them fondly.
Well, it's a different feel. As this time, Barrel is going to be able to peel for them pretty nicely. Perfect does have more needles, though, and maybe Perfect just goes down here as Peter is getting pretty low himself. Both of the supports will eat it as Aiming and Perfect trade a kill. And that's about that.
I don't think you're super happy about that. I'm also wondering what is happening to Lucid. Is this I haven't really been able to keep track of the jungle, but is it Cuz just being able to continuously get these evades up? Evades is kind of what it feels like, which makes sense with the prio they've been having.
Sleep on a BDD.
Play to work.
No flash, and you're up against 2. I don't think he's getting out of this one. Shock blast to the face. Shiu picks up his first kill. Maybe the 0-2 into comeback arc for Shiu?
The craziest thing is when you look at this game state,
DK
for
DK,
it's yeah, they're well, I think when this wave gets, but they're basically even, right? but you can feel the difference. And I understand because you're downing kills, you're downing grubs, you got 1-to-1 in dragons. There's an enemy Gwen that's fed, there's an enemy Wukong that's huge. So it's understandable. 2-item spike is going to look very juicy for DK once Showmaker and Shiu hit that. But it's based on the play of DK, where it just doesn't feel like they have a lot of confidence and where they're just making these kind of desperate plays continuously. He just wants a count. And he can get it.
Oh no, he flashes and he's still going to die. Everybody was here, and they hand the kill over to Duckdom too. It's going to feel great. This Jhin, you know, was behind aiming, was about 800 gold ahead.
He knew, and Lucid.
Now they're getting played top.
So I'm saying, it just looks tilted, right? Just wants to grump, wants to get resources so he gets to play the game, but not happening. KT pushing their lead. It might actually happen, Valdez. Might be able to stay the magic line.
Well, I'll believe it when I see the Nexus fall. Perfect gonna miss.
Very valid.
Everything. Well, he hit the minions there. Give him credit for that. Man, he's actually a level behind. It's not a lot of XP, but currently down a level to the Jace.
Technically a level behind. Yeah, that is true.
I mean, the number is one lower. The XP is like...
No, it is.
I don't know. 200?
Like, yeah.
I don't,
not a lot.
XP numbers are difficult.
You know who would know?
Papa Smithy.
Or Ox, yeah. I mean, Ox is a more recent...
It's just that in the past we would always... Papa Smithy's more like the lore guy. Like, he knows exactly what happened in like 2013 games and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Ox is definitely more of a numbers guy.
I do know that, but only for Challenger.
That's why I asked you before, you know, who was in Challengers the longest. I think it is Lucid.
For these players on the Rift, yeah. Oh, Shiu.
Yeah, no, he's going to be smoked down. I'm trying to avoid the knockback, and he does have his flash. I think he's just... Oh, the predict! BDD's so on his game tonight. Just makes him look silly, and they get the flash.
And it's been the top jungle duo that was a big reason as to why DK was able to have some big performances, but right now they're the ones crumbling. Combined 5 deaths of Shiu and Lucid. He's not able to stave off, and the flashes into dying for both of them on these back-to-back plays. TDD going to shove in. I'm pretty sure getting the turret as well. And KT, they're just looking good. Plays across the map.
Yeah. It feels like aiming is trying his best.
Oh, yeah.
He's been the only guy ahead 2 games in a row.
What can you do? He's, as you're saying, giving it his all. I still can't believe that Shiu is barely behind. I don't really understand. I guess it's just plates. And he's like up, what, 10 CS maybe? Yeah, 20. But he's down a kill and an assist.
Let's see it. Let's go for him.
Okay.
Yeah,
got him okay.
Yeah, he was, oh man.
플레이트 당했네.
I got hit by the predict.
Yeah, he knew.
Since you should have flashed downward. Hindsight's 20/20. Even then, maybe they just dive the turret and he dies anyway. I was thinking he was going to save his flash.
Yeah, that's what I was feeling as well. But clearly, BDD knows better than both of us.
Well, if he's going to use it, it would be that way. So, good read from BDD, who is not going to stick on a catalyst. Just buys a bunch of items and finishes that Roa. So Ocean Soul again. Big rotation up to this Rift Herald as well, while KT is taking the Dragon. All of DK around, but you can see that they're not really fully committing to this. Like, they're DPSing it, but she was going mid.
This is a must-win fight for DK. If they lose this one as well, I think the lead is just going to be too big to deal with. KT's going to get too far ahead.
Perfect's going 1v1 with Showmaker right now. Meanwhile, we got a catch on the bottom side. He's just dead! He's taken out before the fight even really begins! And now Lucid is being sniped down, trying to play a bullet hell, but he can't get away! And Barrel's not able to block. Wouldn't have mattered either. The needles were coming over the top, and that is 3 kills just like that, basically for free for KT.
That's it! That should just be it. KT's about to 2-0 DK. Feldes.
I can't believe it.
They didn't even get even the Herald wouldn't have made that play good, but like, it's just a cascade of disaster.
Oh man.
Shield gets engaged on by Cuz, dies instantly. Herald at the last second resets. So
last shot.
Yeah, so he can't get the smite. Beryl can't quite protect his Lilia. And with that, Herald goes over. Leads are, and unless KT start chain giving away shutdowns, I think we're about to witness a clean 2-0, nothing to see here. After KT have just been in complete shambles of the back of some amazing performances from Cuz, BDD, and Perfect.
Whole team is rolling. You know, not everybody's the main character. I feel like even Duckdom in these games from ahead has been very serviceable. He's been doing his job.
And fine.
His Jhin this game has been great. He's not the main character. He's not going to win POM, but he's doing good too. It just feels like KT have turned a leaf. I don't know what it was. Maybe just losing the T1. We're like, okay. And obviously some of it is that DK aren't playing their best game, but it certainly does look like KT are really, really, really playing much better.
Yeah, still no notes for aiming. I don't really feel like this is starting to turn into a Berserker situation.
Ooh.
With Lucid really struggling, Shio really struggling. But I keep going back to the two players, the veterans on the team, kind of supposed to be the glue holding together the ship. But the ship is floundering. Veldus is not doing too hot.
Anyone like a vision score graph?
I prefer CC score personally.
1985 CC
Any
score.
of my Challenger fans out there? That's a real stat from 2023.
Those are the best. Do they have that still, or did they get rid of it?
I don't know. I don't remember. I'm pretty sure they do still have it.
Nice. Well, we got a 1v1, and she was actually not that far behind. Like, it feels like it should be so much farther behind this Gwen than he is. And he is behind, about 400 gold, but he's at least able to keep up. He's hiding on bush, as we can see in the minimap. But it does look like Perfect's not going to overstay his welcome. Going in onto Barrel. Honestly, I feel like they can kind of just go for whatever picks they want. Even the Solar Flare comes through. And the rest of the team is not going to follow up on that.
It's also, looking at the current game state, we're kind of left wondering, what is the comeback win con?
He missed the Shock Blast. I think maybe the mist came down on time.
Missed, yeah, also he has
like
phase rush, right? So he can just keep going for these short trades as long as it's up. And especially with Ghostblade, he will never be able, Grim won't be able to run it down. It doesn't have Ghost either, it's just Flash. But I struggle to find a consistent win con for DK that doesn't rely on KT making some huge mistakes. Because Ryze can carry a fight when left alone. Cuz can carry a fight when he's this far ahead when left alone. And then the same for Perfect. So there are so many threats on the KT comp, and I haven't seen a good engage from Barrow in I don't know how many games or series, but it's been a good amount. And barring that, Lucid needs to have an owner-esque performance.
Yeah.
And it hasn't really been playing up to that level. Because aiming alone just can't do it.
Yeah.
He's just a Kai'Sa.
It feels like if KT are engaging into DK's comp, the Lilia should be able to find angles. Just so many of the last bunch of fights have been so broken up, and like KT getting pick after pick.
They're just messy.
And that's, yeah, it's messy, but when you're dealing with, you know, Ryze, Wukong, and Leona that are ahead, they just keep looking for these picks, and DK are not able to respond to it very well.
Chiu, I think, looking for a TP. At least waiting in the brush for now. Might clear out the wave. Do they want to go for this? Herald's crashing mid. Might just let them have it. Leave it at that. Lucid is stacking his passive. I think it's already too late.
It's pretty late. I mean, Lucid nearly got in there. That was kind of close.
He is very
running in a straight line at them. But instead, it's just another Ocean Drake over to KT.
So, again, the craziest thing, they're only 2k gold down.
Yeah, she was up on gold.
That's just not how the game is feeling.
Well, the short trade comes through, and now he's just TPing away. He's trying to, at least, and he should be able to.
Good play.
I mean,
why?
Blue is TP. But at least he
as
didn't
good
die.
as you get in that position, right? Push too far, new Cuz was collapsing. Uses the TP. Doesn't mean Perfect's gonna have TP advantage. 2 items done for Cuz. Sundered Sky, Triforce as well. DDD, would not be surprised to see him go for the stopwatch next. And Showmaker just hit his spike. That's the 2-item spike for Corki, everyone.
Yep.
It's here. Yeah!
Let's do the Otacon.
No,
Hey!
Mary. Might as well.
Well, they know. They know this is happening.
You get the TP. You can now leave. You got the... No.
Or they could pull it and win the smite.
Well, they did.
Like
they
did in game
get
1.
it last time.
And KT is not here, Cuz he gets into the pick just barely and steals it away, and Barrel's just, he's just gone. He's out of the fight immediately. Cuz pretty low, but now you've got the front line as Perfect just runs them down. The TP comes in the Realm Warp. They get behind them. Aiming doing a good job of kiting, but he just doesn't have a team. It's a Quadra for the Gwen, and Aiming says absolutely not. You get out of here with that. And KT doesn't really care because they won the fight in a big way and got the Otacon.
4 for 2. Lucid. The smites have generally been pretty solid, but in this time, not gonna be enough. Old man Cuz still got the hands. Gets the smite. And
like, where's my smite button?
Barrel's tossed, I think, with keeping him out.
1388.
But yeah, wow. I guess it was combined with the 4th shot.
Jin shot, yeah.
Must be. That was a crazy timing, actually.
Yeah.
Makes sense. Like that's not really smiteable.
Hard to even really blame Lucid. I mean, Cuz is able to smite it, sure, but
it's a Hail Mary, right?
It's a Hail Mary.
Yeah, I don't.
Really, the issue was. Please, please, please. Please give me. Get the slow. He wanted the penta. Come on, guys. Please help me. And, well, they tried, but Aiming did flash. He also had cleanse available, and he was like full health, so. Unfortunate Perfect, but no. That would have been a great story, though. He comes back in after 31 days and gets a pentakill against DK.
It's been raining penas. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, even without Smolder and Zeri in the meta.
Things are looking dire for DK fans. Things are looking great for KT fans. And I feel like between those two, KT fans have had it more rough recently. As we do have the Baron as an objective now. It's the one thing, just don't throw a Baron, KT. And I think you're golden. You got possible Ocean Soul in a little bit. It's fine, they're just baiting out. They're looking for an engage.
Yeah, I mean, again, they're ahead, but this isn't like an unlosable game. This isn't like that game that I actually called unlosable that they almost lost. Ooh, near engage from Peter. He's level 10, he's almost level 11 for his
Ocean Rift as well. There's so little vision.
Yeah.
DK, not gonna fall for it. And why would KT do this when you can just play for the Drake, where there isn't the risk, and even if you lose, it's very hard to imagine a scenario where DK smite Dragon, win the fight, and like get out so you don't get Nash, and you can just give it up. Yeah, I don't think you really care. As yet, DK is still very clear, like, can we maybe a little bit of control? Peter is up 2 levels, real levels, by the way.
Yeah.
No, it's fake levels.
Not technically. Yeah. Not figuratively either. Just actually 2 levels up.
And you can, again, even in the player cams, you can just see it. DK, not looking good. Perfect, talking a lot, chewing his gum.
He's just so locked in today.
This is also something that we've been, again, we got to see with Perfect. I think he played his best at the beginning of his debut, and then when the team started struggling, you could really see him not be able to cope with the pressure. He was getting focused. I think it was summer playoffs. And then after that, it really did feel like his champion pool was suffering. He wasn't able to show the same performance. As I guess we're just going to give Ocean Soul, which does make sense. I don't really think DK is in a position, but
they can't do anything about it.
Yeah. Well, see, they're going to start Nash. And
they do it so quickly, by the way.
BDD is going to Realm Warp over. And then this is all or nothing.
Well, they can't do Baron.
Yeah, they have to. They don't have a choice. And then they're going to Realm Up over. And
all right,
Flip's gonna come through.
Yeah, I mean the Hail Mary is there, and they just have to back away. They're just being pelted by Jin right now, and meanwhile Xiu's just dead. And it's not a leash, but it basically is. KT, they get the free kill. They say, "Thank you very much, buddy," and maybe we'll just take the objective.
Yeah, that's Soul. That's Nash. And what a fall from grace for a team that was, we knew, not really our #1 team during LCK Cup, but watching them get 2-0'd by KT, which really, maybe that means that they are good, but the level of gameplay just doesn't back it up. As we take a look, the Hail Mary Baron. KT, no. Realm Warp comes through, even without the Realm Warp. Duckdom just sets up shop. I don't know if they're ever going to get that. Xiu, yeah. What are you going to do? Ends up going down. Aiming is almost level 16.
He's just... All right, we're really going for some Fnatic brush strats now.
Oh, I have to. And you see the entirety of KT playing together.
And this game, you said it before, but it really just feels like desperation from DK.
But it's felt that way starting level 4.
Yeah.
Even though it's not warranted.
Well, we got a bit of a flank going on.
Perfect knows, but I don't like
it's level 16 when with flash.
Way.
Yeah. I don't think you do anything, and he's just going to flash away. And now we get the needles in a barrel, and they just dive under the turret. They don't care. Down goes Beryl, and they even have the wave here. Oh, some Krugs on your way, why not?
They even have the wave here.
They even have the wave here. Flash over the wall.
But he did! He did! He did flash over the wall!
And it might just be done so from here. KT pushing with Baron, and you can see that DK just do not have any signs of life. They're trying to clear the wave. Showmaker nearly loses his head to the rise. BDD just running at him. And that will be the first inhibitor. They'll take the mid inhibitor as well with the Gwen push. Nice timing here from Perfect. And they don't have the top inner turret, so looks like that'll be the end of that push for now. They could just go top if they don't want to spend their gold, if they feel like they're far enough ahead. Huge damage coming out from just Duckdom. And that really just shows where this team is at right now.
It's actually unlosable, Valdez.
I think from here it is.
We've reached the stage where even a KT game is unlosable.
Yeah.
That is crazy.
KT are the stable team. We expected both of these teams to be unstable. That's why we thought it was going to be such a crazy back and forth.
One of them is.
One of them is. One of them fulfilled their destiny. The other one, KT, what are you doing, guys? You're looking too good. We don't know how to interpret this at the LCK. What does it mean? What did KT mean by this? Yeah. This isn't the 3-gamer banger that we were hoping for. And Barrel's just going to kind of throw an underhand softball made of tissue paper into KT. I mean, they're so far behind now that it's really hard to say much, but yeah. Might just mean that KT ends it here, and maybe that's what Barrel wanted. At this point, it's really unsalvageable, and even that is going to be a shot from Duckdom straight into the heart of the DK fans, and straight into the heart of Xiu as well. 31 minutes, that'll be the end of game 2. KT takes it down, clean 2-0. Nothing to see here.
And KT, they needed this. Oh, they needed this so badly. And the 2-0 expected by absolutely no one comes through. Perfect comes back. And what in many ways is the starting lineup, with the one exception of Peter coming in. As, yep, there we go.
Yep. This is what happens when you ride the roller coaster.
Oh, you gotta
Yeah.
love it. Look at that, Perfect. That is a player that I'm pretty sure for the entirety of summer, I didn't see smile. He just looks stressed.
Yeah.
And then on the flip side, DK, yeah, I'd rather look away, Valdez. Seeing my challengers players get kind of boomed. Not the best, but what can you say? KT was just better.
KT were great today. It was awesome to see them playing with such gusto. You know, the 2-0 was a close game 1, but game 2 was all theirs. You could feel it, even though it was a close game. It didn't matter. Close in, quotation marks with gold, and that's about it. We get some, there's the Dom Duck sign again, where it literally says Dom and then Duck, and then KT win. I don't know if that's some kind of joke or something, or if they're actually just holding the signs the wrong way. Either way, Duckdom also had a pretty good game too. You know, he wasn't the main character, but had a good day today. And yeah, they have hope for KT. All the fans celebrating. It's been a while since KT have tasted victory. We had some stats. Perfect in Challenger League was putting up some big numbers, like a 4.3 KDA. It was 11-4, and I think he deserved to be called back up, especially when he shows the just composure that he played with today. Even through like rocky lane states and stuff like that, was able to get some wins, win in a 1v2 situation, close fights like this. I think he's really the main story.
That isn't where the game was won, but it's where the game was won. The game wasn't that. It's when you're, and that's why the entirety of DK looks like right now. When you're queuing up, but you know you should have taken a break 2 games ago.
Yep.
And then your first skirmish, I know I'm preaching to the choir on this one.
Yeah.
But you lose that first skirmish, and the game is not lost at all. But in your heart of hearts, you're like, I'm done.
Yeah.
It's over.
It's cooked.
It's cooked for KT. Great day. Cuz looking a lot better. We were getting worried about both him and BDD. They were not playing up to their usual level. I think that Duckdom, he was there, did his job. Didn't really need to do more. Peter looked great, and perfect. What a re-entrance into the LCK.
Shane hit the tower. Whoa. When Barrel jumps in. You see that sleep come in. It's just so all over the place, disorganized. It just felt like Lucid and Barrel couldn't put one-on-one together. Nice shot, take it slow. Don't go. Just hit the tower. Cuz is like, no. We don't need to go for kills.
I swear, BDD was smiling. I was like, guys, this game is won like 15 minutes ago. Chill.
And Cuz was like, no, hit the turret. I can understand that desperation. You know, they didn't play desperately, but in that moment, right in front of the Nexus, where you are about to taste the 2-0 over DK, that's when you can be desperate.
And DK are going up against T1 this Saturday. I don't think that loss streak is going to end anytime soon. If they look how they played here today, not looking good. The Corky mid doesn't inspire a lot of confidence, but for KT, this might be where the season turns around, right? Let's not forget, there is still plenty of opportunity. The gap between particularly our 3rd place and now KT will overtake Brion because their game score is a little better. They're -5 instead of -6.
Yeah.
But 8th till 3rd, it's not that far apart. We're talking 2 series wins.
Yeah. And BDD's gonna get it for his Yone. His Yone was disgusting. It was so good. Oh man.
I don't mind as any time really. I don't mind the BDD, but you know who I voted for.
Perfect.
Of course I had to vote for Perfect.
Yeah.
Had to do it to him. And I also
he just came back from Challengers.
Well,
he couldn't vote for anyone else.
Well, I also feel like he actually earned it.
I think
both
he did.
games.
No, I think he'll get a lot of votes for sure.
But it's a BDD vote for KT win. What are you gonna do?
Yeah. I mean, his Yone was cracked. His Rise was good. It didn't feel like he was the main player in that second game, but he was playing well, you know? He had a good Rise game. I don't mind it. I don't mind it at all. I think it was between him and Perfect.
I do think if he doesn't get that flash predict, he doesn't get it.
Yeah. There were a lot of moments in the crowd whenever BDD would make a crazy Yone or Rise play that everybody would be like, whoa, that was crazy. Like you could hear the reverberations in the audience. So maybe a little bit of a hype vote. Hype's on bro, but yeah. Sorry, I can't control myself. But yeah, Perfect had the narrative behind him. He had like the comeback story, the comeback king, you know. But yeah, BDD got it. We'll see who Soup and CZZ did vote for. That's who I'm looking at nowadays, even more than media. I'm going to hand it over to Deer for the POM interview translation right now.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Deer for the POM interview translation. We are here with BDD on the side of KT Rolster.
네, 오늘
Congratulations.
BDD 선수와 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다. 2대 0으로 승리하고 3연패를
You've defeated
끊어냈습니다. 오늘의 승리로
D plus Kia with a 2-0 score and ended your 3 losing streak. KT has turned the leaf. How does it feel? Now, it's been a while since we had won against a West team, so I think it actually does build a new momentum. I'm really glad that we're able to secure today's victory. And KT was on a 5-match losing streak against DK, and you defeated them after 1 year. So how amazing does it feel? Yeah, every time we went against them, it was so strange. We would always lose. So I'm just so glad that we're able to finally beat them. And BDD does it again. Your match up against Showmaker was quite hyped today. So what did you pay attention to the most in today's mid matchup? First of all, I think Showmaker likes to roam a lot, and since Annie has been buffed, and I think I just have to consider the fact that he might pick up that Annie and roam around a lot during today's match. And with your rise in Game 2, you really defended mid really well, and with your Yone in Game 1, your performance was so awesome. So is it safe to say that Yone is now one of your classics? Yeah, I think Yone has been really comfortable, and I guess you could say that. And your rise, you looked so comfortable with the rise pick as well. And for Perfect to come back in the LCK after 1 month, what process was there? I think we were just trying a bunch of things out with the roster, with the players going in and out. And I think when he was in CL, I teased him a lot, but I'm really glad that he came back. And Perfect was solid today. Your POM votes were quite split. So do you want to say anything to him? Good job.
자, 다음 대결 상대는 DM 프릭스인데요.
And your next opponent will be DM Freaks. What mindset will you head in with? DM Freaks, although they are winless, we have to make sure that we don't let our guards down, and we will prepare just as well to make sure that we win. And I feel like whenever you smile, your fans smile even brighter. So would you like to say anything to your fans? As always, thank you so much for your support. And I'll make sure to work even harder so that you guys can keep smiling. And that's the end of the interview with BDD. I'm back to the space. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Yayas. It's a KT upset that no one saw coming. A clean 2-0. A lot to see here if you're a KT fan, and a lot to build upon if you're a D+ fan, who are now on a very big losing streak going into the Saturday showdown. Let's take a look at the player of the match. Yes, okay. Media, yeah. Oh, no. Man, I'm pulling it out. This was a perfect game. He came back. He had 2 quadras. He played so well.
I think D+ got some so I think they had to vote for BDD because a few grubs were picked up.
No.
I also feel kind of bad. Cuz got no votes at all when I think he played pretty well in both games.
I think the performance of BDD on the Yone was pretty insane, and Valdez had like a good read, I think, on the predict on the flash, on the rise Q and stuff, but I do feel like Perfect had, on his return, an insane performance, right? Like, the guy played, like, the entire game was won by BDD and him together, and then his performance in Game 2 was the biggest one. I think we all saw the same. I know, I was pretty surprised. I love BDD, everyone knows he's one of my favorite players, but anyway.
Yeah, you don't have to sell it here. This was crazy. All right, let's take a look at the BDD comments. B, brightened eyes. D, delicate smile forming. D, dream fulfilled. BDD smiled at last. Okay, you know what, Helios? That was really good. I'll put this one down.
Yeah, I guess we were wrong, actually. I guess it was BDD, yeah.
Maybe his comment, he made this comment after Game 1, and it was such a banger. He's like, I'm locking it in no matter what,
Oh, man. Yes, we know that BDD has been playing very, very well on this team. Scattered, fate sealed.
He didn't play Syndra this series, but he is quite known for it.
It's a quote from Bleach.
I mean, yeah.
Can we cut to Chronicler? Chronicler, can you explain this one to us, our resident weeb?
Next
Oh,
comment.
yeah.
Next comment.
Next comment. Okay.
Go next fast.
Yeah. All right. Back to the perfect. Back on the perfect hype
reunion
train.
tour was a great success. It's like when one of your favorite characters dies in a TV show and you don't think they're ever going to come back, but then a few weeks later, a few episodes later, there's like the previously on and they get mentioned. You're like, wait, there's no way.
Like the 7th time
And
Goku
then-
died, you know?
I thought it was
It's a good comment. No, I like it.
all right.
You know what? I also appreciate the sell.
Why are you laughing?
Egon, I thought you said you thought perfect was POM.
I do.
Okay.
I
so
just
why do you think it's
like how
fun?
you hard sold your comment, and
do
Ox
think there
doesn't
was
have to do anything.
I don't have to. It speaks for itself. I even put the full stop right at the end.
Yeah,
just to,
but
that's all you have to say.
you didn't
He played perfect.
You didn't capitalize the F like.
No, but that's
I
because I'm using it as the word perfect, not as his name perfect. I'm using the word to describe his play perfect, which happens to be his name, but here I'm specifically using the word, not his name. Because I wouldn't have just said, I mean, actually, I was going to say, I wouldn't just put a comment as Chovy, but now I think about it, that would go hard. So maybe I will do that. Next time Chovy pops off, I'll just put Chovy.
Why don't you
full
just
stop.
put, instead of writing perfect, you could just write Chovy on perfect POM comment, and everyone would know what it means. That's what I'm going to do next time.
That's pretty
when somebody
good.
plays perfectly. I'm just write Chovy.
All right. Do we have chroniclers? All right. Challengers harder than LCK confirmed. I think Perfect down in Challengers went 11-4 was his win rate there on KT Challengers,
So-
and he showed it here.
For some added context, I actually have some lore here. Chronicler is actually a big fan of the LCK challenges. I don't know if you know this, so he's pretty enthusiastic about challenges players.
Challengers enthusiast.
This is some lore that you might not know. I know him because I'm actually quite close to. Well, I call him Mao because we're close friends.
Oh, I see. I see.
Yeah, so
Yeah, I heard he has like a quote that's popular from that, like, "That's Challengers, little one," right? He says something like that.
I think he says, "That's Challengers, dude."
Yeah, no, I think that's it, actually, yeah.
Or like, "This, in fact, is Challengers, my man." I think that's he said that one as well, yeah.
All right. It's great. Good job, Chronicler. Way to get that one in there, even though we got the prediction wrong. Proud of you.
Oh, I
Peter.
didn't even notice he voted for
Today I
Peter.
became a
That's-
Peter fan. Yeah,
Not a beast.
Prince threw out a Peter.
You know what also? Peter Pan, you know?
You know, in Korean, fan is pen, so it's actually a. Yeah, it actually is an intentional pun. Like, Dagon, get up. Like,
Dagon didn't get it. Dagon's just not
Hangul,
cultured
man.
enough.
Come on.
Dagon's not cultured enough. He just doesn't.
Let's
not
look at the
even
moment that
friend.
KT won the game. Can we just do that one?
He just
Yeah,
can't.
let's
It's
do
just.
that one.
It's above Dagon's head. He's just not. He doesn't read it on that level.
So, you know, when one side of the pancake is starting to get a little bit hot, you know, you're not sure, you think it might get a little burn, you got to flip it, right? That same rule usually doesn't apply for Beat. When you're a little cooked down one game in the series, you want to flip the game here. Because from here on, Lilia, in theory, can actually carry this fight because she has a high damage output in this early game fight. In a skirmish like this with her movement speed as well, you can actually turn the tide. But crowd control exists. Beryl tries his best.
Beryl
And then,
today
like,
on Engage, not so good.
I was going to also mention that Gwen is quite good in early skirmishes like this as well.
Yeah, and also I gotta say, Perfect played it really well. Like, to me, this was a POM-worthy performance in this fight. So, you know, a little bit interesting that he didn't get POM.
Yeah, some would say.
I would say that personally.
Yeah, D+. It's the confidence issue I was talking about.
Yeah.
Starts to feel like a little bit of tilt almost as well in this moment where you just kind of send it and you're like, we're so much better than them. We don't lose these. Like, we have to force these. And, like, why not play measured? The same D+ I saw push T1 to the brink.
Yep.
Just a few matches ago is just completely absent here. I think it's just stacked up losses really can lead to kind of this mental block and levels of frustration and forced fights and lack of proper synergy that we're seeing on display here. Like, I think loss streaks are real. You know, loss streaks and the mental barrier that comes with that is real.
And the thing is, part of it is down to the schedule, because we even said D+ played a lot of the easier teams at the start of the schedule and then had a chunk of the more difficult matchups. So, you know, I feel like if you're able to pull away from that and go, look, we had a hard run, but it was hard teams, we can bounce back, sure. But I think the point you're making is correct, is that it's clearly affected them. And even though we can, from an outside perspective, go, well, they had a hard schedule on the latter end, I think it's hard to remove yourself from that if you're hitting back-to-back weeks where you're just losing every match.
We had a microscope earlier on Showmaker and Barrel. How do you feel like they fared here in today's match?
Well, we can talk about maybe the standings or something like that instead.
Oh my gosh. Well, here are those standings. D+ find their way now, or solidify their way into the winning category on the Western Front as they are now 5th place. KT, or move further down in that one. KT slide their way on up, 4 and 7, getting past the bros as well.
When you're T1 and Nongshim in this situation, you're sitting up at 6 wins. You feel pretty safe about your ability to get into Legend Group, especially when you consider T1 has a week where they, I think, in theory, can 2-0. Like, I know Ox was the only one who predicted otherwise, but like, I think they can in theory 2-0. They start off with DRX tomorrow, so you end up getting to 8 wins, and it starts to feel really likely.
Yeah, I mean, I went in this week and I predicted DNF to beat KT and D+ to beat T1, and this one match we just had really made me look stupid.
You haven't missed it yet, and you guys don't want to miss T1 versus DRX and Nongshim versus Gen G, a top table battle there, and the match between 2 teams on a 2-game winning streak. Make sure to stick around for all of that tomorrow. On behalf of everyone here at the LCK, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you Thursday for more action. Perfect.
수원에서 진행된 LCK 로드쇼 11번째 북발 실패 T1 아는 그 고점으로 향하는 2라운드 첫 걸음 한 걸음 제대로 내딛습니다.
이런 상황을 극복하기 위한 최고의 만병통치약은 승리거든요. 정말 처절한 서로 한치의 양보 없는 강팀들끼리 대결이 중요하겠죠.
Doesn't kill me, makes me stronger.